Chapter 1. In the grey space, the man in black robe stared at the several screens in front of him. Various different images appeared in his eyes. Even though you are the enemy, you are still good. It is my duty to bear the name of Hokage and protect my family in the village. Now is the time to practice your ninjutsu. Lord Orochimaru understands me. How much can you understand? Good question. I am the Toad Spirit Immortal Taoist of Myaboku Mountain, commonly known as the Toad Immortal. Water Escape Technique, Great Dragon Bullet Technique. Daytime Tiger. Hashala, I have already reached the other side. Hey? Have you seen me in my prime? Don't get me wrong, this power is not something you created. Do you want to dance too? It looks like you still have the energy to dance. I recognize this kind of chakra. I am willing to call you the strongest. Yekai. Where the leaves flutter, the fire will also continue. The fire will illuminate the village and make new leaves sprout. No matter how dark the village is, I will always be Uchiha Itachi of Konoha village. Forgive me, Sasuke, this is the last time. As a ninja from the Hidden Mist village, I want to kill my fellow villagers. What kind of person am I? Is he an enemy or a friend? What is my purpose and where do I stand? Where am I going and where can I find peace? From now on, let the world feel pain. Feel the pain, think about the pain, accept the pain, understand the pain. Those who do not understand pain can never understand true peace. Pain makes me grow. In the endless pain, I transformed from a human into a god. Shinra Heavenly Expedition. In this case, can you still say that people can understand each other? This works, but my pain is greater than yours. Kakashi, you promised me that you would protect Rin. I will never admit this kind of thing. There is absolutely no hope in this world. No one can escape the cycle of creating waste in this world, so I want to reshape the world. I am the leader who leads people to the next stage, the second sage of 6 paths. You are darkness. In a world without light, flowers will only wither. You are not allowed to hinder them. I firmly believe in Uzumaki Naruto. This time he will definitely become a bridge to peace. The voice coming from a certain screen made the black-robed man tremble. The invisible face seemed to be stunned. Then he looked at the largest screen in the middle. My name is Uzumaki Naruto. I like instant noodles, but I like Ichiraku ramen which Irika-sensei treated me to. What I hate is that I have to wait 3 minutes for instant noodles. My hobby is to compete with others in eating instant noodles. My future dream is to surpass all the previous Hokage, so I must make everyone in the village recognize my existence. I want to be the Hokage. The man in black robes watched for a long time, then turned his gaze to a small screen somewhere. Don't you want to become a Hokage? I will always keep an eye on you. The girl's smiling face was frozen on the screen. The man in black robe stared at her for a long time and nodded slightly. Then let's start with you. In the Fire Country, Konoha village. Nohara Lin turned her head and looked out the window. The dark sky was drizzling. The weather was really bad. She wanted to prepare a gift for Kakashi to congratulate him on becoming a Jonin. What are you preparing for? Nohara Lin pressed her finger on her lips and thought carefully. Hitaki Kakashi, at the age of 12, became a Jonin in his class. This was something that made them both envious and proud. It was exciting to have a young genius among their peers. Especially since Kakashi was in the same team as them. Hey! Thinking of this, Nohara Lin seemed to remember something funny and couldn't help but laugh. Why? Obito must be mad now. Nohara Lin shook her head in distress. She seemed to have seen Uchiha Obito's aggressive look. She could imagine what Obito would say. Kakashi, when I open my Sharingan, I will definitely surpass you. Just wait for me. It's really frustrating, and I don't know when the relationship between the two will be harmonious. Nohara Lin stood up and walked to the window. Looking at the lingering drizzle outside, she remembered tomorrow's mission. Blow up the logistics supply channel of the Hidden Rock Village. Kanabi Bridge. Please give me flowers and votes. Thank you. Chapter 2. This is the first mission that Hitaki Kakashi has taken since becoming a jonin. Nohara Rin thought for a long time. She planned to give a gift to Hitaki Kakashi tomorrow. It was a medical equipment bag that she prepared by herself. But unfortunately, it seemed that something was missing. Nohara Rin walked to the closet and took out a raincoat. After putting it on, she opened the door and walked out. It was still drizzling outside, and the sky was still gloomy. The moment Nohara Rin opened the door and walked out, she felt something was strange. The scene in front of her seemed a little unfamiliar to her. The short and round house made her a little confused. Nohara Rin never remembered having such a building in front of her house. Moreover, there had never been a house of this type in the entire Konoha village. Looking around, Nohara Rin was even more stunned. The buildings on the entire street seemed to have changed drastically. It was completely different from the architectural style of Konoha village. What is going on? Nohara Rin exclaimed and turned around suddenly. Only then did she realize that the house behind her had also changed. Whoa! Damn it, is this person playing an illusion trick on me? Is it Yui Kurane? Nohara Rin sighed with a wry smile. As one of the great beauties of the same period, Yui Kurane's temper is not only hard but also cold. However, the relationship between her and Nohara Rin is quite good. Hateful Red, it's raining and it's actually coming out to tease me. Revelation. Nohara Rin didn't think too much. He immediately formed seals with both hands. But when she reacted, she found that the surrounding environment had not changed at all. This is... Nohara Rin's expression was a little dull. The scene before her made her feel inexplicably terrified. Shua. At the same time, the curtains not far away caught her attention. Looking around, she saw that several houses had curtains in front of the windows that were originally empty. What exactly is going on? Is there anyone there? The cold and deserted streets made everything seem even more terrifying. Nohara Rin shouted a few words in panic, and then knocked hard on the room she had just walked out of. Unfortunately, she didn't get any response. The rain kept falling. In a cave somewhere in the Hidden Rain Village, two people in black and red robes sat on chairs. Opposite them was a man wearing an orange spiral mask and also dressed in black. How are the preparations going? The masked man's tone was rather cold. The three Magatama Sharingan on the right eye flashed a ray of red light. Wearing the uniform of the Akatsuki organization, Pain slowly opened his eyes. There seemed to be a little anger in those cold eyes. Looking closely, there was also a hint of expectation. Well prepared. Now most of the villages in Rain Country have been controlled by us. Today we have issued the highest order to the villagers. Everyone must stay at home and must not appear on the streets. The rest of the things. Zionin also had an indifferent expression. At this point, she bit her lip slightly and looked at Pain beside her. The rest will be left to Pain. After Konan finished speaking for a few breaths, Pain, who had been silent, finally spoke. Hanzo seems to have sent several ninjas from the Hidden Rain Village to Konoha Village to take part in the Chunin exam. This is a great opportunity. Even if he encounters any accident, those big countries will not have any doubts. I will set out now to kill Hanzo and everyone related to him. Pain's cold eyes swept over the masked man in front of him. Yahiko's Pain. I have never forgotten. Pain paused for a few seconds and slowly closed his eyes. But not long after, he suddenly opened his eyes. His face became a little strange. Hey? What's going on? Has Hanzo discovered your actions? Uchiha Obito asked softly. He was a little curious about Pain's sudden action. At this critical moment, there really couldn't be any mistakes. No matter what, Hanzo, who had ruled the Rain country for decades, was a force that could not be underestimated. No. Nothing. Under my Yahoo's free perception, someone actually disobeyed our orders and appeared on the streets of Yuyan village. And the man's chakra was a little strange, as if someone from outside had broken in. Outsider. Konan and Uchiha Obito were both stunned. Could it be that Hanzo discovered something and sent a signal for help to other countries? Obito asked suspiciously, but was interrupted by Konan disdainfully. Impossible. Even if you ask for help, the other party will not send only one person. Humph. Pain stood up and snorted when he heard that. Then he turned around and was about to leave. That person's chakra is very weak. I think he must be an intelligence agent sent by others to investigate the hidden Rain village. There is no need to worry about this kind of thing. I will deal with Hanzo's matter now. Spot. I'll leave that person to you to deal with, and by the way, catch him and retrieve the information he knows. Please give me flowers and votes. Thank you. Chapter 3. Who are you? Go and inform Hanzo-sama. Enemy attack. Bang. The body of the hidden Rain village ninja was knocked back several meters by the opponent. He fell heavily to the ground. Looking at the 6 hidden Rain village ninjas in front of them wearing black robes with red clouds, they were so scared that they stood still. That is. The scratch on the opponent's forehead surprised Hanzo's subordinates. Are you also ninjas from the hidden Rain village? Why? Unfortunately, the ninja from the hidden Rain village was hit on the head by the strange power of Shuradeo before he could finish his words. This scene frightened Hanzo's men so much that their hair stood up and they felt a chill down their spines. Horrible. The opponent could actually smash someone's head with one punch. What a terrifying strength. Da-da-da. Tendo Pain walked forward in the rain. The other 5 Daos stood behind him without moving. If your companions died, could you feel a little pain? Shinra Tensei. Boom. A dazzling light emerged from Pain's body. In an instant, all the Rain ninjas standing around him were wiped out. In the base camp of Salamander Hanzo. Hanzo listened to his subordinates' anxious reports with a frown. He thought his subordinates were exaggerating. He wiped out all his subordinates with his own strength? Hanzo didn't believe it. When did such a person appear in the hidden Rain village? Hanzo groaned. The other party was actually wearing a hidden Rain village forehead protector, regardless of whether there was a scratch in the middle. That also proved that he was a ninja from the hidden Rain village. Since he was a ninja from the hidden Rain village, Hanzo had never heard of such a powerful person appearing. What's more, the other party's goal was to wipe out his forces. Salamander Hanzo is the ruler of the Rain country, and he is the one who wants to lead the Rain country to peace. Bang! However, just as Hanzo was in doubt, the wall of the room suddenly exploded. In the smoke and dust, 6 figures appeared. Who is it? Hanzo slammed the table and shouted angrily. Unfortunately, before he could recognize the other party's identity, he felt as if his body was attracted by a strong gravitational force. He flew towards the other party completely out of control. Hateful. Instant. In a hurry, Hanzo wanted to use the instant body movement technique to escape, but in a moment, he was firmly locked by the throat. Want to run? Mr. Hanzo. The cold voice made Hanzo feel a chill in his heart. The other party's strong hand also made him feel a little suffocated and speechless. At this time, the smoke and dust dissipated. Hanzo looked at the scene behind the 6 people and couldn't help but widen his eyes in horror. The floor behind them was covered with blood. The bodies of Hanzo's men were piled up like a hill. Hanzo was about to speak. It seemed that Pain didn't want to give him a chance. He took out the black stick with his right hand and slashed Hanzo's chest. Then he kicked him. Hanzo's body flew out like a cannonball, smashing the screen behind him. Who are you? Why do I want it to? Hanzo endured the pain in his chest and looked at the 6 figures standing in front of him in horror. The leader, Tiendao, stepped out, stared at Hanzo coldly and asked, "You? Don't you remember my face?" After hearing Pain's question, the frightened Hanzo finally discovered the other party's strangeness. Samsara I? Although the other party's appearance has changed a lot, and there are some black nails on his face. But Hanzo still remembered the other party's name in an instant. Yahiko. The naive boy who was tricked to death by him and Danzo. "Who are you?" "Yahiko from Akatsuki. You should be dead, why are you here?" Hanzo couldn't accept what he saw. He remembered the situation clearly. Yahiko had indeed died in the heavy rain. He died in the arms of Nagato, who had the eyes of the Rinnegan. But now? Hanzo couldn't accept what was happening in front of him. The 6 people on the other side all had the same hair color and their faces were also full of black nails. What was even more weird was that Hanzo found that all of them had eyes of the Rinnegan. Impossible. This must be a dream. Hanzo couldn't believe what he saw. Even if the dead could be resurrected, what about the situation of all of them having the eyes of the Rinnegan? Humph. Pain looked at Hanzo squatting on the ground with a little contempt in his heart. Is this the former demigod of the ninja world? What a joke. Back then, you teamed up with Danzo to betray us. You are just a waste now because you only care about saving your life. Pain stepped towards Hanzo. However, every time he took a step forward, Hanzo retreated in fear. Don't. Hanzo subconsciously stretched out one arm, as if to protect himself. Unfortunately, Pain's eyes were even colder. I used to respect you so much, but you have changed. Hanzo. Get lost. This is God's punishment on you. Please give me flowers and votes. Thank you. Chapter 4. The rain in the land of rain was getting heavier. Nohara Rin was walking alone on the street. She was panicking. The only lucky thing was that she put on a raincoat before going out. Swish! The sound of the curtains being drawn was heard. Nohara Rin looked up and a glimmer of hope was rekindled. Bang bang bang! She walked to the door of the family and knocked hard on the door. Anyone? There must be someone in the room, right? If there is anyone, can you tell me where this place is? No one answered. No one responded to Nohara Lin's call. She had knocked on so many houses. From the beginning to the end of the street, all the houses were knocked on by Nohara Lin. But the result was the same. On the street, except for the sound of the rain. Nohara Lin seemed to be still in this strange world. Fear, helplessness. A series of negative emotions rose in his heart. After walking aimlessly for who knows how long, Nohara Lin finally felt a little tired. She walked into the alley with her head down, and the faces of Hitaki Kakashi, Uchiha Obito, and Namikaze Minato emerged in her mind. Tomorrow was originally the time for them to make contributions to Konoha village. Unexpectedly, she encountered such a strange situation. Hey! She was tired. Nohara Lin found a random eaves and squatted down quietly. No. As a ninja, I must remain calm and collected in the face of what is happening. We will definitely find a breakthrough. Nohara Lin murmured to herself, constantly encouraging herself. Her expression gradually eased. Even though her own strength was insufficient, as a top student in the ninja school, Nohara Lin, who listened obediently in class, was still clear about the principles of some ninjutsu. Illusion. It is a technique that uses chakra to interfere with the opponent's 5 senses, disrupt the opponent's chakra, and make him fall into illusion. The basic operation is to interfere with the flow of the opponent's chakra, causing the chakra in his body to be disordered and affect the 5 senses. Thinking of this, Nohara Lin let out a long breath. Quietly feel the flow of her own chakra. Everything is normal. In other words, I am not under an illusion at this moment. Nohara Lin frowned slightly. If it is not an illusion, then. What is going on here? No matter how gentle Nohara-rin is, she can't help but be overwhelmed by what's happening. Let alone, according to the current situation, the rain keeps falling. Nohara-rin doesn't even have a place to sleep or eat. Even if she doesn't encounter an enemy attack, she can't survive for a few days. No, I have to ask someone about the situation. We can't wait any longer. Nohara-rin thought that she would starve to death soon, and she stood up again. But at this moment, she felt the space in front of her twisted. Along with a vortex-like twist, a man in a black robe and an orange mask appeared in front of her. Because Nohara-rin was wearing a raincoat to cover her face, neither of them could recognize each other. Who are you? A strange guy suddenly appeared in front of her. Nohara-rin was frightened and jumped backwards unconsciously. She naturally took out a kunai. Roar! Uchiha Obito saw this, his face under the mask showed some contempt. A mere thief dared to brandish a gun and a stick at him? Although Nohara-rin wanted to find someone to clarify the current situation, the dress of the person in front of her really made her feel a little uncomfortable. You should not have the intention to harm others, but you must be on guard against others. Nohara-rin took a defensive posture and slowly said, "Excuse me, where is this place?" Hwa. The rain in the rain country is getting heavier. Nohara-rin's voice was transmitted to Uchiha Obito's ears but was affected by the sound of the rain. He heard Nohara-rin's question, but he couldn't recognize her voice. How many years have passed? Uchiha Obito didn't know if he could still distinguish the other party's identity when he heard the voice of the girl he was thinking about again. Here. Hee. This is where you will die. Uchiha Obito sneered. Suddenly, an iron chain appeared between his hands. Well. Pain is busy with his work, so I'll just play with you, little mouse, when I'm bored. Die. Please give me flowers and votes. Thank you. Chapter 5. Nohara-rin saw that the situation was not going well and that the opponent was not friendly. There was no time to think. She took out the shuriken from her ninja tool bag and threw it at Uchiha Obito. Whoosh! A shuriken cut through the raindrops and flew towards Obito. Then, Nohara-rin took out another shuriken from her ninja tool bag, intending to throw it at him while the opponent was dodging. Unfortunately, the next second, Nohara-rin was dumbfounded. Uchiha Obito just stood there quietly without moving, and the shuriken went straight through his body and nailed to the wooden barrel behind him. Could it be the clone technique? Nohara-rin looked around. According to her knowledge, a ninjutsu without a physical body is called a clone technique. Since there is no physical body, there will be no offensive behavior. Where is the real body? Nohara-rin looked around in panic. Uchiha Obito was stunned by her performance. He also began to wonder. Which ninja village sent this idiot? Could it be that he could gather information from other ninja villages by himself with such a low level of ability? Maybe he offended some village leaders and was plotted to die. Nohara-rin's behavior even made Uchiha Obito, who had already sealed his heart and locked up his love and was extremely cold, feel a little bored. Would killing such a person affect his reputation? However, Obito was indeed a little bored while waiting for Pain to deal with the matter. It was not easy to meet such an interesting guy, and he wanted to scare him. What are you looking for? Obito asked indifferently. The voice still came from the opposite side. Nohara-rin looked at Obito in front of her, and fear immediately appeared on her face. Wouldn't the clone technique disappear once it was touched? Why was the other party still standing in front of her and talking? Nohara-rin was so frightened that she stepped back a few steps unconsciously. This behavior made Obito raise his eyebrows. Humph! Sure enough, he is a weak ninja. When he encounters something he can't figure out, are you planning to retreat? Waste! This world is a waste-producing world. It's so boring, go to hell. Uchiha Obito didn't know what he was thinking of. He didn't have the slightest desire to fight Nohara Rin in front of him. She was too weak. Such a weak existence would die under the system of the ninja world sooner or later. It would be better to take advantage of now and let him send her off. Die! Uchiha Obito threw the iron chain in his hand. Nohara Rin was shocked when she saw this. She hurriedly used the kunao in her hand to resist. Clang! There was a slight sound when the kunao collided with the iron chain. Because Uchiha Obito used too much force, even though Nohara Rin blocked the attack of the iron chain, she was still knocked away by this powerful blow. Ah! With a miserable scream, Nohara Rin rolled on the ground for several rounds. The rain hat on her head also slipped off because of her rolling. Snort! Really weak. For a guy like you, I. Uchiha Obito slowly walked towards Nohara Rin, who was lying in the rain. He approached step by step. At the moment of attacking just now, he remembered the words that Pain left him. Capture the other party and retrieve her information. Well, if that annoying guy didn't need your information. I wanted to kill you just now. Speak up. Who are you? Who sent you to the Hidden Rain Village, and what is your purpose in coming to the Hidden Rain Village? Uchiha Obito slowly approached, and because of the distance, Nohara Rin could hear his voice more and more clearly. Hidden Rain Village? At this moment, Nohara Rin finally obtained the first important information she had when she came here. This was indeed not Konoha village. But what Nohara Rin could not have imagined was that she had traveled thousands of miles to the Hidden Rain Village in the Land of Rain just when she left home. This phenomenon was incredible. Nohara Rin raised her head with difficulty. The first thing that caught Obito's eyes was the Konoha ninja forehead protector on her forehead, which represented her identity as a Konoha ninja. Seeing this, Uchiha Obito narrowed his empty eyes slightly under the heavy rain. Konoha ninja? Why would a Konoha ninja come to the Hidden Rain Village? Could it be to deliver information to Hanzo? This thought just emerged from Uchiha Obito's mind. But the next moment, he stood there. Nohara Rin raised her head, and her face was completely imprinted in Obito's mind. How familiar was that short brown hair, a pair of large dark brown pupils, and two purple patterns on her face. How unforgettable that face was. In an instant, Uchiha Obito seemed to be possessed by a demon, standing in the heavy rain in a daze, and inadvertently whispered Rin. Unfortunately, the rain was too loud, and Nohara Rin did not hear his shout. Seeing Uchiha Obito suddenly stop, Nohara Rin didn't think much, she got up and ran away without looking back. Please give me flowers and votes. Thank you. Chapter 6. Bring, Obito. Obito. Come on. Obito. Graduation certificate, Uchiha Obito, certifying that the student has graduated from Konoha Ninja School. And you have done a great job of training and working hard regardless of the weather. Here, congratulations on your graduation. Nohara Rin's smile once again appeared in Uchiha Obito's mind. Obito, who had lived with his grandmother since childhood, had no one to care about except Nohara Rin in school. Obito was born slow, and all the jokes he made were handled by Nohara Rin. He was late for the entrance ceremony, late for the graduation ceremony. If it weren't for that girl, Uchiha Obito would have to go through so many hardships to graduate from the ninja school in Konoha village. The rain in the Land of Rain was getting heavier. Uchiha Obito stared at Nohara Rin's back in a daze. He did not start chasing her. Whoosh! 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 Under the mask, Uchiha Obito's breathing became more and more rapid. The appearance of the female ninja just now immediately reminded him of the Nohara Rin who was deeply buried in his heart. He remembered every detail of their time together. Lin, if you save me, it's like saving the whole world. Because you think, sooner or later I will become Hokage and end the war in the ninja world. Will you always be by my side watching over me? Ah! Why did you suddenly move your face closer to me? Don't you want me to keep watching you? Hee. Come on, Obito, let me see you become Hokage and save the world. We have a deal. Uchiha Obito stood in the rain without any action. Nohara Rin's figure had slowly disappeared in the rain and fog. Suddenly, he glared. Two figures flashed before his eyes. Kakashi. Uchiha Obito's heart trembled violently. He saw the hellish scene again. Hitaki Kakashi's Chidori pierced Nohara Rin's chest. Yes. Nohara Rin is dead. Uchiha Obito closed his eyes and remembered everything that happened before. Why did he become what he is now? Why did he implement the infinite Tsukuyomi plan? It was because Nohara Rin's death made him realize that the rules of this world were wrong. He wanted to reshape this failed world, he wanted to create a peaceful and loving world with Nohara Rin. For this, he would do everything. Because this world, he no longer cared. Hey! Obito forced himself to calm down. The person just now couldn't be Nohara Rin. It must be because of the heavy rain today that he was dazzled. Otherwise, how could such a hellish and terrifying scene suddenly appear before his eyes? Fortunately, he is no longer the boy he was before. Spot! Banara! Uchiha Obito had just adjusted his state when he heard a burst of calls from above his head. He raised his head and looked up into the sky. Zionin was looking at him with an indifferent expression. That person ran away, what are you doing? There was a hint of disbelief in Zionin's cold eyes. The legendary Uchiha Madara was standing there motionless, was he under the illusion of the other party? The matter with Pain has been resolved. Madara. I'm here to inform you. Also, what happened to the guy who just escaped? There is no way that Pain's perception is problematic. Is he so extraordinary? Konan remembered what Pain said before. The chakra strength of the guy who just escaped was not obvious. It can even be said that he was extremely weak. Not to mention Uchiha Madara, even any adult ninja from the Hidden Rain village could kill him. Unless that person really has an extraordinary ability, even the legendary Madara can do nothing to him. If that person is special, I think it's better to let Pain deal with it. After all, Pain, who possesses the Samsara Eye, is invincible. Let Pain solve it. Konan's words immediately made Uchiha Obito tremble violently. He didn't even think about it. No almost came out of his mouth. He forced himself to calm down. Obito said quietly. No. I was just teasing her out of boredom. I will naturally take care of this person. Tell Pain not to worry about it. This person is indeed, as he said, very weak, and will not have any impact on our plan. Uchiha Obito sneered. But at this moment he was really excited. Who is the Konoha village ninja who looks like Nohara Rin? Konan narrowed her beautiful eyes slightly, and looked at Uchiha Obito below in confusion. After a long time, she opened her pearly teeth and said coldly, got it. Also, Hanzo has been dealt with by Pain. About all of Hanzo's subordinates, confidants, and family members. Not one left. Now, the Hidden Rain village is firmly under our control. Of course, you'd better get rid of the guy who just escaped. If he is really an intelligence agent sent by other villages. If the news of Hanzo's death leaks to the other 5 nations, it will have a major impact on our plan. After saying a few words, Konan no longer paid attention to Obito standing on the street in the rain. The god spread his wings that occupied the body and flew towards the tower of the Hidden Rain village. Please give me flowers and votes. Thank you. Chapter 7. Nohara Rin got the key information. She ran to the outside of Yuyan village without stopping. She didn't see anyone until she rushed out of the Hidden Rain village. She was very thankful, but also very puzzled. However, the clever Nohara Rin instantly felt that something must have happened in the Hidden Rain village. According to the ninja world she had come into contact with, the Hidden Rain village was to the west of Konoha village, a small ninja village bordering the Land of Fire. But the person who ruled it was the demigod of the ninja world, Hanzo Salamander. If this is really the Hidden Rain village, I just need to keep walking east and I can get back to the land of fire. While running in the rain, Nohara Rin had to think about countermeasures. There was also the mysterious power that suddenly sent her to the Hidden Rain village. She had to bring all these strange things back to Konoha village. It was a pity that she suddenly broke into the Hidden Rain village. Now she couldn't tell the directions. Swish! Nohara Rin, who had already run out of the Hidden Rain village, suddenly stopped. The long run also made her feel a little tired. She looked back at the distant at the gate of Yuyan village. The strange masked man did not catch up. Could it be that the masked man brought me from Konoha village to the Hidden Rain village? Nohara Rin was confused, mainly because this matter was too strange. She even felt that even if she told others about it, they would not believe it. Fortunately, he didn't catch up. Nohara Rin looked around. Since she couldn't tell the direction now, she needed to use the law of the sun rising in the east and setting in the west to judge the east, south, west and north. But when she thought of the rainy weather now, Nohara Rin sighed with a sad face. After thinking for a while, she felt her wet clothes and decided to find a place to shelter from the rain. She would make plans after resting for a while. Thinking of this, Nohara Rin looked at the mountains and forests not far away. She planned to hide there temporarily. After resting, she would go to other villages in the rain country to ask for directions. Nohara Rin did what she thought and ran away again. But not long after she left, a head popped out of the ground. It was Uchiha Obito wearing a mask. Lin. So similar. Uchiha Obito stood upright in the rain, continuing to stop and look at Nohara Rin's receding back. It can't be said to be similar. The girl looked exactly like Nohara Rin in his memory. Obito was stunned. For a moment, he didn't know what to do next. Could he just watch her run out of the rain country and return to Konoha village? The other party must have come to the Hidden Rain village to steal information. Uchiha Obito was certain in his heart, otherwise why would she, a ninja from Konoha village, suddenly come to the Hidden Rain village? Or was it that the third Hokage of Konoha village had an agreement with Hanzo, asking the other party to find Hanzo? As a result, she discovered the weirdness of the Hidden Rain village, and her appearance made her decide to report the abnormality of the Hidden Rain village back to Konoha. With too many doubts, Uchiha Obito decided to follow Nohara Rin's pace again. After an unknown amount of time, Nohara Rin finally found a cave in the deep forest. Nohara Rin took the lead and hid in the cave. She looked back several times. After making sure that no one was following her, Nohara Rin let out a sigh of relief. Hey! It seems that the masked man didn't follow, so it should be safe for the time being. However, she didn't know. At the top of the cave, a face happened to appear and was observing her carefully. Uchiha Obito used the power of the Manjiki to stick his face to the top of the cave. In addition, he was wearing an orange bandy mask. It was indeed difficult for people to find him. Uchiha Obito stared at Nohara Rin's face, afraid that he might have made a mistake. But the more he looked, the more painful his heart became. Looks like they are exactly the same. However, at this moment, Nohara Rin took off her raincoat, revealing the clothes she was wearing. At this moment, Nohara Rin's whole body was completely presented in front of Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Obito. Impossible. Short brown hair without bangs. Light pink skirt with safety pants, dark red knee-high socks, and red bracelets on hands. Isn't this exactly how Nohara Rin dressed back then? Not only does she look exactly the same, but her clothes are also exactly the same as the deceased Nohara Rin. Who are you? Uchiha Obito was extremely excited. He wished he could show up right now and grab Nohara Rin below to ask her clearly. Who on earth is that person? How dare he pretend to be Nohara Rin and come in front of him? Could it really be an illusion? Am I under an illusion? Uchiha Obito suddenly had this childish thought. He also felt his own chakra like Nohara Rin. It was normal. In other words, the girl below not only looks exactly like Nohara Rin, but also dresses the same way. Why? I don't know if my current Konoha village companions have discovered that I'm missing. Hey! Nohara Rin found a place to sit down by herself. After a sigh, a long-lasting sadness appeared on her face. I originally wanted to prepare a gift for Kakashi to congratulate him on becoming a Jonin, but ended up being brought to the Hidden Rain village. Ah! Her sigh startled Uchiha Obito, who was standing on the top of the cave, and made him stiffen. He suspected that there must be something wrong with his ears. Who did the other party mention just now? Kakashi? Could it be that Hatake Kakashi? Obito was startled. He remembered the other party's identity. Who else could the Kakashi mentioned by the ninja of Konoha village be other than Hatake Kakashi? Congratulations on becoming a Jonin. A gift. Instantly, Uchiha Obito felt an inexplicable pain in his chest. Ah! It's over. If I can't return to Konoha village, what should Obito do in the future? He acts so rashly. Uchiha Obito. Please give me flowers and votes. Thank you. Chapter 8. Nohara Rin thought of Uchiha Obito, who was still in Konoha village. She stood up anxiously and started to walk around in circles. Tomorrow is the time to go on a mission. If I hadn't been here, who knows what would have happened between Obito and Kakashi. What should I do now? For Konoha village, Konobe Bridge is a very important strategic point. If you don't destroy it. Nohara Rin's words once again shocked Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Obito embedded his face into the wall. Bang, bang, bang. Obito held his heart tightly, beating very fast, for fear that Nohara Rin below would hear him. Rin. Uchiha Obito finally heard the other person's voice clearly. It was exactly the same as Nohara Rin in his memory. The appearance, the dress, and the voice. They are exactly the same. What shocked Uchiha Obito the most was what Nohara Rin said. The Battle of Konobe Bridge. Obito will never forget that battle. In that battle, he and Hatake Kakashi finally reconciled. The two can finally fight side by side in peace. And the effect of working together is very good. It was also in that battle that Kakashi Hatake became a Sharingan hero, and now he has the reputation of being the copy ninja of Konoha village, Hatake Kakashi. Unfortunately, after that battle, Uchiha Obito met Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Obito's whole body was embedded in the wall. The memories made him miserable. However, the girl below made him feel even more heartbroken. Rin. Is it really you? Rin. Uchiha Obito really couldn't accept the appearance of Nohara Rin. He felt that someone must be teasing him. Because such a thing was beyond his cognition. Damn it! How dare he transform into Lin's appearance and sneak into the Hidden Rain village? Could it be that our affairs have been known by others? Uchiha Obito thought of this, and the three Magatama Sharingan started to rotate violently, suddenly becoming a dart shape with complex patterns. Whoever dares to turn into Rin and tease me must die. Obito was not overly worried about others knowing about their affairs. At this moment, his emotions fluctuated violently. He thought that the Nohara Rin below must be a fake. Someone in Konoha village must have stolen his information and turned into Nohara Rin to tease him. Now Uchiha Obito's brain was turbid and he had lost the correct judgment and analysis. He poked his head out again. Uchiha Obito decided to take action himself and use the Sharingan to find out all the information of the opponent. Why? However, at this moment, Nohara Rin suddenly sighed. The sound from his stomach startled Uchiha Obito, who was about to show up. Are you hungry? It's all the fault of the man with the strange mask who attacked me. He must have brought me from Konoha village to the Hidden Rain village. Nohara Rin looked a little tired. She was too frightened and attacked, and then ran away. After she calmed down, she suddenly felt extremely hungry and tired. It's all his fault. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't be so hungry and tired now. It's not me. Uchiha Obito heard this, and the expression under the mask also changed dramatically. He strongly denied that he had done such a rude thing to Nohara Rin. Bring her directly from Konoha village to Yin village? If he used the Kamui space, Uchiha Obito could really suck Nohara Rin into the Kamui space without anyone noticing. Bring her directly to Yin village. But this was not done by him. In a trance, Uchiha Obito wanted to go down and explain to the other party. This thought flashed through his mind. Uchiha Obito immediately shook his head and retreated into the wall again. Could it be that? Was she really brought from Konoha village to the Hidden Rain village by someone? No, this is impossible. Uchiha Obito is now extremely conflicted. He doesn't believe that Nohara Rin below is the real Nohara Rin. But after the other party's self-talk just now, Uchiha Obito is once again in a dilemma. Because the other party doesn't know his existence at all, Nohara Rin's self-talk is not for him to hear, but a real thing. Unless the other party has extremely strong perception ability. That doesn't make sense. If she could sense my presence, why would she be so calm? Is it just to lure me in? Uchiha Obito's brain was almost confused. If it was just another person below, he would definitely go down and cast an illusion and break the other person's neck. However, the person below was Nohara Rin. What if it was the real Rin? Even if the matter was so strange that Obito could no longer understand it normally. But after thinking for a long time, he decided to observe for a while. In order to avoid making a big mistake. Gurgle gurgle. From below, Nohara Rin's stomach protested again. Uchiha Obito. Let's go get her some food for now. Flowers and votes please. Thank you. Welcome the 7-day National Day holiday and have fun reading. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 9. It was still the grey-white space. The man in black robe stared at the largest main screen in the middle. What caught his eyes was Uchiha Obito, who was cooking carefully. Hey! That's good, right? Maybe. The black-robed man raised his lips slightly, revealing a smile. The movement of his face made the faint lines on his face more obvious. The screen he had taken away from Nohara Rin before had disappeared. It's over. I'm going to be late. Can you still catch up? Wow. Plop. At the same time, the noisy sound on another small screen caught the attention of the man in black robe. He locked his eyes to the left front. On the screen, a young man wearing goggles and a blue sportswear accidentally tripped because he was in a hurry to get on the road. He lay on the ground like a dead pig. Click. The boy was still lying on the ground, but the sound of footsteps that stopped in front of him caught his attention. He suddenly looked up and exclaimed, "Did you catch up?" "No. You're late, Obito. What time do you think we'll gather? Since you are a ninja who can stand on your own, you must abide by the rules, isn't that natural?" The young Hotaki Kakashi crossed his arms and looked down at Uchiha Obito, who was lying at his feet. He looked disgusted. However, Uchiha Obito didn't care, half sat up and explained naturally, "No, I met an old lady on the way who asked me for directions. I have sand in my eyes." Uchiha Obito said calmly, and habitually took out the eye drops that had always been in his ninja tool bag and started to put them in. "No, you are lying." Kakashi was like a poisonous tongue, still not giving up. Nohara Rin, who was carrying a school bag on the side, put her hands behind her back and looked at the two people arguing obediently. She smiled slightly, but didn't say anything. "Okay, Kakashi." Sitting on the stone, Minato Namikaze was also used to the mode of getting along with the two of them. Even though this pair of subordinates was very distressing, Minato always smiled and said softly, "Obito took the old lady over. Right, Obito. Yes, he even helped the old lady to get the gift. Uchiha Obito became more arrogant after being persuaded by Minato Namikaze. Minato Namikaze's seemingly biased behavior caused Kakashi's dissatisfaction. He turned around and looked at Minato. Teacher, you are too naive. Besides, there can't always be people who need help in front of Obito. Those who break the rules will be called scum among ninjas. Right? Kakashi asked sharply, causing Minato Namikaze to laugh awkwardly. The man in black robe stared at Minato Namikaze on the screen, lost in thought. Don't you have any tenderness in your heart? It's so annoying to always follow the rules. Self-control is the most important thing, right? It was Uchiha Obito's words that woke the man in black robes. He looked at the screen again. Nohara Rin smiled and stretched out her hands. Well, stop arguing, we are all teammates in the same team. Humph, Rin is also too fond of Obito. Looking at the way Minato's team was getting along, the man in black robe thought for a moment. Then, his eyes were fixed on Minato Namikaze again. Next. Is this all right? Uchiha Obito has already prepared a lunchbox. Damn it! He himself doesn't know why he is doing this kind of thing here. Besides, now is not the time to do this kind of thing. Since Pain has completely taken over the Hidden Rain village, he must have a very important meeting to attend. But now Obito's mind is full of the girl who looks like Nohara Rin. If this matter is not dealt with clearly, he will not have any intention to manage the affairs of the Akatsuki organization. That's all. As soon as the words fell, the space around the lunchbox was distorted and was sucked into the Kamui space by Uchiha Obito. Then, his body sank into the ground again. Obito was ready to find an opportunity to give his lunchbox to the starving Nohara Rin. In the dim cave, Konan and Pain looked at each other. Pain, the strange chakra I detected before, seems to have left the Hidden Rain village. What is that guy Madara doing? And I was planning to call a meeting of the Akatsuki organization, but he disappeared. It's really unreliable. Pain's question is also Konan's question. Ever since Uchiha Obito approached the few people as Uchiha Madara, Konan has been wary of him. She doesn't think Obito really wants to help Nagato, who has the Samsara Eye. But this did not affect the cooperation of several people. Uchiha Obito showed the same decisiveness as Pain. But he was so slow to deal with a small thief. It was really puzzling. Zionin, forget it, Pain. Our organizational meetings will be held as they should be. Zionin paused, her beautiful eyes lowered. Madara pretending to be an intern in the meeting won't help at all. After the meeting, let Ju report to him. Please give me flowers and votes. Thank you. Chapter 10. The rain kept falling. Nohara Rin stood at the cave entrance in distress. If the weather continued like this, she really didn't know what to do next. Without the direction of the rising sun, Nohara Rin couldn't tell east, west, south, and north. To seek help from others, Nohara Rin didn't know where to find someone who could help her find the direction. Hey! After standing there for a long time, Nohara Rin sighed in frustration. If the rain continues to fall like this, why? It seems that we can only wait for the rain to stop or when it is light before trying our luck. After the words fell, Nohara Rin looked at the sky for a long time with longing eyes. But in the end, she could only return to the cave dejectedly. This scene happened to be seen by Uchiha Obito, who was hiding in the woods outside. No. The rain in the land of rain will not stop. Just like this world. It is a painful existence. But it doesn't matter. Uchiha Obito's heart tightened. Nohara Rin's dejected expression just now made him feel like a knife in his heart. You still have me. This thought jumped out of Uchiha Obito's mind automatically without thinking. Obito couldn't help but be startled. Once upon a time, how many years have passed? How could he have such a horrible thought? Uchiha Obito patted himself lightly. He forced himself to cheer up. Yes. I am the savior of this world. Uchiha Obito closed his eyes slightly and remembered what Uchiha Madara had said to him before. Obito, from today on, you are the savior of this world. Created Akatsuki, summoned the Nine Tails to attack Konoha, and fought against the fourth Hokage. Even for the sake of laying the groundwork and preparation for the future of the plan, in order to use Izanagi to better ensure his safety in the process of completing the task. He wiped out his own people at all costs. He collected a wall full of 3 Magatama Sharingan. The plan is being implemented step by step. Of course, all this is just to create a better future, a more perfect world. A world where everyone can love each other happily. All these actions are worth it. But what should I do next? How should I approach this girl? This question once again annoyed Uchiha Obito. He even regretted his attack on Nohara Rin. As a result, he couldn't stand in front of her openly. Damn it, if I had pretended to be a gangster, maybe the effect would be much better than it is now. Obito muttered in his heart. Unfortunately, it was too late. Uchiha Obito racked his brains to think of a countermeasure. Especially when he felt Nohara Rin gradually falling into despair. His breathing became rapid. Call. Call. Calm. Calm. At this time, Obito knew that he needed to be calmer to come up with a better solution. Imagine yourself in the past. The invincible self who aimed to be the savior. Uchiha Obito took a deep breath and exhaled slowly after a few seconds. Call. Got it. Transformation technique. Obito couldn't help but clench his fist. It was like he had completed a tense and exciting task. The sense of pride rose slowly and filled his heart. He was very proud. Transformation technique. He finally found a way to get closer to the target. At the same time, Uchiha Obito calmed down, and the expression under the mask gradually returned to indifference. Snort. It seems that the girl must have used transformation to deceive me. You really overestimate your own abilities. I am watching you from your side. I believe that when your chakra is consumed too much, you will definitely be exposed. Uchiha Obito thought of this and couldn't help but click 32 likes on himself in a row. Unfortunately, he had forgotten that he could see whether the other person's chakra was flowing through perception or pupil technique. If the other person's chakra was in a very stable state without any fluctuations, it can prove that the man did not perform any ninjutsu at all. But now Obito's mind is already in a mess. Bang! A light sound. Some white smoke came out from behind the tree. The next moment, a friendly-looking guy appeared among the trees. Call. Call. Why was he so nervous? Thinking about the upcoming meeting with Nohara Rin, Uchiha Obito's heart began to pound again. If it weren't for the heavy rain in the land of rain, he could even hear his own heartbeat. Call. Inhale. Gasp. Inhale. Gasp. Uchiha Obito kept taking deep breaths. He didn't know how long he kept breathing back and forth. Snap. He finally mustered up the courage to step out of the woods, and stepped on the water to slowly approach the cave. Please give me flowers and votes. Thank you. Have fun reading every day during the Mid-Autumn Festival. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, September 10th to September 12th. Chapter 11. Arriving at the cave entrance. Uchiha Obito paused. He froze again. Call, call, call. His breathing became more and more rapid. The courage he had just summoned up vanished at this moment. Should I go in? Uchiha Obito struggled internally. He never thought that he would be so out of control in front of a girl. Click, click, click. It was unclear whether it was because of the rainy weather that caused the temperature to drop. Uchiha Obito suddenly felt his upper teeth chattering unconsciously. His legs seemed to be tied with something weighing 1,000 pounds, pulling him so that he could neither move forward nor retreat. Forehead. This is. Uchiha Obito felt a dampness on his back that was different from being wet. Cold sweat. No. Impossible. Now Obito thought that nothing could disturb his mind. Everything just now, and everything before that, were all illusions. The person in the cave was just a fake Nohara Rin. The purpose of Obito's trip was to expose the other party's despicable behavior and find out the other party's purpose of coming to the Hidden Rain village. Then he will break his head. Thinking of this, Uchiha Obito felt much calmer. He took a big step. Plop. At the same time, Uchiha Obito didn't know what happened. He just felt that his legs were so heavy, and the moment he took a step, it was as if he was pulled. He was not careful and fell into the mud. Who is it? The commotion caused by Obito startled Nohara Rin in the cave. She quickly took out a kunai from her ninja tool bag and took a defensive posture. The moment she looked towards the cave, she found that a figure was slowly standing up against the wall. Did you fall down? Nohara Rin blinked her beautiful eyes a few times, her expression slightly suspicious. But her voice was still gentle as she asked, "People outside, are you okay?" "It's okay, no problem." "Fine." Uchiha Obito, his face covered in mud, slowly walked into the cave, holding onto the wall. The smile on his face made Nohara Rin feel relieved. He didn't look like a bad guy. He didn't have any ninja symbols on him, so he might be someone from a nearby village who came here to take shelter from the rain. "Are you here to take shelter from the rain as well?" Nohara Rin did not put down the kunai in her hand. Her question made Uchiha Obito raise his head slightly and said, "Yes, yes." But when Uchiha Obito saw the appearance of Nohara Rin, he seemed to be suffocated instantly, and his heart beat more violently. It was as if he had seen the real Nohara Rin. With such a close distance, if he took a few more steps forward, he would be able to touch the person he had been dreaming about in his heart. This situation made Obito so nervous that his tone of voice became a little strange. "Yes, yes, yes. I. Shelter from the rain. What should I do?" Uchiha Obito was confused again. Especially when he saw Nohara Rin's slightly worried look. It reminded him of himself who practiced chakra control in the rain. He fell on the tree but accidentally fell from the tree. Seeing this scene, Nohara Rin was so anxious that she threw down the umbrella in her hand and hurried to him to ask about his condition. That worried look appeared in Obito's mind. Uchiha Obito was in a mess. "Are you okay? Did you slip and fall and get hurt?" It was this voice. Lin's voice. Obito heard the voice and swallowed nervously, hesitating. "No. Nothing." "Hey?" Looking at Obito's cautious look, Nohara Rin was also a little puzzled. She didn't know what the other party was afraid of. He actually stood at the entrance of the cave for a long time without going in. Thinking of this, Nohara Rin felt the coldness coming from her palm. Looking down. "Ah. Sorry, I didn't mean to hurt you. I thought there was some ferocious beast outside." Nohara Rin hurriedly put the kunai in her hand back into the ninja tool bag, then stepped aside and continued. "Come in, it's raining outside. If you stand at the entrance of the cave and get blown by the wind, you will easily catch a cold." Looking at the smile on Nohara Rin's face, Uchiha Obito's nose was sore. It was still the same feeling. Lin. That girl, in his mind, was like this. Always likes to consider others. Kind. She is kinder than anyone else. Please give me flowers and votes. Thank you. Have fun reading books every day during the Mid-Autumn Festival. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, September 10th to September 12th. Chapter 12. After a long period of adjustment, Uchiha Obito finally felt much better. He used the rain to clean the mud on his face. He sat quietly on a stone not far from Nohara Lin. Oh, by the way, I want to ask you. Are you from this country? Nohara Rin stared at the friendly-looking young man in front of her. She looked a little anxious. I really want to know, where is the east of the rain country? East of the rain country? Uchiha Obito looked at Nohara Rin's anxious face and was stunned for a moment. East of the rain country? Isn't that the fire country? Looking at the Konoha village forehead protector on Nohara Rin's forehead again. Uchiha Obito was a little strange. Because he didn't believe that Nohara Rin had said to herself that she was taken directly from Konoha village to the rain country. But looking at Nohara Rin's anxious face, Obito was puzzled again. If the other party came to the rain country from the fire country, he would not lose his way under normal circumstances. After all, he is a ninja. Wouldn't it be a joke if he forgot the direction after running out? Of course I am from this country, but my sense of direction is very poor. I only know this mountain road and the location of my home. So, I'm sorry. At this time, Uchiha Obito was very conflicted. He doubted Nohara Rin's identity, but at the same time, he regarded her as the real Nohara Rin. No matter what the reason, Uchiha Obito didn't want her to return to Konoha village. Correct. I see your forehead protector doesn't look like a ninja from our rain country. Where are you from? Uchiha Obito pretended to be a rookie and looked up and down at Nohara Rin with curiosity. They are exactly the same. Oh. I am a ninja from Konoha village. Actually, it's a bit strange to say, I never thought about coming to the rain country. The moment I walked out of the house, I ran to this place. It seems that he was captured by a guy wearing a mask, who can appear in front of people out of thin air. It's scary to think about it. I never thought there would be someone with such terrifying abilities. Nohara Rin didn't care about Uchiha Obito's identity. The identities of ninjas and ordinary villagers are different. No matter which country the villagers are from, generally speaking, they will not have conflicts with ninjas from any country. So Nohara Rin didn't think too much, but told the other party about the strange things she encountered. Uchiha Obito glanced at Nohara Rin, who was in a daze with her hands on her chin. His facial muscles twitched. It really wasn't me, don't misunderstand me. Obito sighed, but then he got the point. Regardless of whether Nohara Rin in front of him is true or false, what she said when she talked to herself is exactly the same as what she is saying now. There is no change at all. Most likely, the girl in front of him did not deceive herself. However, thinking of this, Uchiha Obito calmed down a little, and his heart was indeed deeply shocked. The moment the door opened, he went directly from Konoha village to the hidden rain village? What kind of phenomenon is this? This kind of thing is simply impossible. Oh, right. There is also the Konobi bridge she mentioned. Uchiha Obito was excited and wanted to continue to explore the secrets of Nohara Rin. Just as he was about to speak, he heard the other party's stomach making gurgling sounds. Finally, her stomach growled. Nohara Rin's hungry voice instantly dispelled what Obito wanted to ask. Ah? You must be hungry. Uchiha Obito pretended to scream and quickly took out the lunch box from his backpack. Hey, I have some food here, do you want to try it? Hey! Nohara Lin's surprised look made Uchiha Obito tremble. Could she have figured out something? Of course, Nohara Lin did feel very strange. She looked at Obito puzzledly and asked casually, "What are you doing? Where did the bento come from?" Nohara Lin was indeed very hungry, but she was also embarrassed to eat other people's food. What if the other party left it for backup? If she ate it herself, it would be bad if the other party starved to death. No, you still have to eat. I don't need it. As soon as Nohara Lin finished speaking, Uchiha Obito's eager answer startled Nohara Lin. Oh! I mean... that... forehead. My home is actually in the village at the foot of the mountain. I can go home when the rain stops. This lunch box was prepared when I went up the mountain. Actually, I don't need so much. Eat quickly, just assume that you let me into the cave, no. Let's put it this way. At this time, Uchiha Obito's IQ recovered a little, and he immediately found a good excuse for himself. I've never seen a ninja perform ninjutsu. Can you use transformation techniques? Show me a transformation technique, just to satisfy my curiosity about ninjas, and you can eat this lunch without worrying about it. Please give me flowers and votes. Thank you. Have fun reading every day during the Mid-Autumn Festival. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, September 10th to September 12th. Chapter 13. It's really clever. Uchiha Obito stared at Nohara Rin in front of him. Nohara Rin also looked at Uchiha Obito. The two were silent for a while. Gyulu. Gyulu. The protest from her stomach made Nohara Rin blush. She finally fixed her eyes on the lunch box in Uchiha Obito's hand. Okay, this isn't difficult. If I eat your lunch box it won't cause you any trouble. Nohara Rin's words made Uchiha Obito's heart tremble slightly. She was indeed a kind girl. When she was about to fall into despair, she was still thinking about others. Uchiha Obito wrinkled his nose, said nothing, and just nodded slightly. Call. Okay, then I'll show you first. What should I change into? Nohara Rin gently pressed her fingers on her lips. She thought for a few seconds. Snap. She clapped her hands and her eyes lit up. Let's change into this. You better watch carefully. Bang. A stream of white smoke appeared in front of Uchiha Obito. Then, a boy's voice came from the smoke. He. How are you scared? Although the voice was a boy's voice, the tone was slightly playful, which belonged to Nohara Rin. Just this voice made Uchiha Obito's thoughts tremble. Familiar. Too familiar. But for a moment, Uchiha Obito couldn't remember who the voice belonged to. But when the smoke dissipated, Uchiha Obito's eyes slowly widened. He stared at the boy in front of him in amazement. He was wearing a blue sportswear and a forehead protector that also represented the ninja of Konoha village. But the goggles were so eye-catching. Uchiha Obito saw what he used to look like. He was stunned. Call. Ha ha ha. Looking at the stunned Uchiha Obito in front of him, Nohara Rin laughed again. I'm sorry, you must have been scared by the sudden change from a girl to a boy. However, this kind of transformation is the real transformation, isn't it? Nohara Rin chuckled a few times. If that's okay, then I will cancel the transformation technique. Cancel the transformation technique? Uchiha Obito was suddenly shocked. The critical moment was coming. Cancelling the transformation technique meant that the other party had to return to her original appearance. Uchiha Obito felt a little nervous unconsciously. His legs trembled a few times imperceptibly. If Nohara Rin in front of him wanted to cancel the transformation technique, she would definitely return to her original appearance. Very good. Uchiha Obito lowered his eyes and nodded. Similarly, his expression gradually became indifferent. Let me take a good look at who your original appearance is. Who are you? You dare to change into Nohara Rin's appearance. And you dare to change into your own appearance in your youth. It's really unforgivable. Bang. Nohara Rin got Uchiha Obito's consent and cancelled the transformation technique. Once again returned to her original appearance. Okay, can I eat the bento now? Nohara Rin smiled again and looked at Uchiha Obito in front of him. But at this time, Uchiha Obito seemed to be possessed by evil spirits and froze in place. He looked at Nohara Rin with flickering eyes. You. He looks very similar to a friend I know. Hey? Nohara Rin was a little confused about what was going on with the young man in front of her. Although she was a little speechless, Nohara Lin still said politely, I originally looked like this. Didn't you know it just now? What's your name then? Uchiha Obito asked hurriedly in a panic. Rin, Nohara Rin. Click. Uchiha Obito suppressed the trembling in his heart and slowly delivered the lunch box to Nohara Rin. Lin did not take it immediately, and looked at Uchiha Obito as if she was suddenly stimulated. Instead, she asked nervously, are you okay? No. Uchiha Obito was like a frightened fledgling. Every time Nohara Lin spoke, he would respond in fear. I'm fine. I'm fine. You eat, you eat. At this moment, Uchiha Obito's brain seemed to stop working. He mechanically placed the lunchbox in Nohara Lin's hands. I guess you were scared because I just changed from a girl to a boy. You don't have to be afraid of that boy. He is also a very kind person. He often helps the elderly passing by with their gifts. No. Uchiha Obito was confused. It's really Lin, it's really Lin. It's not someone who has transformed. It's the real Nohara Lin. What's going on? The fluctuation of emotions caused Uchiha Obito's chakra control to be a little unstable. At this moment, his face suddenly changed. No. If I stay here any longer, I'm afraid I won't be able to maintain the transformation technique. Sorry, I remembered I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. You have to eat well. After saying this, Uchiha Obito didn't care about Nohara Rin's surprise and rushed out of the cave in a hurry. He disappeared in the heavy rain. Nohara Rin. What a strange guy. Oh. It seems that ordinary villagers still cannot accept the special abilities of ninjas. Please give flowers and votes. Thank you. Chapter 14. Uzumaki Naruto. Roar? Is this the strongest power in the history of your ninja development? The Ten Tails Jinchuriki. This kind of power is really strong, it is comparable to that of a god. But you can never destroy me, but you have lost everything. Uzumaki Naruto, have you really implemented your own ninja way thoroughly? Naruto, there is no doubt that you are the true child of prophecy. Everything from now on is in your hands. Pa. On the slightly smaller screen, the sound of Jiraiya patting Uzumaki Naruto's shoulder woke up the man in black robe who was closing his eyes. He looked at the various screens in front of him. Reminder, all content has been loaded. The man in black robe trembled a few times when he heard the voice. He turned his eyes to other small screens. He saw a derailed tram rushing towards the Hokage Rock. Boom! After the smoke and dust, a blond boy patted the dust on his shoulders. Wow! Finally caught up. Uzumaki Boruto, I am here to meet you. The man in black robe. Haha, what a silly boy. He said casually. He once again focused on the big screen in the middle. Whoosh! Hey! At this time, Uchiha Obito had returned to his original appearance. Shocked, panicked, and at a loss. Nohara Rin really appeared in front of him. That was the real Nohara Rin, not the Nohara Rin transformed by others. This. What on earth had happened? Uchiha Obito was shocked and happy, but a sense of sadness suddenly rose in his heart. How should he face Lin now? He didn't know. But, recalling everything Nohara Rin said before, he arrived at the Hidden Rain village the moment he walked out of the house. Impossible, unrealistic things happened before his eyes. Battle of Kanabi Bridge. Yes. Obito was stunned. Nohara Rin lived before the Battle of Kanabi Bridge. In other words, she was not resurrected by anyone. If this is the case, the right eye socket of Uchiha Obito was full of bloodshot. Combining all the previous things, he suddenly had a premonition. Perhaps there was an invisible hand controlling something. Nohara Rin, maybe she was brought here by the person behind? Who could that person be? Why could he perform such a terrifying ninjutsu and bring people from the past to the future? That's not right. As long as he didn't face Nohara Rin, Uchiha Obito's IQ increased rapidly. If Nohara Rin was brought to the future from the past, then he would not have witnessed the scene of Nohara Rin's murder. Where is she from? Under the mask, Uchiha Obito's face became worse and worse. Could it be that Rin was brought here, and then her memory was erased and she returned to the past? Too many questions gave Uchiha Obito a splitting headache. He really couldn't figure it out. He tried hard to recall the day at Kanabi Bridge. Nohara Rin. Everything is normal. There is nothing wrong at all. This is really strange. Uchiha Obito murmured to himself. It happened to be heard by Zetsu, who had just come out from the ground. Obito. What happened? Asked the white Zetsu. The black Zetsu followed closely behind him and said in a hoarse voice, the Akatsuki organization held a meeting, but you didn't go. I heard from Konan that you were chasing a thief who broke into the Hidden Rain village. Thief. Hearing the black Zetsu addressing Nohara Rin, Uchiha Obito's face changed suddenly. But due to the cooperative relationship between the two, Obito coughed lightly, adjusted his mood and said, I have something to tell you too. This matter. We have to hide it from Nagato and the others. Black Zetsu and white Zetsu were stunned at first, then nodded. As comrades in the same trench, Zetsu still stood on the side of Uchiha Obito. They were originally deceiving Nagato and the others. Let me tell you, the little thief you are talking about is the dead Lin. I suspect that our ninja world is in great crisis, and there is a black hand with special abilities that seems to want to do something. Black Zetsu. Nani? Speaking of the mastermind behind the scenes, Black Zetsu was shocked. Could it be that the plan to resurrect Kagaya Otsutsuki has been exposed? No. This is absolutely impossible. But then, he seemed to have caught more critical information. Rin? Why does it sound so familiar? Oh. I remember. Isn't that Nohara Rin mentioned by Uchiha Obito? Isn't she the girl who was killed by Uchiha Madara? If that girl didn't die, Uchiha Obito would never agree to let Uchiha Madara inherit his will. Black Zetsu finally remembered Nohara Rin's identity. In an instant, he and white Zetsu beside him widened their eyes at the same time, looking at Uchiha Obito in disbelief. Wait a minute. What did Uchiha Obito just say? Who is the person in the cave? Nohara Rin? Please give me flowers and votes. Thank you. Have fun reading books every day during the Mid-Autumn Festival. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, September 10th to September 12th. Chapter 15. Black Zetsu and white Zetsu stared at the cave. Hello. Cough cough. Hello, how are you? Uchiha Obito tried to change his voice. He was ready to take on the identity of a Fei to approach Nohara Rin. Black Zetsu. White Zetsu. As expected, whenever he saw Nohara Rin, Uchiha Obito became abnormal. But I didn't expect that after so many years, Obito still had no resistance to Nohara Rin. Obito. Black Zetsu was full of suspicion, looking at Obito with eyes as if he was looking at an idiot. What are you doing? You don't mean. Before Black Zetsu finished speaking, Uchiha Obito glared at him and said, Don't you understand what I just said? This linear. From the feeling, he is definitely an important figure in solving the mystery. No. Not important at all. Not only Black Zetsu and White Zetsu, even Uchiha Obito did not believe what he said. To be honest, not only Obito, but even Black Zetsu, who has lived for more than 1,000 years, has never heard of such a weird thing. Did he travel from the past? And it seems not. The origin of this Nohara Rin is definitely very problematic. Looking at Obito's silly look, Black Zetsu and White Zetsu knew in their hearts that he just wanted to stick with the girl in the cave. He actually found such a ridiculous excuse. Ahem. Uchiha Obito continued to clear his throat, his voice dull and hoarse. Don't tell Nagato and the others about this for the time being. We will still act according to our plan first, and I will stay by Lin's side and observe her every move. Try to find the man who brought her here. And Uchiha Obito said here, his eyes became serious. I feel that something big will happen in the future. By the way, what did you find out when you went to Konoha village? It's not very offensive, but when it comes to the intelligence gathering capabilities of the ninja world, they dare to say they are second to none. Especially with White Zetsu as the main force, the absolute ceiling of intelligence. In this Chunin exam of Konoha village, Orochimaru and Shimura Danzo seem to be planning something. But the specific situation, they all passed on the content of the scroll, so we don't know. Is it really so? Uchiha Obito's eyes became more and more fierce. No. We must not let Nohara Lin return to Konoha village. If this gets involved in their fight, it will not be a joke. Obito. Kurokazu was somewhat dissatisfied with Obito's behavior. If he delayed the process of Akatsuki's collection of the tailed beasts, he didn't know how long he would have to wait to free Kagaya Otsutsuki. I'm telling the truth. Uchiha Obito's expression under the mask became more and more serious. He looked at Black Zetsu. At the Akatsuki meeting, there were Nagato's 6 paths of pain and the powerful ninjas he had recruited. The mission shouldn't be a problem, and Pain has just taken over the Hidden Rain village. There is still a lot to do. His first step is to accumulate funds. If he really wants to collect the tailed beasts, he has to wait for a while. For the time being, we have to avoid the eyes of the 5 major countries. I took advantage of my free time to collect information about Linear. Try to find out why she is here. Uchiha Obito looked at Black Zetsu. His expression was extremely serious. I always have a bad feeling. I think the mastermind behind this is likely to affect our plan. White Zetsu didn't think too much about complicated things. His mission is to follow orders. But Black Zetsu is different. He has his own selfish motives. But the appearance of Nohara Rin did surprise him. From the time Kagaya Otsutsuki was sealed to the present ninja world, Black Zetsu has lived for more than 1,000 years, and no one knows the development of the entire ninja world better than him. Especially for all the ninjutsu related to resurrection, he is also very clear. The forbidden technique of the Sand Village. The reincarnation of the self. The secret technique of a special family in the Kusagakure village. The Dragon Life reincarnation technique. These 2 ninjutsu that can resurrect the dead have limited conditions. That is to ensure that the body of the deceased will not be damaged to the most extent. But the caster will be buried with him. There is also the forbidden technique of impure world reincarnation invented by Senju Tobirama. That kind of ninjutsu can no longer be regarded as a resurrection ninjutsu. It's just that the soul of the dead is attached to the body made of mud. Compared with a normal person with real flesh and blood, you can see the problem at a glance. The rest is. Only the Rinnegan can perform the Rinnegan technique. Not to mention that there is only 1 pair of Rinnegan in the whole ninja world, in Nagato's hands. Similarly, the Rinnegan technique requires the normal body of the deceased. Nohara Rin has been dead for so many years, and her sudden resurrection is definitely not something that can be done by the Kisei reincarnation technique or the Rimei reincarnation technique. Unless someone performs the impure world reincarnation on her to create a body, and then uses the Rinnegan technique. Unfortunately, the Rinnegan technique is impossible, absolutely impossible. Okay. Obito. I understand. Then you must find out what terrible things are hidden behind Nohara Rin's appearance here. Black Zetsu also became serious and answered Obito's words hoarsely. He has been waiting for 1,000 years and really doesn't mind waiting a few more years. If Uchiha Obito is forced into a corner now, that would be the most stupid behavior. Moreover, after thinking for a long time, he felt that what Obito said made some sense. What if Nohara Rin's appearance was really pushed by someone behind the scenes? This situation would definitely affect his plan. Obito, I'll leave the rest to you. We will help you with Pain's side. He left a message. Ju slowly sank into the ground, not wanting to disturb the idiot in front of him who was wearing a mask and was familiar with Ah-Fei's movements. Asking for flowers and votes. Thank you. Have fun reading books every day during the Mid-Autumn Festival. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, September 10th to September 12th. Chapter 16. The rain was still falling. Uchiha Obito sat quietly on a branch outside the cave. He kept recalling everything he had experienced with Nohara Rin. Obito, Xylan is here to see you. The truth is that he will see his great-grandson soon. Inadvertently, Grandma's words flashed through Obito's mind. He turned his head and stared at the cave entrance. What should he do next? For the first time, Uchiha Obito was confused. He didn't dare to let Nohara Rin know his identity, let alone let the other party know what he had done. At least at this moment, he stayed with her temporarily as Ah-Fei, and took things one step at a time in the future. The sky gradually brightened. Uchiha Obito heard a noise coming from the cave, thinking that Nohara Rin had woken up. Okay. The plan is being implemented. After muttering to himself, Obito jumped off the branch. Wearing a bandy mask, he walked towards the cave entrance. In the cave, Nohara Rin woke up and took a quick look at the weather outside. It was still rainy. She sighed in disappointment. Yesterday, she had finally met a villager from the land of rain, but she had scared him away. As a result, Nohara Rin still didn't know which direction was east, south, west or north. At this moment, a stone wrapped in white paper rolled in front of Nohara Rin. What is this? She looked at it in confusion, then bent down to pick up the stone. She turned over the white paper. The content on it made Nohara Rin's beautiful eyes tremble with fear. Masked man. Although she was terrified, she still read all the following content calmly. The white paper roughly told Nohara Rin one thing. The masked man attacked her that day just because he thought she was a spy who invaded the hidden rain village. Later, it was found out that it was a misunderstanding. Now the masked man's brother Ah-Fei came to apologize. Ah-Fei. Nohara Rin was in a daze, and now her mind began to become a mess. Could it be that it was not the masked man who brought her to the hidden rain village? Yes, Ah-Fei. Obito Uchiha, who had been hiding outside the cave, heard Nohara Rin's soft call and quickly responded. He also said, "Hide your head and show your tail, hide your head and show your tail." Nohara Rin was startled when she heard the voice. Why does it sound so funny? It is completely different from the gloomy and cold voice of the masked man I met that day. Looking around, Nohara Rin found the lower half of Ah-Fei's body next to the cave entrance. Forehead. He is really a man who hides his head but shows his tail. Nohara Rin grinned. She felt that this guy named Ah-Fei might be a funny guy. Yes, hiding the head and showing the tail. What? What happened to you yesterday, really? I am very sorry, please forgive me. Outside the cave, Uchiha Obito's apology kept coming. Nohara Rin gradually lost her guard. In her opinion, since the other party had discovered her hiding place, if he wanted to harm her, he would have done it long ago. He would not have sent his brother to come and apologize to her. Hey! Nohara Rin sighed helplessly. She was kind-hearted by nature, so she quickly forgave Uchiha Obito. After all, he hadn't really hurt her. Moreover, as the guardian of the hidden rain village, it was normal for her to take action after discovering an intruder. It does not matter. I don't mean to blame your brother. Nohara Rin shouted towards the cave entrance. By the way, she suddenly had an idea and asked, by the way, do you know the direction? Direction? Uchiha Obito was forgiven by Nohara Rin himself, and he was so excited that he showed half of his face. Scare. Mask. After seeing Uchiha Obito's half-mask, Nohara Lin was still shocked. But she quickly calmed down. It's normal for two brothers to dress the same. Where are you going? Uchiha Obito pretended to be confused and asked Nohara Lin. Oh. Konoha village, I am a ninja from Konoha village, I just got lost and ran to the Hidden Rain village. I don't have any bad intentions. Since the other party had already investigated, Nohara Lin no longer hesitated and immediately returned to the Konoha village. Ah! Upon hearing the voice, Uchiha Obito suddenly ran to Nohara Rin excitedly with big strides and said, Are you a ninja from Konoha village? Oh, Konoha village is the most powerful ninja village in the ninja world. It turns out that the senior is a ninja from Konoha village. Nohara Lin. Senior? Hey! Looking at the funny-looking Afei in front of her, Nohara Lin shook her head in distress. The guy in front of her. Why does he feel more reckless than Obito? That. Uchiha Obito tilted his head, as if thinking about something. Suddenly, he clapped his hands and asked excitedly, the first generation Hokage of Konoha village is the god of ninja world, the second generation Hokage is the fastest in ninja world, the third generation Hokage is the professor of ninjutsu, and the fourth generation Hokage is the yellow flash. Every generation of Hokage is super cool. Yes. Nohara Rin was also confused by Obito's enthusiasm and admiration. But since the other party was so pious, Nohara Rin could only smile awkwardly for a few times. But the next second, Nohara Lin suddenly felt that something was not right. She looked at Uchiha Obito suspiciously. What did you say just now? How many generations of Hokage are there in Konoha village? Who is the fourth Hokage? Who? Please give me flowers and votes. Thank you. Have fun reading during the Mid-Autumn Festival. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now, event time, September 10th to September 12th. Chapter 17. The fourth Hokage of Konoha village, Yellow Flash? After hearing what Obito said, Nohara Rin's expression froze and trembled. Wasn't Yellow Flash their teacher Minato Namikaze? How did he become the fourth Hokage? This is impossible. The current Hokage of Konoha village is the Sandame Hokage, not the fourth Hokage yet. Stop joking here. Haha. Nohara Rin was shocked for a few seconds, then she suddenly laughed while holding her stomach. You are so funny. Do you think anyone with a name in Konoha village can become Hokage? Because of Uchiha Obito's funny behavior, Nohara Rin has regarded him as a funny man. Such words must not be believed. But Uchiha Obito continued to tilt his head and look at Nohara Rin, who was laughing non-stop. It's actually good to make you happy. But some things are better to be made clear. Ah! Uchiha Obito suddenly said, yes, the current Hokage of Konoha village is still the Sandame Hokage. But senior, are you really from Konoha village? Don't you know that after the fourth Hokage died in battle, the third Hokage returned to the position of Hokage again? Hey? The fourth Hokage died in battle? When Nohara Rin heard this, her laughter stopped abruptly, and she looked at Obito in amazement. What are you talking about? I'm not talking nonsense. Obito pretended to touch his head and said, the fourth Hokage of Konoha village, Minato Namikaze, died in battle 12 years ago. Nohara Rin. 12 years ago? Minato-sensei died in battle? Impossible, this is unbelievable. Nohara Rin continued to look at Obito in front of her, with a little anger on her face. I told you to stop joking. Minato-sensei is not the fourth Hokage now. And he's living well. If I knew who brought me to the Hidden Rain village, Minato-sensei, my companions, and I would have to carry out a very critical mission today. Nohara Rin puffed up her face angrily. No matter how gentle her temper was, she would feel very unhappy to hear a stranger joking with her teacher's life. Uchiha Obito in front of her was really disrespectful to her teacher. Before Uchiha Obito could interrupt, Nohara Rin continued, I'm not in the mood to joke with you here. Since you, the Hidden Rain Village, have discovered that my story was a misunderstanding, then please tell me the direction to return to Konoha village. Uchiha Obito was slightly startled by Nohara Rin's action. He did not expect that the Rin in front of him would have such a strong side. But it was normal when he thought about it. Maybe his words were difficult for her to understand. However, Obito was still very patient. He quickly shook his arms and said, sorry, don't get excited first. But everything I said is true. The current Hokage of Konoha village is really the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. The fourth Hokage Namikaze Minato died in a disaster 12 years ago to protect the village. I'm not lying. If I lied, I'd be struck by lightning when I get out of this cave. Seeing Obito swearing in front of him, Nohara Rin was stunned for a moment. What, mean? The two of them stayed in silence for a long time, and Uchiha Obito told Nohara Rin about the current situation of the ninja world. However, the more Nohara Rin listened, the more shocked she became, and she even broke out in a cold sweat. It turned out that the ninja world she was in now was actually the ninja world more than 10 years after the end of the Third Ninja World War. This kind of thing made her brain a little confused for a while. But thinking about herself suddenly appearing in the Hidden Rain village, Nohara Rin also felt that something was a bit strange. Maybe what this seemingly funny guy said was true. You? Are you sure? Nohara Rin looked at Uchiha Obito in front of her with a slightly horrified look. Yeah. Senior. What's wrong with you? Why don't you know even this kind of thing? Uchiha Obito kept nodding. He saw Nohara Rin's natural fear and panic. There was indeed a problem. Uchiha Obito was certain this time that the Nohara Rin in front of him was definitely not normal. What was going on? Nohara Rin did not answer Uchiha Obito's question. She needed to calm down at this moment. Time passed by minute. Uchiha Obito did not disturb Nohara Rin, who was thinking. He just stayed quietly by her side. He felt that this was good. If it was really because of the confusion of time and space. Obito suddenly hoped that time and space would remain in disorder, and it would be best if it did not return to normal. If someone was behind this, Obito hopes that person can give him and Nohara Rin more time. Call. The information you said is really hard to accept. Do you mean that I traveled from the past to the future? Uchiha Obito did not answer Nohara Rin's question. In his heart, he thought that this possibility was not great. The evidence is that he is the one who is with Nohara Rin now, and he will do everything to prevent Nohara Rin from getting hurt. Even if the other party returns to the original time and space, Obito will definitely explain everything to her to prevent tragedy from happening. In that case, their current future will change. Unfortunately, nothing has changed. Okay. Nohara Rin saw that Obito was silent, and thought that maybe her question had stumped the funny guy in front of her. She didn't want to think about meaningless things from here. Standing up, Nohara Rin looked at Obito. Then can you tell me the direction to return to Konoha village? I think as long as I go back to Konoha village, everything will be clear. Yet. Obito nodded gently and answered readily. He pointed to the west and said, that's the east. If you keep going, you should be able to enter the territory of the Land of Fire. Nohara Rin heard the voice, and her beautiful eyes finally flashed with excitement. Fei, you are such a good person, thank you. Please give me flowers and votes. Thank you. Have fun reading books every day during the Mid-Autumn Festival. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, September 10th to September 12th. Chapter 18. In the main screen, Uchiha Obito, who has transformed into a scoundrel, prepared a lot of things for Nohara Rin to use on the road. Food, ninja tools, and military pills. Even towels, toothbrushes, and toothpaste were fully prepared. This made Nohara a little embarrassed to accept, but she had no choice but to thank Fei for being too enthusiastic. After the two said goodbye, Nohara followed the direction indicated by Uchiha Obito and headed west. However, Uchiha Obito did not go back to the Hidden Rain village honestly. Instead, after Nohara left, he followed her closely. He followed her all the way and wanted to protect her safety at all times. Then everything on the screen changed. Konoha Village No. 44 Training Ground, commonly known as the Death Forest. The team that got the scroll followed their leader to move to their respective entrances. Then everyone will set off together in 30 minutes. Mitarashi Anko looked at the watch on her wrist. There was still half an hour left. The second round of the Chunin exam was about to begin. In front of gate number 16. Yahoo! Survival in the wild is our strong point. Hinata, don't show weakness. Hinata ah. In front of gate number 27. A life-threatening battle? It's troublesome, but it's the only way. Well. In this case, let's aim at Naruto first. Koji at? I brought snacks and potato chips. In front of gate number 12. Okay, I won't lose. I will take care of those who dare to rush us one by one. Harano Sakura yet. Come on. Bastard. In front of gate number 20. Toss hee hee hee, it's finally started. We can fulfill our mission well. In front of gate number 6. All the teams don't matter, but being with this guy for 5 days is the most terrifying. Gaara. In front of gate 20. In front of gate number 41. Teacher Kai, I will do my best. We will definitely win in the end. Ningji Humph. In front of the number 15 gate. Should we target the newcomers first? The woman from Kyuzagakure. It doesn't matter if we kill them next. It will be much easier that way. Time passed by second. Mitarashi Anko looked at the watch on her wrist seriously. As soon as the time came, she immediately issued orders to the invigilators through the wireless headset. From now on, the second round of the Chunin selection exam will begin. As soon as the words fell, all the gates opened at the same time. All the ninjas instantly moved from their positions and rushed towards the central tower of the number 44 training ground. The woman from Kyuzagakure village was very fast, holding down the brim of her hat with one hand. Go find those little ghosts. Oh? It's those 3 people, right? The moment the gate number 12 opened, Uzumaki Naruto stepped into the death forest. Okay, let's go. Among the other small screens, one of them heard the voice of the 4th Hokage Minato Namikaze. Are you alone? Minato bent down and tapped the ground lightly with his fingers. The lush forest blocked out the sun and was very suitable for ninjas to hide. Without strong perception and reconnaissance capabilities, it would be difficult to find the other party's hiding place. A ninja wearing a forehead protector from the hidden rock village hid behind a tree and quietly poked his head out. When he saw the appearance of Minato Namikaze, his face sank and he broke out in a cold sweat in an instant. That is. No way, could it be him? Anyway, let's take a look at the situation first. The Iwagakure ninja immediately used the shadow clone technique, hiding in various corners and secretly observing the Minato team. Has it gone from 1 person to 20 people? It seems that the others are all shadow clone techniques. Namikaze Minato muttered to himself, and he had already seen through the opponent's plan. However, he still carefully reminded Kakashi, Nohara, and Uchiha Obito beside him. Be careful, there are 20 enemies. Probably the shadow clone technique. As soon as he finished speaking, Hitaki Kakashi beside him immediately spoke up. So that's how it is. Then, Master, I will go first, and you come to cover me. Hitaki Kakashi's words startled Nohara and Uchiha Obito beside him. There might really be 20 enemies on the opposite side, and Kakashi actually wanted to rush forward alone. Don't worry, Kakashi. Minato thought for a moment and looked forward. It is better for you to provide cover. While Namikaze Minato was thinking about how to attack the opponent, Hatake Kakashi had already started to form hand seals. "Teacher, I am the captain today, right? I want to try the newly developed ninjutsu." Kakashi didn't want to listen to Minato Namikaze's words. He stretched out one hand, and the blue chakra suddenly gathered in his palm. The next moment, accompanied by the sound of electricity, Kakashi's palm suddenly screamed with bursts of bird calls. Chidori! Uchiha Obito and Nohara Rin were so shocked when they saw Kakashi's new ninjutsu that they were speechless. "Obito, what kind of ninjutsu is this? Nohara Rin, such a strong chakra!" The two were shocked and couldn't help but admire Kakashi. Hatake Kakashi was about to step forward, but was stopped by Minato Namikaze. Minato said nothing, but Kakashi said dissatisfiedly, "No matter how many enemies there are, this ninjutsu can solve them instantly, just like the common name of the teacher. Besides, teacher, I am the captain now. The team must listen to the captain, isn't that the rule, teacher?" Hearing this, Minato saw that Hatake Kakashi was so stubborn, so he put away his arm and didn't stop him. Bang! With a loud bang, Hatake Kakashi jumped up. Under the shocked eyes of Obito and Nohara Rin, the powerful Chidori instantly smashed the thick tree stump in front of them into pieces. "I didn't expect him to rush over directly." The Iwagakure ninja who was on reconnaissance saw Kakashi's figure. He laughed disdainfully. The shadow clones hiding in the woods threw kunao at him. Bang! 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 Hatake Kakashi still did not move forward. The kunao thrown by Minato Namikaze helped him resist the opponent's attack 100%. Because of the opponent's actions, Kakashi had already discovered the location of the shadow clones. Soon, he killed all the opponent's shadow clones. "Don't be complacent, kid." The Iwagakure ninja saw this and raised his long sword to stand in front of Hatake Kakashi. Because Kakashi's attack speed was too fast, he didn't realize that the opponent's counterattack was about to hit his vitals. At the critical moment, Minato suddenly appeared between the two of them, hugged Hatake Kakashi to avoid the enemy's fatal attack. Then, he brought Kakashi back to Nohara Rin and Uchiha Obito. By the way, he printed the mark of Flying Thunder God on the enemy's feet. "Kakashi!" Nohara Rin screamed when she saw Hatake Kakashi was injured. The rock ninja, in panic, dodged and hid in the dense forest. Whoosh whoosh! He was panting as he looked at the Namikaze Minato team under the tree in the distance. A little panicked did they arrive in an instant and help the brat fight back. The blonde's move. He finally confirmed the other party's identity. It was the yellow flash from Konoha village. The rock ninja was still watching Minato Namikaze below with vigilance. He saw the other party gently put down the backpack in his hand, and the next moment, the mark of the Flying Thunder God slowly appeared on the footsteps of the rock ninja. Snap! With the sound of the backpack falling to the ground, Minato Namikaze disappeared instantly, and his whereabouts were unknown. Please give flowers and votes. Thank you. Have fun reading books every day during the Mid-Autumn Festival. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Event time, September 10th to September 12th. Chapter 19. It was the same forest that blocked out the sun. Namikaze Minato stood on the tree, looking around with a somewhat stunned expression. What happened? He remembered clearly that he had used the Flying Thunder God technique. The target was the Iwagakure ninja who was out gathering intelligence. But when Minato landed, he did not find the whereabouts of the Iwagakure ninja. He also did not see Nohara Rin, Hatake Kakashi, and Uchiha Obito. What's going on? Although Minato Namikaze was very calm, the scene in front of him still made him feel a little suspicious. He slowly closed his eyes. Minato didn't feel anything strange. The breeze blowing across his face gave him a comfortable feeling. Ah! Boom boom boom! Crack, crack, crack! Before Minato Namikaze could figure out what was going on, the noise in the distance caught his attention. His beautiful eyes wrinkled slightly. He instantly performed the body flash technique and disappeared from the spot, leaving only a few leaves slowly sliding down. Boom! There was another loud noise. Something suddenly exploded in front of Uchiha Sasuke, and his eyes trembled with fear. A huge snake had suddenly stopped in front of him. And the one who stopped the giant python was actually Uzumaki Naruto, who he had been calling the last one. This is Uzumaki Naruto? Uchiha Sasuke couldn't believe that he didn't even have the courage to fight against the woman from Kyuzagakure village. However, Naruto fought with all his might. Yo! You are not hurt, you coward! Uzumaki Naruto stood in front of the giant python and smiled contemptuously at Uchiha Sasuke in front of him. Hey, you're not hurt, you coward! He remembered what he said to Naruto during the Wave Country mission, and when he was retorted again. Sasuke was greatly stimulated. Is he really such a coward? It's a pity that the other party didn't want to give Naruto and Sasuke time to be affectionate. Orochimaru stretched out his long tongue and lifted Uzumaki Naruto in front of him. Hey! I didn't expect that nine-tailed kid is still alive. When emotions run high, will the nine-tails power leak out? Orochimaru stared at Uzumaki Naruto's bloodshot eyes and thought to himself. Growing up like this is really interesting. Thinking of this, Orochimaru's 5 fingers emitted purple flames. He lifted up Uzumaki Naruto's shirt. This scene was seen by Minato Namikaze, who was hiding not far away. That is impossible. Namikaze Minato looked at Uzumaki Naruto's belly with his eyes sharp. The seal that appeared on it shocked him. 8 trigram seal. Minato Namikaze was influenced by his fiancée Uzumaki Kushina and was also proficient in various sealing techniques. 8 trigram seal. It is a seal formed by combining 2 4-symbol seals. It can suppress the power of the tailed beasts. It is somewhat different from other seals that suppress the tailed beasts. The chakra of the tailed beasts can flow through the gaps in the 4-symbol seals and be restored to the Jinkra Ki, who can use the chakra power of the Jinkra Ki. Could it be that the blonde boy is the Jinkra Ki? The scene in front of Minato was a little confusing. Especially the forehead protector on Naruto's head, which represented the identity of the ninja of Konoha village. And the forehead protectors on Uchiha Sasuke and Harino Sakura's foreheads fully explained their identities. The 9 tails Jinkra Ki of Konoha village? Namikaze Minato's expression suddenly became solemn. In his memory, he knew of only 2 Jinkra Ki of Konoha village. One was the deceased first Hokage's wife, Uzumaki Mito-sama. The other was his fiancée Uzumaki Kushina. 5 elements seal. Orochimaru was ready, and poked his finger right into Naruto's belly. The power of the 5 elements seal blocked the 9 tails chakra running in Uzumaki Naruto's body. Ah! Instantly, Naruto screamed. The scarlet color of his eyes slowly faded and returned to the normal azure blue. As expected. Namikaze Minato watched Orochimaru throw Uzumaki Naruto away casually. He clearly saw the changes in his eyes, thinking that it was because the chakra circulation in his body was blocked. He only returned to normal after losing the power of the 9 tails chakra. 9 tails Jinchuriki. Who is that guy? With doubt, Minato once again fixed his eyes on Orochimaru, who performed the 5 elements seal. He was even more confused. When did such a terrifying guy appear in the Kyuzagakure ninja? He could actually use the seal to block the power of the 9 tails? Please give me flowers and votes. Thank you. Have fun reading books every day during the Mid-Autumn Festival. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Event time, September 10th to September 12th. Chapter 20. Uzumaki Naruto was nailed to the tree by the kunai thrown by Harino Sakura when he was about to fall. Minato Namikaze did not choose to attack without understanding the current situation. On the other side, Uchiha Sasuke, who was stimulated, suddenly became energetic. He opened the two Megatama Sharingan and twisted with Orochimaru. This scene made Minato Namikaze confused. Uchiha clan? Konoha village's Nine-Tails Jinchuriki would actually get together with the Uchiha clan. This situation once again exceeded Minato Namikaze's imagination. Although he has not yet become the fourth Hokage of Konoha village. But his teacher Jiraiya, due to long-term travel, could not bring more practical help to Minato Namikaze. As the teacher's teacher, the third Hokage, in order not to waste Minato Namikaze's talent, began to guide Minato instead of Jiraiya. The Uchiha clan's Sharingan can control the Nine Tails. Minato Namikaze heard about it from Sarutobi Hiruzen. Let the Nine Tails Jinchuriki and the Uchiha clan get together. This kind of situation is absolutely not allowed in Konoha village. Isn't this the ninja world of our time? With just a few pieces of information, Minato Namikaze analyzed how serious the situation he was in was. Since he was not under the illusion, everything in front of him could only mean that he was in a place he was not familiar with. Can see. Sasuke calmed down and fought with Orochimaru using physical skills with the help of Sharingan. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Orochimaru was extremely fast, and the process of running was accompanied by the sound of breaking through the air. He punched Sasuke in the face. Orochimaru took advantage of Uchiha Sasuke not standing firmly and punched and kicked him again. In a few strokes, Sasuke was knocked to the ground. With brisk steps, Orochimaru walked to Uchiha Sasuke and smiled disdainfully. Hey! It's really boring. Is this how the Uchiha clan behaves? Really, the Uchiha clan is crying. Well, in that case, I will slowly torture you for a while, and then kill you in the end. Just like squeezing a bug to death. Orochimaru had a ferocious look on his face, lowered his head and laughed at Uchiha Sasuke who was lying on the ground. But at this moment, something strange happened. Orochimaru didn't know when a micro-detonating tag was hung on his body. Bang! Bang! With two explosions coming from behind, Orochimaru screamed "Ah!" His legs lost their balance, and he staggered to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Uchiha Sasuke jumped up and threw several shurikens with tough filaments at Orochimaru. What is this? Orochimaru just stood up and looked at the shuriken with thin threads passing by him. He was slightly stunned. Then he pretended to be terrified. Is this the Sharingan manipulating the windmill, the three no Tachi? Unfortunately, he didn't have much time to think of a countermeasure. Uchiha Sasuke pulled the thin thread with both hands and trapped Orochimaru directly on the tree. Fire style, dragon fire technique. Boom! The flames gathered along the thin line. The fire rushed towards Orochimaru fiercely, and instantly penetrated the tree trunk behind him. Uchiha Sasuke's performance made Minato Namikaze's eyes light up. He is worthy of being a member of the Uchiha clan, which is originally an elite clan. What's more, at such a young age, he has already opened the two Megatama Sharingan. This level is no less than that of Uchiha Fugaku, the captain of the Uchiha Guard, whom he knew. Unfortunately, Orochimaru's strength made Minato more worried. He knew very well that even though Sasuke's attack was smooth, it did not cause any damage to the opponent. The ninjas from Kusagakure village are so powerful. Minato was full of doubts. Pa. It was just as Minato thought. Orochimaru walked forward a few steps normally and easily broke free from the restraints of the thin wire. However, the Kusagakure village forehead protector on his forehead turned into the Otagakure village forehead protector, and his face melted due to the high temperature. What surprised Minato Namikaze was that under the other party's skin, there were actually other faces hidden. He. Orochimaru's voice also returned to his normal tone. He laughed hoarsely. Being so young, he can use the Sharingan so skillfully. As expected, he is the inheritor of the Uchiha name. I really want to get you. At this point, Orochimaru clasped his hands together and cast a binding spell that made Uchiha Sasuke unable to move. You guys are brothers. Your eyes contain a power stronger than Ataka's. What? Uchiha Ataki? Sasuke became very excited after hearing the name mentioned by the other party. Who are you? Orochimaru heard the voice, took out the scroll of heaven, and dragged it in his palm. The scroll of heaven. Seeing this, Namikaze Minato finally understood what the other party was doing. The battle for the scroll of heaven and earth. This should be the assessment item of the Chunin exam. But what surprised him was that Orochimaru actually destroyed the scroll representing heaven. Moreover, Orochimaru's next sentence was what really surprised Minato. My name is Orochimaru. If you want to see me again, you should try your best to excel in this exam. And you have to defeat the 3 people from the Sound Village that I have arranged for you. As soon as the words fell, Orochimaru's neck suddenly stretched out and bit Uchiha Sasuke's white neck. Orochimaru Sr.? Namikaze Minato was stunned. Orochimaru is also known as the 3 ninjas like his teacher, and is also the apprentice of the 3rd Hokage. Logically, Namikaze Minato should indeed call Orochimaru a senior. What happened to Senior Orochimaru? Which village is the forehead protector he is wearing from? Namikaze Minato had never seen the hidden Sound Village, and he doubted whether he had heard it wrongly. What made him feel even more incredible was that when Orochimaru bit Uchiha Sasuke's neck, he clearly felt a trace of the power of the fairy art emanating from Sasuke's neck. What on earth happened? Namikaze Minato asked himself in a trance. Please give me flowers and votes. Thank you. Have fun reading books every day during the Mid-Autumn Festival. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now, event time, September 10th to September 12th. Chapter 21. The replacement of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki and the formation of a 3-person team with the Uchiha clan. And the matter of Orochimaru. All of this only brought one message to Minato Namikaze. That is, the environment he was in was not the one he was familiar with before. The sky gradually darkened. After Orochimaru left, Haruno Sakura dragged Sasuke and Naruto to find a safe place. Since they were in the stage of the Chunin exam, Minato Namikaze didn't ask them anything. With full of doubts, he planned to sneak into the Konoha village to find out some information. Swish, swish, swish. With a few flashes, Minato Namikaze left the number 44 training ground known as the Death Forest. Looking around, the outline of the Hokage Rock in the distance could still be seen. It seems that my luck is not bad. This is Konoha village. Minato chuckled. Even though he was in a strange world, fortunately, the environment he was in was still the familiar Konoha village. This feeling. It still gave him a feeling of returning home. He closed his eyes and felt it for a while. Namikaze Minato suddenly opened his eyes and looked even more puzzled. The mark of the Flying Thunder God. He could still vaguely feel the mark of the Flying Thunder God that he had made in Konoha village. This phenomenon once again made Minato more suspicious. He looked up at the Hokage Rock in the distance. But from the outline, the 4th Hokage had already appeared. How strange! Why is there also the Flying Thunder God mark that I left in Konoha village? Namikaze Minato was startled. Since he could feel the Flying Thunder God mark that I left behind, it meant that he had lived in this place before. This situation made Minato frown. Could it be that I have come to the future Konoha village? Obviously, in the Konoha village where he was, the Hokage portraits on the Hokage Rock were up to the Sandame. But now the 4th Hokage has appeared on the Hokage Rock. Namikaze Minato looked into the distance. The Hokage building below the Hokage Rock was still dimly lit. In order not to have a bad influence, Namikaze Minato took out a mask from his arms and put it on his face. Swish! The next moment, he disappeared on the spot. Swish! 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 After performing several instant body techniques, Namikaze Minato jumped back and forth on the roof, and his target was the Hokage building. But in the process of his action, a ninja who was reading a book on the street slowly put the book into the ninja tool bag. That is. Night had already fallen. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat in the Hokage's office with a gloomy face. The intelligence he had received this afternoon really made him unable to rest. Even now, he had not even eaten dinner. Hey! Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep puff of his pipe and slowly exhaled a puff of smoke. Hey! Another puff. He just smoked his pipe with a sad face. In the afternoon, Mitarashi Anko asked Tsuyoshi Tetsu to bring back the news that 3 ninjas from the Hidden Grass Village were killed in Konoha Village. The epidermis on his face was also torn off. The technique of erasing the face. This is a method often used by Orochimaru. Orochimaru. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought of this former beloved disciple and felt something in his heart. At the beginning, because he loved his disciple so much, he let him go. Now think about it, Orochimaru's return to Konoha Village is definitely not a good thing. Moreover, with Orochimaru's ability, he alone can have the strength to destroy a small country. So many years have passed, and Sarutobi Hiruzen is not sure how powerful he is now. Based on experience alone, Sarutobi Hiruzen feels that Orochimaru must have come to Konoha with some conspiracy this time. It must be no good. Thinking of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed and fixed his eyes on the photo of the 4th Hokage on the wall. It's a pity that you are not in Konoha village now. Thinking of the untimely death of Minato Namikaze, Hiruzen Sarutobi's face was filled with a trace of sadness. If Minato was still alive, with his ability and his youthful state, plus his own assistance, he would definitely be able to lead Konoha village to new heights. It's a pity. There is no if. The Sandaime Hokage. Minato saw the old man in the room, and his expression under the mask was startled. He was outside the window, leaning against the wall, looking sideways at the office. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen was a few points older than before, Minato still recognized his identity at a glance. Of course, as Sarutobi Hiruzen tilted his head, Namikaze Minato also turned his eyes to the wall. Photos of the Shadame Hokage, photos of the Nidaime Hokage, photos of the Sandaime Hokage. That is me. My own photo? Minato Namikaze could recognize his appearance. This time, Minato Namikaze was really shocked. He was actually the 4th Hokage of Konoha village at this time? That was his inspirational dream since childhood, and of course it was the ideal that every Konoha village ninja wanted to achieve. He actually did it. Unfortunately, before he had time to digest all this, a cold voice came from behind him. Who are you? What are you doing secretly? Are you trying to sneak attack the Sandaime Hokage? How daring! Minato Namikaze was still in shock. The sudden voice behind him made him tremble. He turned around and looked at the person who came. Minato found a white-haired man with a mask and a forehead covering his left eye leaning against the wall. With the help of the faint light, he was reading the book in his hand seriously. Well, if you have anything to say, you can explain it to me after I catch you. Hatake Kakashi saw the other party turned around and closed the intimate paradise in his hand. His single eye looked coldly at the panicked Namikaze Minato in front of him. Get ready to be captured. Please give me flowers and votes. Thank you. Have fun reading books every day during the Mid-Autumn Festival. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, September 10th to September 12th. Chapter 22. Hatake Kakashi. Now that he has become a Jonin, he has become one of the few people in Sarutobi Hiruzen's mind who can truly entrust the future. Kakashi also learned from Sarutobi Hiruzen that Orochimaru disguised himself as a ninja from the Hidden Grass Village. Kakashi is full of hostility towards this guy in front of him who is wearing a mask and the same ninja uniform as himself. He's sneaking around, maybe he's a spy that Orochimaru has placed in Konoha village. Kakashi thought to himself. He looked at Minato Namikaze carefully and moved immediately, facing the attack of the white-haired man. Minato Namikaze paused, and the genius ninja of Konoha village instantly appeared in his mind. He was also his predecessor. Konoha White Fang, Hitaki Sakumo. Shuo. Before Minato Namikaze could speak, Kakashi's punch with a strong wind was already at his face. So fast. Minato was stunned. But in terms of speed, who can be faster than him? With a slight tilt of his head, Minato dodged Kakashi's punch. Something is wrong. Minato Namikaze finally came to his senses. This is the future Konoha village, and Hitaki Sakumo was already dead in his time. No way. Namikaze. Minato was shocked, dodged Kakashi's punch, and then stepped on the wall and ran to the top of the Hokage building. Naturally, Hitaki Kakashi would not show weakness. He followed Minato and chased after him on the wall towards the roof of the building, quickly making hand seals with both hands as he ran. Swish! Hitaki Kakashi jumped over the fence of the Hokage building, put one hand to his mouth and said, "Fire style." Unfortunately, when Kakashi wanted to perform the great fireball technique, Minato was nowhere to be seen. His single eye suddenly widened. This is... Where are the people? Appearing again. Namikaze Minato has left the center of Konoha village and came to a training ground somewhere in Konoha village. This is the Flying Thunder God mark he left in Konoha village that year. As expected, I left the mark of the Flying Thunder God. Minato sighed and leaned against the tree. Silver hair, mask. Namikaze Minato shook his head violently and laughed secretly. Could that person just now be the Hitaki Kakashi of this era? He didn't dare to make a decision easily. After all, with the help of the faint light just now, Minato could see the book in the other party's hand. It was the intimate paradise he was familiar with. According to Minato's understanding of Hitaki Kakashi, how could such a proud genius read such a book in public? Wouldn't it make people laugh? Perhaps. Thinking of this, Namikaze Minato patted his forehead. Well. It could be Jiraiya's child. After thinking for a long time, Namikaze Minato planned to lean against a tree and rest for a while. There was no point in thinking too much. Since he had recognized the third Hokage, he thought that as long as he found him, all the doubts would be solved. Take a break. Let's go find the Sandame later. Minato smiled. No matter what, he was in Konoha village. No matter how strange things were, at least in his opinion, he was still living in his own home. Late at night. The lights in the Hokage's office were off. Swish, swish, swish. In Konoha village, several figures kept disappearing under the moonlight. They were so fast that even the night watch ninjas couldn't detect a single clue. Sarutobi Hiruzen's residence. There was still a faint light in the study. Sarutobi Hiruzen was sleepless. According to Hitaki Kakashi's report, there was a particularly strange ninja who was sticking to the wall of the Hokage building and secretly observing him. This phenomenon did not seem to be a good thing. The most important thing was that the opponent's skills were not inferior to Hitaki Kakashi. According to Kakashi's description, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face became more solemn. Is it possible to dodge Kakashi's impending punch with just a tiny movement? It seems that man's strength is much higher than Kakashi's. Sarutobi Hiruzen put down the documents in his hand, holding a cigarette in his mouth, and walked slowly to the window sill. Call. Things seem to be getting more and more troublesome. A puff of old cigarette came out of his mouth. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked up at the moon in the sky. An ominous breath rushed towards him. If the other party was a spy sent by Orochimaru, it meant that there was already someone under Orochimaru who surpassed Hitaki Kakashi. This was really not good news for Konoha village. The third generation. Sarutobi Hiruzen was in a trance, and he seemed to hear someone calling him. The third generation. The other party's voice was very soft. Sarutobi Hiruzen listened carefully several times and finally felt the direction of the voice. It was under the balcony of his study. Who? Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression became serious, and he asked alertly. I, Minato. Sarutobi Hiruzen. What? Who do you say you are? He even suspected that his recent nervousness had caused problems with his ears. This voice actually said that he was Minato? Which Watergate are you? I am Minato Namikaze, the third-generation teacher. Please give me flowers and votes. Thank you. Have fun reading every day during the Mid-Autumn Festival. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, September 10th to September 12th. Chapter 23. The man in black robe sat quietly on the ground, staring at the big screen in the middle. In his hand was a scientific ninja tool with all the contents loaded. Scientific ninja tools were created after the Fourth Shinobi World War, when the tense relations between countries began to ease and technical exchanges began. The technologies that had been hidden in the field of science and technology until now were opened to civilian use, resulting in explosive technological development, and the creation of new age ninja tools. The faces of the fourth Hokage and the third Hokage projected on the big screen in the middle made him unable to calm down for a long time. He thought of the last battle. Devour all life on all planets floating in this universe until it evolved into a unique existence. The god of the Otsutsuki clan. The god of Otsutsuki who devoured the Otsutsuki clan by controlling space and time to travel to other parallel worlds and finally became a god. The war was won. Unfortunately, he seemed to have lost everything. Recalling the past, everything is vivid in his mind. Boruto. The voice from the small screen beside him woke him up again, and he looked at the screen. Uzumaki Naruto, who had become the seventh Hokage, was standing on the stairs, and opposite him was his son Uzumaki Boruto. Boruto, I haven't formally apologized to you yet. Last time on your birthday. Naruto was apologetic and bitter. He promised Boruto to be with him on his birthday, but unfortunately he did not fulfill his promise. It doesn't matter. Isn't Hokage very busy with work? I didn't expect it from the beginning. Boruto pouted stubbornly. He said it didn't matter, but his dissatisfied look betrayed his heart. But, changing the subject, Boruto once again looked seriously at the seventh Hokage Uzumaki Naruto in front of him. On the other hand, you must go home on Sunflower's birthday. I don't care. It's the same whether my stinky dad comes back or not. But she is still young. Boruto recalled the expectant expression of his sister Himawari, and his eyes dropped in disappointment, then he raised his head sharply. She hopes you can go back. So you have to promise me that you will come back when the time comes. The seventh generation Naruto heard this and responded without hesitation, well, I understand. Boruto, that's good, you can't break the promise, this is an agreement between men. Unfortunately, Uzumaki Naruto only sent a shadow clone to attend his daughter's birthday. In the end, due to the chakra problem, the shadow clone suddenly disappeared and threw his daughter's birthday cake on the ground. Say what you want to say and do what you say, this is my ninja way. With a little sigh, the man in black robes fell silent again. Konoha Village, Sarutobi Hiruzen's study. A flying thunder god Kunao was stuck on the desk. In order to prove the identity of the other party, Sarutobi Hiruzen asked Namikaze Minato to perform his famous skill, Flying Thunder God technique. But when Namikaze Minato's Flying Thunder God appeared in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Sarutobi Hiruzen's old face suddenly twitched with excitement. Watergate. Is it really Minato? Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was already 69 years old, stretched out his slightly dry hands. He wanted to touch, but seemed to be afraid that everything was an illusion. He rubbed his eyes, looked at the other person carefully again, and forcibly suppressed his inner excitement and asked what is going on. Namikaze Minato also had some doubts. He didn't know why Sarutobi Hiruzen in front of him was so excited when he saw him. It was as if they hadn't seen each other for a long time. But Namikaze Minato didn't think too much. He now had a lot of questions in his mind that he wanted to ask Sarutobi Hiruzen in front of him. Especially why the matter of Konoha village's Nine Tails Jinchuriki was transferred to a young man. Because the replacement of the Nine Tails Jinchuriki can only mean that there was a problem with the previous Jinchuriki. And the previous Jinchuriki was Uzumaki Kushina. I'm not very clear about the specifics. I came here unexpectedly while carrying out the Konobi Bridge mission. Perhaps I was brought to this point in the future because of the confusion of time and space. Namikaze Minato did not hide anything from Sarutobi Hiruzen in front of him. Unfortunately, Sarutobi Hiruzen was confused by what he heard. Time and space confusion? Traveling to the future? This is all right. The old monkey was a little slow to react for a while. But no matter what, in this situation, Namikaze Minato's appearance in front of him was more important than anything else. With him, Sarutobi Hiruzen believes that Orochimaru has nothing to worry about. Oh! By the way, Mr. Sandame, I met Orochimaru-senpai and a blonde boy in the forest. The blonde boy? What is it? Namikaze Minato paused, his face slightly anxious. Kushina, is she okay? Please give me flowers and votes. Thank you. Have fun reading books every day during the Mid-Autumn Festival. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, September 10th to September 12th. Chapter 24. Sarutobi Hiruzen explained to Namikaze Minato what happened after the Konobi Bridge. Although he didn't know whether Namikaze Minato could return to his original world. But if the other party could go back to the past with the truth of the future and change the future, it would definitely be beneficial to the current Konoha village. But Sarutobi Hiruzen's words surprised Namikaze Minato. Battle of Konobi Bridge. Before his sacrifice, Uchiha Obito gave his Sharingan to Hatake Kakashi. Later, when Kakashi was on a mission with Nohara Rin seemed to have fallen into the enemy's conspiracy. In order to prevent Konoha village from being harmed, she chose to pounce on Kakashi's Reikuri. Nohara Rin's sacrifice once again brought serious trauma to Kakashi. In other words, after I became the fourth Hokage, I discussed with the third Hokage and asked Kakashi to join the Anbu. After that, Namikaze Minato stopped talking here and looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen. It turned out that the masked ninja who wanted to catch him was not Jiraiya's child, but his student Hatake Kakashi. The covered eye was probably the Sharingan that Uchiha Obito gave him before his death. That's how it was, and then later on it was just like I told you. On the night of Kushina's birth, Konoha village was attacked and someone used the Sharingan to control the Nine Tails. And you and Kushina died that night. Kakashi's mind, which had been gradually recovering, suffered another severe blow, but fortunately his peers had always given him warmth. Now he has become a ninja who can be trusted with the future. Sarutobi Hiruzen told Minato Namikaze again with certainty. Thinking of Kakashi's peers, he was somewhat relieved. Minato nodded and finally understood the development of the matter. It turned out that he had already become a dead man in this world. You and Kushina worked together to seal the runaway Nine Tails into your newborn child. I told the villagers his identity as you said, in order to make them regard Naruto as the hero who sealed the Nine Tails. But unfortunately, the villagers seem to be more afraid of Jinchuriki than we imagined. At this point, Sarutobi Hiruzen picked up his pipe and walked to the window. When Naruto was young, he was ostracized by everyone. Unfortunately, I dare not tell him that he is proud of the fact that the fourth Hokage, his idol, is his father. If Naruto knew that it was his father who sealed the Nine Tails into his body, I would be worried. Why? Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep puff of his pipe and stopped talking. He knew Namikaze Minato. At this point, I think Minato could understand what he was saying. However, the moment Minato heard that the current Nine-Tails Jinchuriki was his son, his face suddenly changed. The third generation. You mean the blonde boy who is taking the Chunin exam is mine? Yes, it's your son with Kushina. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned around and looked at the stunned Namikaze Minato. He didn't hide anything, and even wanted to tell everything he knew to the past person in front of him. However, this was the first time Sarutobi Hiruzen saw Minato so panicked. Then, he cast a comforting look at Minato and said, "Haha, maybe you are not mentally prepared to be a father now." "No. It's not like that." Namikaze Minato interrupted Sarutobi Hiruzen. According to the other party's words, Naruto's childhood couldn't help but remind him of Kushina. Loneliness. It is the most difficult negative emotion for people to resolve. Moreover, Naruto has to endure the disdain and contempt of others in his loneliness. Why? It seems that it is all my fault. Namikaze Minato's eyes were a little dim. But he knew very well in his heart that under that situation, he would definitely seal the Nine Tails into Naruto's body for the sake of the village. And all he could do was to believe that his son could fully control the power of the Nine Tails in the future. The two were silent for a while, and Minato thought of Uchiha Sasuke who was with Naruto. His eyes looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen again. "Sandame, I remember that the top leaders did not allow Uchiha to get close to Jinchuriki, so why is the boy with Naruto a member of the Uchiha clan? Moreover, now he has opened the two Megatama Sharingan, and even the use of pupil techniques is very good." Namikaze Minato seemed to have mentioned Sarutobi Hiruzen's sad story again. He was seen holding a pipe in his mouth for a long time and turning his head to look out the window without saying a word. After a long time, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed and turned his head again. "I am old now. The current Konoha village no longer wants to be like before, where there is no one who can deal with the riots of the Nine Tails. I placed Kakashi next to Naruto and the others because I wanted Kakashi to teach Sasuke how to use the power of the Sharingan. In case Naruto goes berserk, Sasuke can use his Sharingan to suppress the Nine Tails." Sarutobi Hiruzen's words made Namikaze Minato frown slightly. He was suspicious. Could it be that the current third Hokage is not afraid that the Uchiha clan will control the tailed beasts to attack Konoha village? After all, Minato still knows the inside story. He knows very well that since the second Hokage took office, in order to prevent the incident of Uchiha Madara, the second Hokage Senju Tobirama has paid special attention to the Uchiha clan. But what Sarutobi Hiruzen is doing now seems to be exactly the opposite of what he did before. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at Namikaze Minato, who looked strange, and also guessed what he was thinking. Ahem. He coughed lightly, his face became even more embarrassed. "To be honest, the Uchiha clan. Only Sasuke and his brother were left." Hey? Even if Minato Namikaze was calm and composed, he was shocked by Sarutobi Hiruzen's words and couldn't react for a while. At the same time, Namikaze Minato, who was good at space-time ninjutsu, felt something strange in the room. He could feel the space slightly distorted. A sudden and loud voice came into the ears of the two flying thunder gods. "Please give me flowers and votes. Thanks. Enjoy reading every day during the Mid-Autumn Festival. Top up 100 yuan and get 500 VIP points. Top up now, event time, September 10th to September 12th. Chapter 25. The sudden change made Sarutobi Hiruzen stunned. Namikaze Minato, who sensed that something was wrong in advance, reacted very quickly. Looking at the silver-haired ninja holding a kunai and stabbing at Sarutobi Hiruzen, he took the lead. Holding the flying thunder god kunai, he resisted the opponent's attack. There was a slight clang sound. The flying thunder god kunai collided with the kunai, creating some sparks. The kunai in the man's hand almost pierced Sarutobi Hiruzen's head. The sharp front thorn of the kunai had already reached Sarutobi Hiruzen's nose. What? The man was obviously startled, and then jumped behind him. But when he saw Namikaze Minato and Sarutobi Hiruzen in front of him, his expression was also shocked. Who are you? Looking around, the man also looked panicked. How is this going? Where are Kinkaku and Ginkaku? However, Minato Namikaze and Hiruzen Sarutobi were not as panicked as the newcomer. After seeing the newcomer's appearance, they were stunned. Minato Namikaze, second Hokage. Hiruzen Sarutobi, teacher. The newcomer had silver hair and red eyes, an iron forehead guard on his face, 3 red marks on his cheeks, and a tight black combat suit with blue layered armor on the outside. The shoulders were decorated with a white down collar connected to the back. From the appearance, it was the second Hokage of Konoha village. Senju Tobirama. Who are you? Senju Tobirama looked doubtful and looked at the old man and the young man in front of him. He was clearly fighting with Jinjiao and Yinjiao just now. He was about to use Flying Thunder God Slash to kill Yinjiao. But he never thought about why he suddenly appeared here. It's me, teacher. Sarutobi Hiruzen was so excited that his whole body was shaking. He cried and said, I, Hiruzen, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen? Senju Tobirama stared blankly at the tearful Sarutobi Hiruzen in front of him. He had no idea about the current situation. But with the previous experience of Minato Namikaze, Sarutobi Hiruzen was very clear in his mind. His teacher, the second-generation Hokage of Konoha village, Senju Tobirama, must have experienced the same thing as Minato Namikaze. He came to their world. Monkey. Senju Tobirama was slightly startled, and then immediately took a defensive posture. What nonsense are you talking about? How could this be Sarutobi Hiruzen? Senju Tobirama remembered very clearly that he had just passed the position of the Sandaime Hokage to Sarutobi Hiruzen. The white-haired old man in front of him looked older than himself. And he had important things to deal with. He needed to stop Kinkaku and Ginkaku from chasing Sarutobi Hiruzen and the other 6 disciples. The second Hokage, he is really Sarutobi Hiruzen, and the third Hokage of our Konoha village. Minato Namikaze looked at the bewildered Senju Tobirama. He felt much better. It was indeed too strange. Not only him, but even the second Hokage would show such a funny expression after experiencing such a thing. What? What nonsense are you talking about, and who are you? Me. Namikaze Minato was speechless for a moment, and he didn't know how to explain to Senju Tobirama in front of him. I have also experienced the same thing as you, the second Hokage. From the past to the future. Until now, Namikaze Minato has not realized the existence of parallel worlds. He still believes that he was driven by some force to change his time and make him come from the past to the future. But his explanation made Senju Tobirama frown. Time and space disorder. Senju Tobirama looked up and down at Minato Namikaze in front of him. Minato laughed awkwardly. As expected of you, Nidame-sama, you hit the nail on the head. In this case. That's bad. Senju Tobirama's expression suddenly changed. If I'm experiencing a time-space disorder, then the monkey over there. Senju Tobirama looked at the white-haired Sarutobi Hiruzen across from him again, who was as excited as a child. This is not right. If I disappear and cannot stop the golden horn and silver horn, then the monkey. Death. Although Senju Tobirama did not explain it clearly, the first word that came to Sarutobi Hiruzen's mind was death. Facing the pursuit of more than 20 elite ninjas including Kinkaku and Ginkaku from the Hidden Cloud village. If it weren't for Senju Tobirama's interruption, he and Danzo and others would definitely die. So what is the future like now? Thinking of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Namikaze Minato looked at each other again. Similarly, before the mission at the Konobe Bridge, Namikaze Minato rushed to the front line to repel the ninjas from the Hidden Cloud village. Then he went back to rescue Kakashi and Nohara Rin, and only then completed the mission of blowing up the Konobe Bridge. Now thinking about it, Namikaze Minato touched the back of his head in embarrassment. Ha 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 ha. Second and third generation. I feel like our world is in chaos. Please give me flowers and votes. Thank you. Have fun reading books every day during the Mid-Autumn Festival. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Event time, September 10th to September 12th. Chapter 26. Is the world in chaos? The parallel world may have been in turmoil for a long time because of the actions of the Lord Otsutsuki. It won't be long before their world will automatically collapse. The only pure land in the ninja world now is the ninja world that is already full of sadness. The man in the black robe took off his hat. He had silver hair and blue eyes that looked a little dull. The lines on his face were vague because of his pale skin. But the horn on his forehead was particularly strange. Uzumaki Naruto looked at the black diamond pattern in his palm. This is the wedge from the Lord Otsutsuki. When the time is right, that terrifying guy will awaken again from his body. I think we should meet again, everyone. Naruto looked at all the screens in front of him and sighed deeply. It better be faster. Late at night, it was still raining in the rain country. Nohara, who was hiding in the cave, finally understood that there seemed to be no such thing as sunny days in this country. Why do I always feel like something is not right? Why do I feel like I am getting further and further away from Konoha village as I walk? Nohara murmured to herself. This sigh startled Uchiha Obito, who was at the top of the cave, and he trembled all over. Stupid idiot! Isn't this because there's going to be unrest in Konoha village? How could I let you take risks? Uchiha Obito shouted in his heart. But looking at Nohara-rin's profile again, Obito's face under the mask turned slightly red. It's really beautiful. I really never get tired of watching it. In Konoha village late at night, Namikaze Minato, Senju Tobirama and Sarutobi Hiruzen talked for a long time. Minato told Sarutobi Hiruzen and Senju Tobirama the truth about his encounter with Orochimaru. When Senju Tobirama asked who Orochimaru was, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face turned red. Teacher, that is, forehead. Your disciple. Disciple. Senju Tobirama was slightly stunned when he heard that, and then he reacted on the spot. Monkey, isn't that your disciple? What's wrong with you? Of the 3 disciples I taught, one was just wandering around outside, another was also wandering around outside, and the other one actually became a traitor. Why did Orochimaru's target become Uchiha Sasuke? What does it mean that he really wants to get the other person? I don't care. Since there is only one Uchiha left in Konoha village, Sasuke Uchiha, he must be kept. Senju Tobirama was a little excited. He never thought that the Uchiha clan would end up like this. But this was not the result he really wanted to see. The reason why the Uchiha clan was monitored back then was just because they were afraid that someone would inherit Uchiha Madara's will. Pointing at Sarutobi Hiruzen, he pointed and said. Sarutobi Hiruzen was so scared that he didn't dare to say a word. But thinking about it, he felt a little wronged. The 3 apprentices he taught at least had a resounding name in the ninja world. Moreover, they were wandering around outside and had nothing to do with him. Jiraiya had been wandering to find the prophecy of the dream given to him by the great Toad Sage, looking for the son of prophecy. Although the deaths of Rope Tree and Kato Dan were a big blow to Tsunade, the main reason she left the village was that she suffered from hemophobia. In addition, her ideal was to gamble in casinos throughout the ninja world. As for Orochimaru, oh! Sarutobi Hiruzen groaned in his heart. Who would have thought that the apprentices he trained would be the kind of people who would just walk away after doing nothing? Teacher. I also taught Minato, and he was the only one who learned your Flying Thunder God technique. Also called Yellow Flash in the ninja world. He also created an A-level ninjutsu, the Raise Nan. And he stopped the 9 Tails from rioting in Konoha village 12 years ago, and he is also the 4th Hokage of our Konoha village. Sarutobi Hiruzen hurriedly pushed Namikaze Minato out, who was also a disciple he had taught before. But in his heart, his attitude towards Jiraiya and Tsunade has not changed. He still believes that the two of them still have the will of fire deep in their hearts. Of course. If you must say it, Tsunade is also the granddaughter of Senju Tobirama. He should know very well what his granddaughter is like. Namikaze Minato was a little shy. After all, talking about his Flying Thunder God technique in front of Senju Tobirama? It was inevitable that he was waving a sword in front of Guangong. Okay, let's not talk about the past. The fourth and I still don't know what happened. But if we can stay here for one day, we will never let Orochimaru's plan succeed. Senju Tobirama said excitedly. Then he stopped abruptly, dragged his chin and thought for a while and asked, by the way, is that Sound Village strong? Sarutobi Hiruzen. Teacher, speaking of which, Otagakure is a ninja village in the small country next to the Land of Fire, the Land of Rice. It was just established in recent years, so I think it should not be very strong. But I'm afraid Orochimaru will join forces with other countries. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice was like a mosquito. In front of Senju Tobirama, he was naturally very well behaved. But since Namikaze Minato and Senju Tobirama were both there, Sarutobi Hiruzen was now in a much more relaxed mood, and it could be said that he didn't care at all about what conspiracy Orochimaru had. Join forces? When these words came out, Senju Tobirama was stunned. He was very familiar with this situation. Of course, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had experienced the First Ninja World War, was also very familiar with it. Not long after the death of the first Hokage, other countries united to launch a war against Konoha village. Then let's step aside for now. Monkey, don't tell anyone about me and the Yandere. Everything goes on like this, the critical moment. Senju Tobirama paused. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Namikaze Minato immediately understood. Namikaze Minato Nidame Hokage, do you mean to investigate which countries are colluding with Orochimaru? Have fun reading books every day during the Mid-Autumn Festival. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, September 10th to September 12th. Chapter 27. The three of them discussed it. At present, the situation was unclear, so Senju Tobirama decided to temporarily hide the fact that he and Namikaze Minato came to this world. Minato Namikaze sat alone on his Hokage rock. He still had a mask on his face, but he was wearing the ANBU uniform that Sarutobi Hiruzen had prepared for him. Swish! At this moment, a figure appeared beside him. The second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, was also wearing ANBU uniform. The few of them reached a consensus. From now on, Senju Tobirama and Minato Namikaze would carry out activities in Konoha village as ANBU directly under Sarutobi Hiruzen. Fourth generation, can't you sleep? Senju Tobirama looked down at the Konoha village and took a deep breath of the night air of the Konoha village. Yes. Minato nodded without saying anything more. He looked deeply at the dim street lights below. Are you thinking about what happened before? Or your son? Senju Tobirama also learned about Minato Namikaze's past from Sarutobi Hiruzen's narration. He didn't expect that the young man in front of him was so outstanding. He was able to learn the Flying Thunder God technique left by him at such a young age. This is one of the few S-level space-time ninjutsu. What's more, Minato Namikaze created the A-level Raise Nan on his own when he was less than 20 years old. It also does not require hand seals. This made Senju Tobirama look at Minato Namikaze with new eyes, and he liked him more and more. He believed that the young man in front of him had learning and creative talents that were no less than his. Senju Tobirama sat down, patted Minato Namikaze on the shoulder, and said earnestly, why don't you go and see Naruto? After all, the safety of Konoha village's Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is very important. Besides, the intrusion of the traitor Orochimaru has already disrupted the normal operation of the Chunin exam. This is unfair to Naruto and Sasuke's team. Senju Tobirama understood. Uzumaki Naruto's team has encountered a big crisis. According to what Minato Namikaze saw before, there is only one girl with little combat power left in their team. And Orochimaru seems to want Sasuke to deal with 3 ninjas from the Hidden Sound Village. In this case, Naruto and his team are in a very dangerous situation. Minato did not answer Senju Tobirama's words immediately. He pondered for a while, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth under the mask. It doesn't matter, I believe Naruto, he will definitely pass this test. Although he was not sure why the other party was so confident, Senju Tobirama could clearly feel the pride from Minato's heart. Well, that being said, if we don't exist in this time and space, the incident will still happen. And Chien Shao Tobirama paused for a few breaths, thought for a while, and then slowly said, I don't know what will happen next. At the Root Organization's base late at night, Shimura Danzo was not asleep. As he walked through an empty hidden corner, a figure slowly emerged. Humph! Danzo didn't look at the man directly, but asked softly with his eyes slightly closed, how does it feel for you? Very good, I can see a power stronger than Itaki in his eyes. A figure slowly walked out from the shadows. Long black hair, golden vertical pupils, purple eyeshadow extending to the nose, pale skin, and wearing blue Megatama earrings. He gave people a very cold feeling. Orochimaru slowly came in front of Shimura Danzo. That's good. Danzo replied softly. Long before Orochimaru defected, the two had been together and often conducted experiments. Shimura Danzo, who was also 69 years old, looked much younger and stronger than Sarutobi Hiruzen. This was also thanks to the Senju Hashirama cells transplanted into him by Orochimaru. How is the plan going? Danzo held his sealed right arm. This right arm was Uchiha Shin's arm, which was very special and could integrate everything without being affected by rejection. Everything is under control. Orochimaru chuckled. His eyes slightly retracted. Raza of the Sand Village can no longer stand the stupid behavior of the Wind Country daimyo. The military resources of their Sand Village have reached the point of being exhausted. His only way out is to cooperate with me to deal with Konoha Village. Thinking of the behavior of the daimyo of Wind Country, Orochimaru found it difficult to understand. As the daimyo of Wind Country, he could actually entrust all the tasks required by his subordinates to the Konoha village of the ally Fire Country to complete. In addition, the failure to provide military funds to the Sand Village made things even worse for Raza. Now Raza can only rely on his own magnetic escape to make gold in exchange for resources, which can no longer meet the needs of the entire village. As a last resort, Raza was lured by the messenger of Sound Village and decided to join forces with him to carry out the collapse plan against Konoha Village. A fool will eventually pay a heavy price for his foolishness. Orochimaru said to himself with great seriousness. In his opinion, the daimyo of the Wind Country is foolish, and so is Raza. Humph! Shimura Danzo finally opened his eyes and rolled his eyes at Orokai. Stupid or not, it has nothing to do with us. You just need to remember that Hiruzen is now 69 years old and he no longer has the courage he once had. Jiraiya and Tsunade have been missing for years, and they are totally unreliable. When I take the position of Hokage, what you want will become easier. At this point, Shimura Danzo retracted his gaze towards Orochimaru. He continued to narrow his eyes and walked away. Remember, this opportunity is rare, it's best not to make any mistakes for me. Looking at Danzo's back, Orochimaru shrugged slightly, as expected of his former boss, his aura is a bit annoying. Asking for flowers and votes. Thank you. Have fun reading books on May Day. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, April 29 to May 3. Chapter 28. The Sandaime Sama. At the central tower of the Death Forest, Mitarashi Anko, who failed to chase Orochimaru, seemed a little anxious. Sarutobi. Hiruzen actually wanted to continue the exam. And Mitarashi Anko had a very bad premonition. Before Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others arrived, she discovered through the videotape given by the invigilator that the three-person team from the Sand Village only took 97 minutes to finish the second Chunin exam. This was nearly twice as fast as the previous best record of 4 hours. Especially the panda-eyed boy carrying the gourd. There was not even a speck of dust on his body while crossing the forest of death. According to Mitarashi Anko's judgment, the opponent's strength could never be at the level of a genin. According to a woman's sixth sense, things really weren't going well at all. It's okay, Red Bean, just be patient. Sarutobi Hiruzen helped Mitarashi Red Bean seal the Heaven's Curse seal that was causing her faint pain. He looked completely indifferent, which made Red Bean helpless. By the way, she looked up at the two Anbu ninjas behind Sarutobi Hiruzen. It felt like never seen. 97 minutes. Senju Tobirama naturally knew how terrifying the Death Forest was. There were many fierce beasts and poisonous insects in it, and with the attacks of other ninjas, he was able to reach the central tower unscathed in such a short time. This strength is impossible for a genin, not to mention a chunin of the average level. He is indeed a talented kid. I didn't expect that Sand Village could produce such a talented boy. It looks like our Konoha village ninjas are going to be in big trouble this time. You said, isn't it? Cough, cough, cough. Hearing the word 4 from Tobirama Senju, Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately started to cough dryly. Ah, that. Don't worry, I think the kids in our Konoha village won't be any worse. Don't you think so? Sarutobi Hiruzen turned his face to Namikaze Minato, and after saying this, he showed a pleading expression to Senju Tobirama. And it was not good to say that about the ninjas of his own village. But Sarutobi Hiruzen also knew that Senju Tobirama was always about things, not people. And he never liked to deceive himself. Yes, Sandaime Hokage, I think so too. The masked Namikaze Minato shouted at attention. Seeing this, Senju Tobirama slowly lowered his arms around his chest and said, but that kid from the Sand Village is indeed quite powerful. Could it be that the Sand Village sent a powerful but petite ninja to participate in the Chunin exam for the sake of face? The performance of Senju Tobirama surprised Mitarashi Anko. Anbu usually speaks very little. But why is this white-haired man talking so much? Moreover, he actually talked in front of the Sandaime Hokage. It's really rude. Cough cough. Well, I think we should go down and take a look, and we will know what is going on. Sarutobi Hiruzen also felt that something was wrong with Mitarashi Anko. In order to prevent the identities of the two from being exposed, Sarutobi Hiruzen deliberately changed the subject. Of course, it was Senju Tobirama who asked to bring the two to the central tower. He had to see what level the current genin of Konoha village was at. By the way, Namikaze Minato must also want to see Uzumaki Naruto's performance. After several days of fighting, the Chunin candidates stood in the square. The team that passed the second Chunin exam, along with their jonin, came to the central tower. Hitaki Kakashi stood behind Sarutobi Hiruzen and felt someone's eyes passing over him. He raised his head and looked at the viewing platform. White-haired and blonde, two ANBU members stood quietly on the viewing platform, looking down. Anbu. Kakashi was suspicious. What's going on? Especially looking at the blonde ANBU, Kakashi's pupils shrank. It felt like the sneaky guy he met in the Hokage building that night. Fourth generation, that blonde boy must be Naruto. Senju Tobirama looked at Uzumaki Naruto, who was shaking his head and looking around in the crowd. It seemed that Naruto looked weak to Senju Tobirama. Yes, that's right, Nidame-sama. The look under the mask of Minato Namikaze gradually became excited. As he thought, Uzumaki Naruto passed the exam in the Forest of Death despite his scars. Besides, Senju Tobirama looked at all the jonins who had passed the assessment behind Sarutobi Hiruzen. Among them was a pale-faced ninja from the hidden Odo village with a forehead protector with musical notes on it. That guy should be Monkey's apprentice, Orochimaru, right? Should I say he is courageous, or do I feel that the monkey is old and cannot sense his presence? Tobirama shook his head. Orochimaru appeared openly behind Sarutobi Hiruzen. Surrounded by almost all Konoha village ninjas, it can be said that the other party is extremely daring. Of course, there is another explanation for this behavior, that is, Orochimaru is sure that the Konoha village ninjas cannot detect his presence. This is a shame for Konoha village. Humph. Tobirama snorted unhappily. When the time comes, I really want to see what kind of strength this kid has. How dare you look down on our Konoha village like this? Enjoy reading every day during the Mid-Autumn Festival. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now, event time, September 10th to September 12th. Chapter 29. Sarutobi Hiruzen explained the origin of the Chunin exam to all the candidates according to the steps. It was an exam conducted by allied ninja villages to investigate the situation of each other's villages and verify the strength of their own ninjas. It has always been an exam that requires fighting with all your life. Senju Tobirama listened to what Sarutobi Hiruzen said, and he was a little impatient. The monkey seems to be really old, so talkative. The exam hasn't started yet. Tobirama glanced at the nervous examinees below and then fixed his eyes on Gaara. Fourth generation, the one they said passed through the death forest without injury in 97 minutes must be the boy with the gourd on his back. It's really strange, everyone looks nervous, but he seems particularly excited. Tobirama is like a curious baby. No matter how he and Minato Namikaze came to this world. But at this moment, he looked at the future of Konoha village below, and he was very content. Yes, Nidame-sama. That boy with the gourd on his back gives me a bad feeling. Namikaze Minato chuckled. He had the same feeling as Senju Tobirama. Although there was no Kushina to accompany him in this world, he was comforted by Naruto's existence. It was the proof of his love with Kushina. Of course, what Sarutobi Hiruzen told him about Naruto's childhood also made him feel uncomfortable. After a few days of inner struggle, Namikaze Minato decided to compensate Naruto well during the time he existed in this world. Ring ring ring. At this time, the big screen on the wall made a series of noises that attracted the attention of Minato Namikaze and Tobirama Senju. Looking at the name flashing on the screen above, Tobirama was startled. He didn't understand what this was. Mr. Nidame, maybe when you were here, Konoha village didn't have such equipment yet. This is an electronic screen. The names flashing on it are the lives of the two opponents. When the moment freezes, it will be clear who is fighting whom. I see. Namikaze Minato's explanation made Tobirama suddenly understand. I didn't expect that after so many years, the technology of Konoha village has also made great progress. This is much more convenient than our time. Click. The electronic screen ends here. Senju Tobirama and Namikaze Minato were stunned. I didn't expect that the first person to appear would be the last descendant of the Uchiha clan. Tobirama looked at Uchiha Sasuke below. From the beginning, he felt that the other party seemed to be in a very bad state. Thinking of the curse seal that Sarutobi Hiruzen helped Mitarashi Anko seal, he looked at Sasuke and asked Namikaze Minato casually. Fourth Hokage, you said before that you felt the power of immortal arts contained in that curse seal. Yes, Nidame-sama. Namikaze Minato also looked at Uchiha Sasuke. He didn't expect that the Sasuke below was actually the son of Fugaku-senpai. Thinking of this, Minato felt a little bitter. He really didn't expect that the future ninja world would be so cruel. He and Kushina left Naruto behind. The Uchiha clan was also suspected by the top leaders because of the Nine Tails rebellion. In the end, the two sides failed to resolve the conflict, which led to the extinction of the Uchiha clan. Well, but the monkey's apprentice is really a bit tricky. He can actually give the other party the chakra of the fairy technique in this way. But why do I feel that Sasuke's condition seems to be very bad? The power of this curse seal doesn't seem as perfect as imagined. Senju Tobirama saw through Sasuke's current condition at a glance. Not only was his body covered with scars, he had been pressing his neck since just now. It seemed that the problem with the curse seal made him unbearable. Just like what happened to Mitarashi Anko before. Namikaze Minato thought seriously about Senju Tobirama's problem. After a while, he smiled awkwardly. Dame, actually I'm not very good at fairy arts. The game has already begun. Let's see how this Uchiha Sasuke will deal with the current problem. Tobirama's expression became serious. The other party was a Konoha village ninja wearing a mask and sunglasses. The two of you please come forward, and the rest of you can go to the viewing platform and watch. Combatants. Copper Kai. Uchiha Sasuke. The others looked at the opposite platform. Because of Senju Tobirama and Namikaze Minato, they chose to move to another viewing platform. On the battlefield, Uzumaki Naruto and Haruno Sakura were reluctant to leave. However, at this time, Hatake Kakashi walked towards Sasuke with his hands in his pockets. Hey! Kakashi-sensei! Uzumaki Naruto saw this and danced with joy. He felt like he had found a backbone. After all, Sasuke's current state really worried him. Uzumaki Naruto's high spirits actually aroused the interest of Senju Tobirama. Being able to maintain such a smile in such an embarrassing situation. Fourth generation, your son seems to be unusual. Now I am really looking forward to his performance. Enjoy reading every day during the Mid-Autumn Festival. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now, event time, September 10th to September 12th. Chapter 30. As Uchiha Sasuke is the first in his class and a genius of the Uchiha clan, his battle has attracted much attention. Orochimaru in the stands thinks that this arrangement is a match made in heaven. Akadokai is not very strong, but he has a special ability. Chakra absorption. As a ninja, once the chakra is absorbed, he will be in a very exhausted state. At that time, Sasuke will have to rely on the Heaven's Curse seal he gave him. Come on! Sasuke! Use the power I give you, and desire this power. But he didn't know that there was a pair of eyes staring at him for a long time. That Orochimaru seemed to be expecting something strange. Tobirama really couldn't figure out what Orochimaru's purpose was for Sasuke. To get Sasuke? That was strange. If Orochimaru wanted to get the other party's Sharingan, Senju Tobirama thought it made some sense. If it was for the Sharingan, he should have taken Sasuke's eyes away in the Forest of Death. I really can't understand what this guy wants to do. Tobirama didn't intend to care about what Orochimaru wanted to do for the time being. In his opinion, it was absolutely impossible for Orochimaru to deal with Konoha village alone. They must find out the force behind Orochimaru. In the arena, Sasuke quickly knocked down the red copper kai. Unfortunately, when the opponent's palm touched him, Sasuke suddenly felt that all his strength was sucked away. My chakra! Feeling the loss of chakra in his body, Sasuke finally understood the opponent's ability. Chakra absorption. This is really difficult. Sasuke is really at the end of his rope now. If he uses the Sharingan, he is worried about the curse seal going out of control. Now because of the loss of chakra in his body, his physical strength is gradually decreasing. Akadokai slapped him, and Sasuke barely dodged it. Unfortunately, the opponent's palm still brushed his hair. Suddenly, Sasuke felt weak again, and walked past the opponent with his hands hanging down. This is... Uchiha Sasuke's performance made Senju Tobirama feel a little regretful. It seems that Orochimaru's curse has a great influence on Sasuke. Otherwise, according to the performance of the magic crystal guy, Sasuke, a member of the Uchiha clan, would not be suppressed by the other party like this. It's just absorbing chakra. In the mind of Senju Tobirama, the Uchiha clan he came into contact with. Even if they didn't open the Sharingan, the level of ninja was quite outstanding. What a pity, it looks like Sasuke will. Senju Tobirama was about to conclude that Sasuke would end up in failure. A loud roar of dissatisfaction came from the opposite stand. This loud roar was heard clearly by everyone in the venue. Sasuke! Are you still Uchiha Sasuke in this state? Don't embarrass yourself, fight well. Uzumaki Naruto was so anxious that he was pounding on the opposite stand. He was holding on to the fence tightly, giving people the feeling that he would jump down to help Sasuke if he didn't agree with him. Roar! Uzumaki Naruto! Senju Tobirama looked at Uzumaki Naruto in the distance. The relationship between the Jinchuriki and the Uchiha clan was so harmonious. This was beyond his expectation. The fourth generation. Please forgive me for saying something unpleasant. Your son Uzumaki Naruto, although he is full of energy. But it's too simple, even a little bit stupid. Can't he see that Uchiha Sasuke has been fighting very hard? Tobirama sighed. In the duel field below, most of the ninjas were from Konoha village. But he knew very well that an excellent ninja could be worth thousands of troops. In his opinion, if Uzumaki Naruto is really the son of Namikaze Minato, then his qualifications must be superior to others. In addition, his mother Uzumaki Kushina has the physique of the Uzumaki clan. The mother's bloodline plus the father's talent. Naruto is definitely not simple. It's just that Naruto's performance just now was a little disappointing. It seems that his brain is not as bright as his father. Tobirama shook his head helplessly. At the same time, the disdainful voice of Akagi Kai attracted the attention of Senju Tobirama. Humph! You actually have the mood to look around during the battle. You are finished, this is the final blow. Senju Tobirama heard the voice and looked over, only to find that Uchiha Sasuke was turning his head to look at Uzumaki Naruto who had just called him. Fool! What on earth is Sasuke doing when he is distracted during the battle? Senju Tobirama's face is getting uglier and uglier. Is the level of the new generation of Konoha village ninjas so low? Especially the Uchiha clan, who are the elite of Konoha village. They have the energy to distract themselves in the desperate situation. However, just when Kaitong Kai was about to come to Sasuke's side, Uchiha Sasuke suddenly turned around and faced the attack from Akado Kide. He instantly ducked. With extremely fast movements, he kicked Akado Kide in the chin. His powerful kicking skills even sent Akado Kai flying into the sky. That is. Senju Tobirama looked at everything in front of him in shock. He didn't expect that Uchiha Sasuke could still perform shadow dance in this situation. Could it be that he was inspired by Uzumaki Naruto? Tobirama muttered. He couldn't figure out where Sasuke got the strength from. Uchiha Sasuke didn't plan to give him time to think. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of Sasuke beating the red copper kai kept ringing in the air. Under the surprised eyes of everyone, Uchiha Sasuke fell from the sky with the red copper kai. With the last kick, he knocked him to the ground. Lion continuous bomb. Have fun reading books every day during the Mid-Autumn Festival. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, September 10th to September 12th. Chapter 31. Uchiha Sasuke's performance shocked the whole audience. Even Namikaze Minato and Senju Tobirama couldn't help but applaud him in their hearts. Senju Tobirama is just like that, good is good, bad is bad. Although he felt a little slapped in the face, he didn't do anything wrong. Unfortunately, Uchiha Sasuke's body has reached its limit. After defeating Akado Kai, he was quickly carried away. The subsequent battles were not as exciting as imagined. Harano Sakura and Yamanaka Ino, two girls from Konoha village. The whole battle was filled with Uzumaki Naruto's shouts of encouragement to Harano Sakura. Senju Tobirama looked at Namikaze Minato with a little joking. Fourth Hokage, your son seems to be very interested in that girl with cherry-colored hair. Look at how anxious he is. That's not the case, Nidame-sama. I feel that Naruto's concern for that girl named Harano Sakura is just that of a friend. After all, Naruto was also very nervous about Sasuke just now. Namikaze Minato also smiled back. He didn't see anything wrong. Harano Sakura and Yamanaka Ino ended up in a tie. Konoha village's Abarame Shino defeated a ninja from the Otagakure village. However, the performance of Sand Village's Temari made Tobirama and Minato a little silent. Even Tenten's performance was very good. But Temari didn't even move, and defeated her. This inevitably made Senju Tobirama, the second-generation Hokage of Konoha village, a little embarrassed. I never thought that the level of the genin of Sand Village could be so high. Tobirama didn't quite understand. Once upon a time, the level of the genin of Konoha village and the genin of Sand Village could be so different. Then, Nara Shikamaru of Konoha village defeated another female ninja from Otagakure village. The level of this Union village. Senju Tobirama frowned again. Orochimaru had left after watching Sasuke's match. The other party didn't even care about the performance of the ninjas from his own village, which made Senju Tobirama even more confused. And the level of the ninjas from the Sound village is indeed unsatisfactory. So why did Orochimaru dare to act wildly in Konoha village? Could it be that he simply sneaked into Konoha village to see Sasuke? Namikaze Minato didn't worry as much as Senju Tobirama. He was very casual and felt that he was actually a dead man in this world. It was just that he had this opportunity. He just wanted to focus more on Uzumaki Naruto. Oh! Fourth Hokage, Naruto is about to go on stage. Finally, this moment has come. Senju Tobirama's words startled Minato Namikaze. When he saw Naruto's name on the big screen, Minato Namikaze suddenly became nervous. How could his son perform? Is it the child of the Inyazuka family? Nameki Minato looked at Inyazuka Kaiba, who was holding a dog across from him. And Uzumaki Naruto was obviously very excited. Finally, it's my turn to play. Tobirama, fourth Hokage, your son seems to have been looking forward to it for a long time. Minato. Well, Nidame-sama, I can finally see Naruto play. Senju Tobirama could obviously feel the excitement in Namikaze Minato's tone, even though he was deliberately suppressing it. Perhaps this is the true blood relationship. Even though Namikaze Minato came from a time travel, Uzumaki Naruto is his own flesh and blood. Senju Tobirama did not have any other opinions about Minato because of this. Senju Hashirama's will is to treat everyone in the village as family, and Minato did it. He chose to sacrifice for the peace of Konoha village, and even to protect the future of the village, he chose to sacrifice his son's childhood. Senju Tobirama looked at Minato for a long time, revealing a relieved smile under the mask. Patting Minato's shoulder gently, Tobirama said in a soft tone, fourth Hokage, I believe Naruto will definitely win, just rest assured. Looking at Naruto's appearance, Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff of his cigarette and glanced at Minato Namikaze, who was coming out of the stands. He was praying that Naruto would be more normal and not do something strange like before. Naruto, your father is watching you there. Sarutobi Hiruzen lowered the brim of his Hokage hat. He seemed a little afraid to look directly at the scene, fearing that Naruto would say something that would shock everyone. Sarutobi Hiruzen knew Uzumaki Naruto too well, and he did not disappoint him. It's finally my time to show my skills. Uzumaki Naruto was in high spirits. Hearing this, Inyazuka Kaiba immediately showed dissatisfaction. What? Shouldn't I be the one saying this? My victory is justified, right, Akamaru? Akamaru. Woof. What? Inyazuka Kaiba was displeased, and his words also made Uzumaki Naruto feel unhappy. Naruto narrowed his eyes in anger, and pointed at Inyazuka Kaiba and said, what nonsense are you talking about, on what basis do you think you can beat me? Besides, don't bring the puppy to the competition, it will hinder the game. Inuzuka Kaiba wanted to laugh at Naruto's words. You are an idiot, Akamaru will also join the battle. What? When Uzumaki Naruto heard this, he looked at the referee Gekao Hayate beside him in confusion. Hey, is this okay? Isn't this a foul? Moonlight Gale. Yes, insects and dogs are allowed into battle just like ninja tools. Uzumaki Naruto. Slightly stunned, Uzumaki Naruto suppressed his embarrassment and showed a look of disdain. Humph. Forget it, just think of it as me giving you the way. Namikaze Minato. This. Senju Tobirama was so amused by Naruto that he held his stomach with laughter. He had never seen such an interesting child before. Fourth generation. Doesn't Naruto know that it's a ninja dog? Enjoy reading every day during the Mid-Autumn Festival. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now, event time, September 10th to September 12th. Chapter 32. The Chunin exams in Konoha village were in full swing. Nohara in Yuyan village was in a bit of a bad situation. It rained heavily in Yuyan village today. The fog made her dare not venture out. In desperation, Nohara, who was hiding in the cave, did not choose to continue moving forward in order not to lose her sense of direction. Why? The land of rain is such a strange place. Nohara sat on the stone with her hands on her cheeks. Her legs were hanging down and swaying. I don't know if what Ah-Fei told me is true. Was I really brought to the future world by someone? Nohara replayed her experience in her mind. It must be said that it was incredible to come to the rain country the moment she walked out of her house. If she really came to the future world. Now she seems to be able to accept it. Nohara was still thinking, and suddenly she felt a numbness in her wrist. Hiss! Like a mosquito bite, Nohara subconsciously looked at her wrist. She was so shocked that her beautiful eyes trembled and she asked, "What is this?" What? Uchiha Obito at the top of the cave was also frightened by Nohara exclamation. He hurriedly looked at Nohara and found that she stretched out her arm and had something like a wristband on her wrist. The wristband was flashing with light. Uchiha Obito had never seen such a thing before. And seeing Nohara confused look, she probably hadn't seen it either. What's going on? Uchiha Obito's face changed suddenly under the mask. Could it be that someone had put this wristband on Nohara without her noticing? Impossible. These days, Uchiha Obito followed Nohara all the way and did not find anything unusual. Could it be that, did someone put this wristband on Nohara while I was sleeping? Obito's idea was immediately rejected. Because every time he was about to sleep, he would send a few white zetsu to guard Nohara. If there was anything, White Zetsu would definitely notify him. But according to White Zetsu's report, everything was normal. Something is wrong. Uchiha Obito looked at Nohara curious expression and realized that he was too concerned. It was obvious. Nohara strange behavior just now must be related to this wristband. If this is the case. Uchiha Obito was shocked. This is impossible. How could someone put that wristband on Nohara without anyone noticing? Thinking of this, Obito once again thought of the mastermind behind the scenes. As he had thought before, a terrible guy seemed to have appeared in the ninja world. Ding! At this moment, the sound from below attracted Uchiha Obito's attention. After the wristband flashed a strong light, a soft male voice sounded, "Don't panic, don't be afraid. This wristband is called the scientific ninja tool. It can be activated as long as it senses the fluctuation of chakra. Everything you want to know is in here. A reminder, the wristband is attached with time and space ninjutsu, once bound, it cannot be removed. But don't worry, it will fall off naturally when the work is done." Whose voice is this? Pain? Uchiha Madara? Or those cages of the ninja village? Uchiha Obito racked his brains to think of the most powerful people in the ninja world. But he just couldn't distinguish the other party's voice. However, the other party's voice didn't sound hostile. Is it so magical? What are scientific ninja tools? Nohara Lin blinked her beautiful eyes a few times, her face full of confusion. She was also analyzing what the other party said, but unfortunately she got nothing. But Nohara Lin was not a fool. What happened in recent times was too bizarre. Although she didn't understand the principle, Nohara Lin's sixth sense told her that this wristband could help her explain why she was suddenly brought to the Hidden Rain village. Without time to think about it, Nohara Lin casually mobilized the chakra in her body. At the same time, the wristband on her wrist flashed again. Then, a projection suddenly appeared in front of her. What did you say? Do you know what you just said? I know, we too have to continue to complete the task. What? What about Lin? What should Lin do? Nohara Lin. Uchiha Obito. What is this? Nohara Rin was surprised. The people in the projection turned out to be Uchiha Obito and Hatake Kakashi. However, Uchiha Obito at the top of the cave saw the content of the projection. He was stunned. Nohara Rin below might not know what the content of the projection was. But Uchiha Obito knew better than anyone. The content in it was the Battle of Kanabi Bridge that year. Have fun reading books every day during the Mid-Autumn Festival. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, September 10th to September 12th. Chapter 33. Uchiha Obito was already sweating coldly. He even wanted to knock Nohara Rin unconscious so that she couldn't watch the following content. But he couldn't do it at all. In Obito's eyes, even if Nohara Rin lost a hair, he would be heartbroken. Not to mention being attacked. Damn, what kind of person is this mastermind behind this? How could he use such a terrifying space-time ninjutsu? Uchiha Obito did not think that what the other party said when introducing scientific ninja tools was alarmist. Obito, who was familiar with space-time ninjutsu, could feel the space-time fluctuations on the wristband. Lin, we'll rescue her later. The enemy wants to know our plan and will not kill her immediately. And luckily, Lin is a medical ninja, and will treat her with courtesy even if she becomes a prisoner. Compared with the current problem, the enemy will also know our battle plan through intelligence gathering on linear. If the plan got out, they would have immediately stepped up security on the bridge. In this case, the difficulty of our mission will increase too much. Bridge? Nohara Rin listened to the conversation between Hatake Kakashi and Uchiha Obito. It was obvious that she herself became a prisoner of the enemy during this mission. The reason why Kakashi and Uchiha Obito quarreled was that Obito wanted to save himself, but Kakashi insisted on completing the mission. But what surprised Nohara Rin was that the so-called bridge in Kakashi's mouth was not a bridge. Could it be the Battle of Kanabi Bridge? Nohara Rin covered her mouth in shock. She couldn't believe it. This is actually my future. Nohara Rin was smart. If she hadn't been taken to the Hidden Rain village by the mysterious force, she would have participated in the Battle of Kanabi Bridge as shown in the video. No. This is past history. Uchiha Obito above was worried. Because he didn't know what the mastermind behind the scenes wanted to do, but if the other party could really spread the past of the ninja world to Nohara Rin in this way, then everything he did would be known to the other party. What should he do then? Uchiha Obito was confused. He felt that this confused emotion was more difficult to solve than realizing the infinite Tsukuyomi plan. What you said about Lin being fine was just your personal guess, right? What if they are dumb minions who can't think? Saving Lin is the priority now, rather than the mission. Uchiha Obito's words surprised Nohara Rin. Obito. Nohara Rin murmured to herself, calling out Obito's name. In her memory, although Uchiha Obito was ambitious and worked very hard, he would always find lame excuses to maintain his face. He would also back down when faced with difficult things. However, this was the first time that Nohara had seen Obito with such a firm attitude. But she was also very confused, and gestured back and forth with her fingers a few times. Could it be true as Ah-Fei said? Me now in the future. And then I knew what I was going to experience in the past. Then why was I captured? Am I a fool? Nohara stuck out her tongue playfully. She suddenly realized that the person who brought her to the Hidden Rain village should have no ill intentions, and was the same person who gave her the scientific ninja tools. He also told her what she was going to face. Even if she went back to the past again, this kind of thing should not happen. It's really strange. Uchiha Obito tilted his face and stretched his ears to listen to what Nohara said. When he heard the other party's question, Obito slowly sneaked into the top of the mountain. Something is wrong. He had the same idea. Just like what he thought before, if Nohara really came from the past to the future, then why did she choose the same path in the past? At this time, Obito, like Nohara, thought of the guy who manipulated all this behind the scenes. If the other party deliberately framed them, why did he bring Nohara here, and why did he tell Nohara everything that happened in the past? Isn't it to change the other party's tragic fate? But why would such a tragic thing happen in front of them again? Uchiha Obito was numb. This kind of thing may really be beyond his thinking. Well, if Mr. Minato was here, I think he would have found some clues. Obito shook his head with a wry smile. He didn't know why the figure of Minato Namikaze appeared in his mind at this time. But in the next second, Uchiha Obito glared with one eye. Since Nohara was able to come to this world, wouldn't the mastermind behind the scenes not bring Minato Namikaze with him, or bring other people with him? Thinking of this, Uchiha Obito trembled all over. If that's the case, then wouldn't the world be in chaos? I am the captain, you must follow my instructions. No matter what the situation, in order to prevent the team from becoming a mess, one person will make the decision. The players will follow the captain's instructions. That's the rule. Obito, you have no ability, so I am the captain. If you let your emotions control you and fail an important mission, you will regret it later. That's why ninjas have a rule to banish emotions. You know what happens to people who break the rules. Facing Kakashi's obstruction, Uchiha Obito stopped on his way to rescue Nohara in the world of ninja. People who break the rules are called scum. But those who don't cherish their companions are worse than scum. They're all scumbags anyway, so I'm going to break this rule. Of course, if this is not the right ninja, then I will defeat the ninja. Looking at Uchiha Obito's resolute back, Nohara blushed. He is quite handsome. However, at this moment, the screen flickered a few times and suddenly disappeared. But the wristband was still hanging on Nohara wrist. Why is there no image at the critical moment? Nohara stretched out her arm, shook it several times, and looked at the wristband on her wrist. The light on the wristband disappeared. No matter how Nohara mobilized the chakra, the wristband did not respond at all. Why? I was still wondering what would happen next. Why did it get cut off? Enjoy reading every day during the Mid-Autumn Festival. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now, event time, September 10th to September 12th. Chapter 34. Please give flowers and votes. Thank you. The appearance of scientific ninja tools made Uchiha Obito feel uneasy. Weird. It was really too weird. He had always thought it was just a coincidence, but now he was 100% sure that someone must be behind the scenes of the ninja world. Unfortunately, he didn't know the other party's specific purpose. Now he can only take one step at a time. If he senses the fluctuation of the space around Nohara again, he must try his best to pull Nohara into his Kamui space before that person. Since Nohara has come to this world again, he will never let her go back. Sorrow must not be allowed to continue to be born. Konoha Village's Chunin exams venue. Senju Tobirama watched Uzumaki Naruto's match and shook his head. He was passively beaten. For so long, Uzumaki Naruto had been suppressed by Inuzuka Kaiba and Akamaru. But in Tobirama's heart, he also admired Uzumaki Naruto's perseverance. He stood up after being knocked down, and stood up again after being knocked down. Tobirama looked at the intense battle on the field, and 3 Inuzuka Kaiba appeared on the arena. Why? Naruto's move is quite clever. Tobirama praised him but sighed. He wants to use the transformation technique to confuse the opponent's vision and hearing, so that the opponent can't tell that it is just Akamaru's transformed Inuzuka Kaiba. However, the secret technique of the Inuzuka family can gather chakra in the nose, making one's sense of smell more sensitive by tens of thousands of times. In this case, Inuzuka Kaiba can still easily distinguish Uzumaki Naruto from Akamaru. Namikaze Minato naturally knew what Senju Tobirama said. He couldn't help but worry about Uzumaki Naruto. What do you want to do next, Naruto? Minato was worried. From the beginning till now, Naruto has not been able to touch the extremely fast Inuzuka Kaiba. This made Minato Namikaze feel guilty. He knew very well in his heart that being a ninja in the ninja world is not as simple as imagined. To become an excellent ninja, one must not only work hard, but also have more important talents and family. Especially those secret families, in the ninja school, they only learn some basics, and the real skills still have to be inherited from the family. Just like the Inuzuka Kaiba in front of him, the ninjutsu he performed throughout the whole process were the secret techniques of their Inuzuka clan. Uzumaki Naruto's situation is hard to describe. He just graduated not long ago, and it is difficult for him to learn powerful ninjutsu without private teaching. Bang! As expected by Senju Tobirama, facing 3 of his own, Inuzuka Kaiba did not hesitate at all and threw a punch. One of the Inuzuka Kaiba fell to the ground. Ah! Tobirama sighed, this kind of cleverness is useless for the children of the Inuzuka family. Bang! A white smoke appeared. Senju Tobirama had expected the result, it must be Uzumaki Naruto who was beaten to his original form. Unfortunately, the result was beyond Tobirama's expectations. A little white dog was lying on the ground. What? It turned out to be the ninja dog of the Inuzuka child. This is impossible. How did Naruto confuse the child of the Inuzuka family? Tobirama was shocked. Namikaze Minato also didn't react for a while. It stands to reason that the other party couldn't make a mistake. Damn, what on earth is going on? Inuzuka Kaiba was shocked. He didn't expect that he would confuse Naruto and Akamaru with his sense of smell tens of thousands of times stronger. But now is not the time to think about these things, because there is another Inuzuka Kaiba right behind him. That is Naruto. So you are the real Naruto? Damn it, you dare to play tricks on me. Because he was afraid of Naruto's attack, Inuzuka Kaiba turned around and punched the person behind him without saying a word. The punch was so powerful that it directly knocked the person behind him away. Bang! A white smoke passed by. Another little white dog lay on the ground. This is... Inuzuka Kaiba stared at Akamaru lying motionless on the ground in front of him in astonishment. Before he could react, Akamaru behind him stood up. Bang! The rising white smoke startled Inuzuka Kaiba. He turned around suddenly and found that the Akamaru who was lying on the ground before was actually the one transformed by Uzumaki Naruto. Oh! It's actually a continuous transformation technique. Awesome kid, 4th generation, your son is really very smart. Very talented in fighting. Senju Tobirama praised Naruto's performance. Who would have thought that at such a critical moment, he could use psychological tactics to break up the combination of Inuzuka Kaiba and Akamaru. A big gamble. But Uzumaki Naruto won the bet. Bang! Uzumaki Naruto didn't give Inuzuka Kaiba a chance to react, and kicked Inuzuka Kaiba to the ground. Unfortunately, just one kick was not enough to defeat Inuzuka Kaiba. The opponent quickly calmed down. Inuzuka Kaiba, who used the four-legged technique, was still super fast, and didn't give Uzumaki Naruto a chance to react. After several attacks, Naruto was beaten with scars again. Are you still unable to defeat him? Senju Tobirama looked at Naruto, who had put his fingers together. He wanted to use ninjutsu, but he couldn't gather his chakra under the pressure of Inuzuka Kaiba. If no miracle happens, Naruto will be slowly consumed by Inuzuka Kaiba until he falls down. After Tobirama finished speaking, he looked at Uzumaki Naruto and stood up tremblingly. Haha, I will never lose. Even though Naruto was covered in wounds, his stubbornness made Inuzuka Kaiba on the other side start to get annoyed. Okay, I recognize your perseverance. Inuzuka Kaiba stared at Uzumaki Naruto intently, knowing for sure that he could not hold on any longer. All it took was one strike to finish him off. At this moment, Uzumaki Naruto did not seem to realize how critical the situation he was facing was. With a smile on his face, he put the fingers of both hands together again. I must use my new trick to defeat you. Hearing this, Inuzuka Kaiba was disdainful in his heart. How could I let you succeed? And you're too slow. Take it. Inuzuka Kaiba's four-legged technique was as fast as lightning, and he instantly came behind Uzumaki Naruto. This attack from behind would definitely knock Naruto down completely. It's over. Senju Tobirama's eyes were sharp. He could tell at a glance that the force used by Inuzuka Kaiba this time was even more terrifying than before. Ah! Uzumaki Naruto glanced at Inuzuka Kaiba, who suddenly appeared behind him. In a moment of excitement, he exerted force. Puff! A smelly sound suddenly came from behind him. What is this? Senju Tobirama was stunned for a moment. This kind of thing seemed to be beyond his understanding of fighting. Wow! Inuzuka Kaiba wrinkled his nose slightly. With his sense of smell 10,000 times stronger, a foul smell rushed straight into his brain. Ah! Fourth Hokage, could it be that Naruto suddenly farted at the tense moment just now? Tobirama seemed to have reacted. His words made Minato Namikaze laugh awkwardly. It seems so, Nidame-sama. Tobirama. Well, at the critical moment, he was able to perform like this. I don't know whether to say that Naruto was lucky or something else. But a battle is a battle, and a moment of negligence will completely change the outcome. On the duel field, Uzumaki Naruto didn't feel anything was wrong. He smiled lightly and said, "Damn, I used too much force just now. Now I'm going to use my new trick to deal with you." Naruto continued to put his two fingers together and folded them behind him, then spread them out again to form a cross shadow clone technique. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, there were 4 more shadow clones on the duel field, plus the real Naruto. 5 Uzumaki Naruto surrounded Inuzuka Kaiba. Inuzuka Kaiba, who had not yet reacted, looked around at the Naruto surrounding him, and for a moment he could not tell which one was the real one. This was the counterattack opportunity that Uzumaki Naruto had finally fought for, and he did not want to waste it. He threw a punch. Inuzuka Kaiba had no time to dodge. The moment he was knocked down, the real Naruto used the shadow clones to bounce directly into the air. The remaining Uzumaki Naruto clones slid under Inuzuka Kaiba and kicked him into the air together. Naruto continuous bomb. As Inuzuka Kaiba was rising, Naruto in the air happened to fall down and kicked him hard in the face. He was kicked to the ground. Oh! Is that the multiple shadow clone technique that I invented? It's amazing that there are 4 of them, and they can work so closely together. Naruto combo? Haha, this kid is so funny. Just by watching Sasuke perform a lion combo, he has created his own taijutsu. 4th generation, now it seems that your son is definitely a genius ninja. Namikaze Minato breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this. Minato looked down at Naruto with satisfaction. As a father, Minato Namikaze was extremely proud of Naruto's unwavering faith. However, Minato Namikaze had not had time to be happy for Naruto. The slight spatial fluctuation coming from the ninja tool bag surprised him. Fourth generation. Senju Tobirama frowned, and his eyes instantly looked at Minato's ninja tool bag. Is it space fluctuation? Yes. Mr. Nidame. Please give me flowers and votes. Thank you. Have fun reading books on May Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, April 29th to May 3rd. Chapter 35. Please give me flowers and votes. Thank you. Namikaze Minato opened his ninja tool bag, and saw a black object that looked like a camera. What is this? Senju Tobirama was slightly startled. He had never seen such high-end things in his time. It looks like a camera. Minato looked serious, and he was also not sure what the extra equipment in the backpack was. I was able to put the item directly into my ninja bag through space-time ninjutsu without anyone noticing. Second generation. Namikaze Minato looked up at Senju Tobirama. Tobirama could see the other party's vigilance in Minato's deep pupils. This matter is just as we imagined, not that simple. Senju Tobirama nodded. He and Namikaze Minato had privately discussed the cause of this phenomenon long before. Although they were not sure what the situation was at the beginning, the moment the camera appeared, they were sure in their hearts that someone must want to do something. That's why they met in this world. Tobirama, I'll go talk to Monkey, you go back to the Hokage's office and wait for us, we will study this thing together later. Minato. Got it, Nidame-sama. On the opposite side of the viewing platform, everyone was excited about Uzumaki Naruto's victory. That Naruto actually defeated Kaiba. Ino's eyes widened in disbelief. That's amazing, Naruto. Rock Lee's excitement was particularly evident. Kakashi, Naruto is a good kid. Might Guy was also very happy, thinking that he was indeed a genin led by his eternal rival. Kakashi. Kakashi. Seeing that no one responded, Might Guy called out twice again, and then followed Kakashi's gaze. He found that Hitaki Kakashi was concentrating on looking at the two ANBU members on the opposite platform. Kakashi, what are you looking at? Might Guy's last question made Kakashi startled. He came to his senses and laughed awkwardly. Ah? What are you talking about? Might Guy. My God, he is worthy of being my eternal rival. This kind of cool behavior is simply unsurpassed. However, facing Might Guy's thick nerves, Kakashi's face looked a little ugly. He has been paying attention to the two Anbu on the opposite platform. He felt strange from the beginning, why there were two Anbu standing on the opposite side and watching the game openly in the scene of the Chunin exam. If it is to protect Sarutobi Hiruzen's safety, it is indeed a bit too obvious. Especially the yellow-haired man. Kakashi Hitaki always feels very similar to the sneaky person he met that night. It is very likely that he is a spy sent by Orochimaru. Others were attracted by Uzumaki Naruto's victory, but Kakashi was not. He glanced at Tobirama Senju and Minato Namikaze on the opposite side, fearing that Minato was an undercover sent by Orochimaru to attack Sarutobi Hiruzen. Thinking of this, he glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen. This look scared Kakashi. Impossible, how could there be an Anbu ninja like the white-haired one beside the Sandaime Hokage? In order to ensure Sarutobi Hiruzen's safety, Tobirama Senju and Minato Namikaze had already imprinted the mark of the Flying Thunder God technique on his body. After leaving that sentence to Minato Namikaze, Tobirama Senju immediately came to Sarutobi Hiruzen's side. Regardless of Mitarashi Anko's surprise, he leaned over to Sarutobi Hiruzen's ear and whispered something, and then disappeared again. While he was talking, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face suddenly changed, and the wrinkles on his old face became more obvious. Could it be the ANBU ninja on the opposite side? Kakashi was shocked. In the instant he glanced sideways, the opponent's instant body instantaneous technique had actually reached Sarutobi Hiruzen's side. Seeing the other party leave, Sarutobi Hiruzen also wanted to leave the examination site. Hitaki Kakashi knew that something must have happened. He raised his head again and looked at the opposite side. At this sight, Hitaki Kakashi suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. It was just as he expected. He just relaxed for a few seconds, and the yellow-haired and white-haired on the opposite side disappeared. It was obvious that the ANBU ninja who spoke to Sarutobi Hiruzen just now was the white-haired ANBU standing opposite him just now. How so? Why are they so fast? Hitaki Kakashi narrowed his eyes slightly, revealing a bit of coldness. He suddenly remembered the scene of chasing Namikaze Minato that night. The other party also disappeared in the moment when he lost sight of him for less than 2 seconds. These two people. There is definitely something wrong. Kakashi looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen who was about to leave, and he was slightly stunned. If the other party was not a ninja from Konoha village, then why did Sarutobi Hiruzen choose to leave after the other party explained the situation? But if they were ninjas? Hitaki Kakashi had also served as the captain of the Anbu. I have never heard of a ninja with such a fast speed appearing in Konoha village. Who are these two people? Please give me flowers and votes. Thank you. Have fun reading books every day during the Mid-Autumn Festival. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now, event time, September 10th to September 12th. Chapter 36. In the Hokage's office in Konoha village. Namikaze Minato was swinging something that looked like a camera in front of him. Whoosh! A figure suddenly appeared in front of him. How is it, 4th Hokage, did you find anything? Senju Tobirama nervously appeared in front of Minato. Namikaze. Minato nodded and said, yes, Nidame-sama. He recounted the voice that just appeared in the camera to Senju Tobirama. There is such a magical thing. Senju Tobirama was slightly stunned. According to Minato Namikaze, what they want to know will be born in the image of the camera. Bang bang bang. While the two were still in doubt, the knock on the door outside made Senju Tobirama pause. Monkey! Come in. Through perception, Tobirama recognized the chakra aura of the person coming. It was Sarutobi Hiruzen. With a squeak, Sarutobi Hiruzen pushed the door open and entered, then quickly closed it. Teacher. He first bowed slightly to Senju Tobirama, then Sarutobi Hiruzen fixed his eyes on Namikaze Minato. Minato, have you discovered something? As he spoke, he walked to the window and slowly lowered the curtains. Well, now you can tell me. Namikaze Minato nodded. He continued, I don't know what happened. He placed the camera on the Hokage's desk. A faint red light flashed on the camera. According to the human voice emitted by the device just now. This device is called a scientific ninja tool, and it can be activated by sending chakra. And it can only be used once a day. Transferring chakra? Senju Tobirama and Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned at the same time after hearing Minato Namikaze's description. Is there any conspiracy here? Sarutobi Hiruzen had never heard of scientific ninja tools. In addition, chakra was required. His first reaction was that it was a trap. He was afraid that this equipment was specially designed to devour other people's chakra. Namikaze Minato was silent. He didn't know what this thing was. After thinking about it, Minato sighed. There is no point in us always being suspicious here. I will send my chakra into this device first, if there is any problem. He looked at Senju Tobirama and Sarutobi Hiruzen with a slightly nervous expression. Nidame, Sandame, you will act accordingly. Tobirama and Hiruzen nodded when they heard the voice. Facing this thing that looked like a camera, they suddenly became nervous. Namikaze Minato didn't think too much, since it was very likely that they could find out the reason why they came to this place. Minato immediately sent chakra into the camera. Click! A light sound. Then the flashing light of the camera became stronger and stronger. A screen slowly appeared in front of the three people. Art fire escape ho fireball. Water style, water dragon bullet technique. There are two people fighting on the battlefield on the screen. This is second generation. Namikaze Minato was stunned for a moment. The person who was kicked to the ground on the screen was Senju Tobirama. The back of the clothes of the person who kicked him was engraved with the emblem of the Uchiha clan. Izuna. Senju Tobirama was at a loss for a moment. This is the influence of the Warring States period. The guy who fought against my ninjutsu is called Uchiha Izuna. Izuna. After listening to the explanation of Senju Tobirama, Sarutobi Hiruzen was in a trance for a moment. Looking at the young man on the screen who looked a bit like Uchiha Sasuke, he remembered the other person's identity. This was also the answer that Sarutobi Hiruzen had received from Senju Tobirama. Teacher, could it be that the other person is Uchiha Madara's younger brother who died young? Tobirama heard this but did not give a direct answer. His expression became a little strange at this moment. Izuna? Why did Izuna appear? Could it be that this matter has something to do with him? Tobirama said to himself in confusion. Humph! Are you attacking randomly? Just curse the misfortune of not having the Sharingan. Flying Thunder God / This. Namikaze Minato and Sarutobi Hiruzen were shocked after seeing this. In the white smoke caused by the collision of water escape and fire escape, all the kunai thrown by Senju Tobirama were seen through by Uchiha Izuna. Unfortunately, when he was careless, Senju Tobirama's Flying Thunder God / instantly pierced through Izuna's body, causing him to suffer heavy injuries. Hearing the 4 words Flying Thunder God / Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but tremble with fear. When Senju Tobirama first appeared that night, he almost used Flying Thunder God / to pierce his head. This scene is the scene when I seriously injured Uchiha Izuna. In the end, because of this battle, Izuna passed away. It's really scary. Who on earth could know such a thing? No. That's impossible. People in the Warring States period, no matter how old they were, should have died of old age. Not to mention that at the time, besides our Senju clan, there were only people from the Uchiha clan on the battlefield. Fundamental. Senju Tobirama stared at the big screen in amazement. This kind of thing could not be explained rationally. No. It was unreasonable for him to come to this place. Could it be that Izuna's wronged spirit is causing trouble? Sarutobi Hiruzen said something shocking. Namikaze Minato and Senju Tobirama were all frowning. No, this is even more impossible. This is the stone tablet that has been passed down from generation to generation in the Uchiha clan and has never been shown to outsiders. It is very special and requires the power of the Sharingan to interpret. The content that I can interpret with my current ability is, a god, in pursuit of stability, divided yin and yang into 2 poles. The two are opposite, but their interaction can produce everything. This is the universal truth. In other words, as long as 2 opposite forces complement each other, true happiness can be achieved. Hashira, do you think I really don't know? Hashirama: leave Tobirama's affairs to me. You are the Hokage's right-hand man and my brother. I hope you can assist me. One day the villagers will discover your merits, and then you will be Hashira, the Hokage after you is Tobirama, right? By then, the Uchiha clan will surely be wiped out one day. I knew this very well, and I called on the Uchiha clan to follow me, but none of them were willing. Hasalama, I am leaving the village, and I will enjoy fighting with you before I reach my true dream. Madara, what is a real dream? Isn't our dream in the village? Hasala, you just can't see it, there is a road ahead that leads to your real dream. Senju Tobirama. Namikaze Minato. Sarutobi Hiruzen. It turns out that Uchiha Madara already knew the future of the Uchiha clan. How did he know? Is this Madara-senpai? I'm curious about how he knows the future of the Uchiha clan. Minato Namikaze was confused at this time. What exactly is the path to true happiness that Uchiha Madara is talking about? However, seeing that even the first Hokage Senju Hashirama didn't understand it, Minato didn't think too deeply about it. Could it be that? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Senju Tobirama in horror. Teacher, is it Uchiha Madara who is behind the incident between you and Minato? Tobirama frowned. He stared at the screen without saying a word. Suddenly, the Hokage's office fell into silence. After a while, Senju Tobirama sighed. Because I know the Uchiha clan too well, they are a clan of true love. However, when they lose their loved ones, a special chakra is generated in their minds, which gives them power but also brings about abnormal changes in their emotions. I'm just worried that some of them will choose someone who goes to extremes like Uchiha Madara. But now it seems that I was overthinking. It seems that Uchiha Madara's attack on Konoha village was just his personal will. And he must have obtained some clues from the stone tablet. But, what exactly is a god, and what is the power that can produce everything in the universe? Senju Tobirama sighed. Hashirama Senju had never mentioned this crucial thing to him. And all this sounded too incredible. It was as if Uchiha Madara was looking for the power to become a god. After hearing Senju Tobirama's explanation, Namikaze Minato's eyes flashed slightly. According to the second generation, if Uchiha Madara had this kind of magical power behind the scenes, I think he should bring his own biological brother along. And if Madara's goal was to target Konoha village, how could he bring me and the Nidame-sama to this world? Namikaze Minato's words reminded Sarutobi Hiruzen. The old man took a deep puff of his pipe and said slowly, but that night when the Nine Tails attacked Konoha village, those eyes were definitely Sharingan. The Nine Tails must be controlled by the Uchiha clan. Who is the mastermind behind this? Enjoy reading on May Day. Top up 100 yuan and get 500 VIP points. Top up now. Activity time, April 29 to May 3. Chapter 37. In the hidden meeting room of Konoha village, Tobirama Senju sat quietly on the chair without saying a word. What exactly is Uchiha Madara's so-called path to becoming a god? And why did he bring the Nine Tails to attack Konoha village later? Tobirama Senju remembered the last battle between his elder brother Hashirama and Uchiha Madara before his death. Hashirama won. Unfortunately, after sealing Uchiha Madara's body, Tobirama Senju finally found that Uchiha Madara's body in the coffin had disappeared. A series of situations finally became a mystery. Second generation master, are you thinking about the Uchiha clan here? Namikaze Minato walked quietly from the window to the side of Senju Tobirama. Now he was no longer thinking about what Orochimaru wanted to do to Konoha village. The manipulator hiding in the dark was the one Minato was most worried about. He didn't know what the other party's purpose was, not to mention that the other party could perform space-time ninjutsu that was beyond his and Tobirama's understanding. This phenomenon was extremely strange no matter how you imagine it. Oh! The fourth generation. Hearing the voice, Tobirama raised his head and looked at Minato Namikaze who was standing beside him. He nodded slightly and sighed. His tone was a little sad. I feel like there must be some unfinished content about that scientific ninja tool. Maybe we can find some clues later. But my brother did not tell me about his secret meeting with Madara. Senju Tobirama sighed. It can be seen that in Senju Hashirama's heart, under certain circumstances, Uchiha Madara's status is higher than that of his younger brother. In fact, I am very worried that Uchiha Madara has really obtained his so-called power to become a god. Otherwise, just like what the monkey said, you died in the Nine Tails rebellion, except that Madara has the power to control the Nine Tails. I have never seen anyone in the Uchiha clan who possesses this kind of terrifying power. And I took care of Madara's body, but it mysteriously disappeared later. I wonder if Madara has found a way to achieve immortality. Senju Tobirama said this with an especially solemn expression. He couldn't figure it out. Even if Uchiha Madara was the mastermind behind the scenes, why did the other party summon him and Minato to this world when Orochimaru wanted to attack Konoha village? Could it be that Uchiha Madara suddenly became enlightened after becoming a god? I can't figure it out, I really can't figure it out. But now Senju Tobirama is sighing for the ending of the Uchiha clan. Maybe they were really scared by Uchiha Madara's behavior at that time. If it weren't for the fear of Uchiha Madara, Senju Tobirama might not have targeted the Uchiha clan so much. Senju Tobirama stared blankly at the front, recalling Uchiha Madara in the Warring States period. How terrifying the towering Susanoo was. Senju Tobirama didn't know how to deal with such a behemoth. If it weren't for Hashirama, the Senju clan would have been killed by Uchiha Madara long ago. Squeak! The slight sound of the door opening startled Senju Tobirama. His thoughts returned to reality. Teacher! Sarutobi Hiruzen still greeted Tobirama respectfully first, then turned his gaze to Namikaze Minato. Minato. Namikaze Minato smiled slightly. Welcome back, Sandame. Senju Tobirama. Oh, it's the monkey. Have you arranged the Chunin exams? Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded slightly, responded, and walked in front of the two of them. Everything is arranged. Unfortunately, in order to raise the profile of the new generation of ninjas in the village and gain support from celebrities, I have already sent invitations to various celebrities and dignitaries. I'm thinking. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Senju Tobirama and Namikaze Minato with concern. The two also understood his concerns. Monkey, you are worried about Orochimaru, right? Don't worry, as long as he is still a ninja, no matter which countries and ninja villages he cooperates with, I will never hurt these daimyos and celebrities for no reason. Tobirama was very clear about the structure and rules of the ninja. As ninjas, most of their activity funds were provided by the tasks of these daimyos and celebrities. This ensured that they did not have to worry about money and could practice peacefully to improve their strength. Under normal circumstances, no ninja would be willing to offend these celebrities in the ninja world. I first arranged all the villagers to the shelter before the start of the final round of the Chunin exam. The genin was in charge of watching over the event, while the Chunin and above were all sitting in the audience. If there is an emergency, we are already prepared. This way, not only can we catch the opponent off guard, but we can also thoroughly investigate who Orochimaru is working with. What is his real purpose? Senju Tobirama, who had experienced the Warring States period and the First Ninja World War, was very calm. The village was destroyed and it could be rebuilt quickly. But the villagers must not be harmed in any way. Besides, with me and the Yandere here, you don't have to worry too much about your rebellious apprentice. Tobirama stood up and patted Minato Namikaze's shoulder. Finally, a smile appeared on his face. Yandere, I think we should take advantage of these few days to digest the content of scientific ninja tools. You can also take some time to watch Naruto. He is a very good ninja, and he is also smart in battle. If he is trained well, he will definitely have a bright future. Tobirama was full of confidence. Especially when he thought of Naruto's status as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, he was even more confident. If Naruto can successfully use the Nine-Tails Chakra, he will definitely be the strongest fighter in the ninja world in the future. Speaking of this matter, Sarutobi Hiruzen coughed lightly. Oh, by the way, Minato. Jiraiya has returned to the village. The purpose of his trip is to give Naruto special training. If you are interested, you can go and have a look. In the next few days, I think the participating genin will work hard to improve their own strength. Enjoy reading every day during the Mid-Autumn Festival. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now, event time, September 10th to September 12th. Chapter 38. Namikaze Minato hid in the bushes wearing a mask. His eyes looked towards the lake in the distance. Haigzuishin Wei. Naruto continued to seal slowly. His eyes suddenly became bright. Ninjutsu, summoning technique. Bang! Naruto clapped his hands, and a few white eyes rose under his palms. With a poof sound, a tadpole appeared in front of him. Did it work? Namikaze Minato couldn't see what was happening at the scene. Because the tadpole was too small, he only saw a puff of white smoke. Jiraiya at the scene stared at the tadpole below, his eyebrows slightly raised, and his eyes became rectangular. Forehead. Tadpole, tadpole. This kid really has no talent. Continue. Jiraiya roared weakly. This roar made Namikaze Minato laugh awkwardly. Ha ha ha, it seems that Naruto failed. Ninja technique, summoning magic. Ninja technique, summoning magic. Ninja. Uzumaki Naruto kept making hand seals and slapping the ground. Bang 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 bang. White smoke appeared and disappeared in waves. Until Jiraiya turned his head to the side and crouched on the edge of the bushes. Minato Namikaze heard the laughter coming from the bottom of the waterfall in the distance, and he knew exactly what his teacher was doing. Swish! While Jiraiya was concentrating on collecting materials, Minato Namikaze jumped and came to a closer distance to Naruto. This time, he could finally see clearly what his son was saying. Ninja technique, spiritual summoning technique. Bang! Another puff of white smoke. That's it. Namikaze Minato stared at the creature that appeared after the white smoke dissipated. Tadpole? This result was beyond his expectation. In his opinion, even if Uzumaki Naruto was not very good, he could at least summon a small toad with 2 legs. Ninja technique, summoning technique. Bang! Ninja. Jiraiya was busy collecting materials. Uzumaki Naruto kept making hand seals, slapping the ground, and summoning tadpoles until dusk. Oh! Namikaze Minato clenched his fists excitedly. Uzumaki Naruto succeeded. After a burst of white smoke, a tadpole with 2 legs appeared on the ground. Jiraiya turned around and said with dull eyes, Naruto, it's time for us to go too. All the swimsuits have been taken away. Hey! Looking at the tadpoles squirming on the ground, Jiraiya broke out in a cold sweat. Naruto! How can you be so untalented? Why are you still a tadpole? Faced with Jiraiya's helplessness, Uzumaki Naruto immediately jumped up and said, Nonsense, take a closer look. Hey! Jiraiya was stunned for a moment, wondering what was so good about tadpoles. But he still followed Naruto's instructions and lowered his head slightly. Look, has it grown 2 legs? The back has grown. Jiraiya. His eyes were wide open, and his forehead was dark. Jiraiya was no longer sure what words to use to express his inner shock. Should he praise Naruto? Of course not. Fool! You big idiot, can you summon the toad with arms and legs to show me? Uzumaki Naruto heard this and shouted, You are so long-winded. It is already very good to grow hind legs. Namikaze Minato. Haha. Minato couldn't help but smile and touched the back of his head. Although Jiraiya was a little helpless with Naruto, he still took him to the hot spring street. After eating and drinking, the two went to soak in the warm hot spring. This scene made Minato Namikaze feel a little relieved. Even if he was not around, his teacher was still responsible for Naruto. Although he may not have taken care of him in his childhood. But after Naruto became a ninja, Jiraiya came back to help him practice. In Minato Namikaze's heart. This is already very good. After all, in the world of ninja, strong strength is the only way to protect yourself. Lecherous immortal, I'm going back first. Don't forget our training tomorrow. Uzumaki Naruto waved to Jiraiya and walked towards his home. Namikaze Minato saw this and was about to catch up, but was stopped by Jiraiya, who stayed behind. Hello. Since you've been following me for a whole day, stop hiding and show yourself. Minato. Namikaze Minato. Seeing that Minato did not take any action, Jiraiya sighed and shook his head. Oh my, you underestimate your teacher. No matter what, I am still the immortal Taoist priest of Toad Mountain, Jiraiya-sama, who is known as the Toad Immortal. I've felt you following me and Naruto for a long time. Jiraiya pouted unhappily. Besides, the old man has already told me about you and the Nidaime. The Sandaime Hokage. Namikaze Minato was slightly stunned. Without thinking too much, he came to Jiraiya in an instant. You. Seeing Minato appear, Jiraiya looked at his blonde hair and deep blue eyes. He was stunned, completely losing his calmness. His voice began to tremble. Are you really Minato? Seeing that Minato did not take off his mask, Jiraiya hurriedly explained, No, I know that the second generation does not want anyone to know your identity. But the old man is worried that something unexpected will happen to him, and if no one can prove your identity, that's the trouble. So I told me this. You don't have to be too nervous. Jiraiya's arms trembled with excitement. He wanted to grab Minato's arm, but he was afraid that his behavior was a bit reckless. Moreover, his apprentice was really too alert. So that's how it is, Jiraiya-sensei. It feels like we haven't seen each other for a long time. Namikaze Minato slowly took off the ANBU mask on his face. Under the moonlight, his blue eyes looked even brighter. Yes. It's really you, Minato. Counting it up, the master and the apprentice haven't seen each other for 12 years. In Jiraiya's memory, the last time they met was when Kushina was pregnant. Minato Namikaze extracted the name of the protagonist from Jiraiya's Perseverance Ninja biography and gave it to Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto. This name was given by Jiraiya. Have fun reading books every day during the Mid-Autumn Festival. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, September 10th to September 12th. Chapter 39. In the woods outside Konoha village. Minato Namikaze and Jiraiya talked for a long time. What a miraculous event! According to what you said, someone could actually send items to your ninja bag through space-time ninjutsu out of thin air. If it weren't for Minato Namikaze saying this, Jiraiya would definitely think this was a huge joke. But if it is someone like Uchiha Madara, I think the possibility is really too small. At this point, Jiraiya frowned and his expression became more and more solemn. Shuman, maybe you don't know, during my travels, I found an organization. Akatsuki. Namikaze Minato looked at Jiraiya in confusion. He had actually heard of this organization's name from Sarutobi Hiruzen. Actually, I have been following and monitoring Orochimaru since he defected from Konoha village. From what I know about him, he will definitely come to Konoha village one day. Originally I was only on guard against him, but as I gathered intelligence on him, I found out that he had joined this Akatsuki organization. Although I don't know the details, this organization only has 9 people, it is a small organization. And they haven't made any big moves until now. Only. Jiraiya paused, and looked at Minato more seriously, but the problem is that the identities of the 9 of them are almost all wanted S-level wanted criminals with 1 or 2 quirks. Among the 9 of them, there is also Uchiha Itachi, the child of Fugaku whom you know. Uchiha Itachi? Namikaze. Minato's face changed when he heard this. He had heard from Sarutobi Hiruzen that the main person responsible for the genocide of the Uchiha clan was Uchiha Itachi. However, Itachi's identity was to join the Akatsuki organization as an undercover agent of Konoha village. It seems that the Sandaime didn't tell the teacher about this matter. Minato looked at Jiraiya with a serious face. Now things are becoming more and more complicated. Let's not talk about who is the mastermind who brought him here. Now there is another Akatsuki organization. Teacher, I heard from the Sandaime that Itachi infiltrated the Akatsuki organization as an undercover agent. Their actions were somewhat strange. So far, Itachi seemed to have only reported their personnel to the Sandaime. And I heard that their current goal is to make money, and there is no other detailed information. Hey? Make money? Jiraiya blinked in confusion. 9S level wanted criminals in the ninja world gathered together just to make money? This kind of thing is probably not right. But the next second, Jiraiya grinned and asked Minato, "What did you just say? What did that old guy say?" "Itaki." Jiraiya looked at Minato in amazement. Hey, that old man is really biased. Jiraiya was speechless. When he was young, he was biased towards Orochimaru. When Orochimaru defected, Sarutobi Hiruzen placed his hopes on Minato Namikaze. Good guy. How disappointed he is in himself that he didn't even explain anything to him. Minato Namikaze nodded with a smile and said yes, Uchiha Itaki is an undercover agent in that organization. According to his intelligence, the 9 of them seemed to be making money. And at this point, Namikaze Minato's expression finally became serious. The identities of the 9 people are: the explosion-style ninja Deidara from the Hidden Rock Village, the genius puppeteer Scorpion from the Hidden Sand Village, the 7 ninja swordsmen Hashigaki Kisame from the Hidden Mist Village, and the genocide sinner Uchiha Itaka from the Hidden Leaf Village. The unknown ninja Haiden from the Yuan Village, and Kakuzu who killed the high-ranking defectors from the Hidden Rain Village. The angel Konan from the Hidden Rain Village, and the god Pain from the Hidden Rain Village. There is also a strange ninja, Aloe, who doesn't look like a human, and Zetsu, who looks white on one side and black on the other. Hearing the familiar names one by one, Jiraiya's expression became more severe. For now, let's ignore the non-human Zetsu among these 9 people, but listen to the names of the other few. They are really all important wanted criminals from various villages. Konan from the Hidden Rain Village. The familiar name made Jiraiya fall into deep thought. What's wrong, teacher? No. Nothing, Jiraiya laughed quickly, but his expression did not become relaxed. Konan? Is it the same name? In his memory, Konan, Yahiko, and Nagato had died in the war. Jiraiya was heartbroken for a long time at that time, but the world of ninja is so cruel. Death is a very normal thing in the process of performing a mission. Moreover, Nagato and Yahiko were not mentioned in the Akatsuki organization. Jiraiya thought that they might be ninjas with the same name. So he did not think much about it. I don't think these 9 people got together to do volunteer work. Making money? They must have some secrets. Jiraiya didn't believe that the purpose of Akatsuki was to take in these wandering ninjas. Give them jobs and make their lives better? That's absolutely impossible. But this is the only information Uchiha Itaka gave Sarutobi Hiruzen. Oh. I never thought that Itaka had such an identity. But Jiraiya looked at Minato Namikaze with suspicion. How reliable do you think the information Itaka gave to the old man is? After all, the high-level officials have never told us about the story behind the Uchiha clan's extermination. After hearing this, Namikaze Minato looked up at the moon in the sky helplessly. A cool breeze blew by, and he smiled awkwardly. Thanks to the second Hokage, I know what happened. Jiraiya. After a while, Minato Namikaze told Jiraiya the details of the Uchiha clan's extermination. You mean the conflict between the Uchiha clan and the upper echelons of Konoha village is getting more intense. Finally, under Denzo's order, Uchiha Itaka personally wiped out the Uchiha clan. Namikaze Minato nodded and said, yes. Denzo used Sasuke's life as a bargaining chip to let Uchiha Itaka take action. The more Jiraiya listened, the more he felt that something was wrong. According to Uchiha Itaka's strength, how could he kill the entire Uchiha clan alone? This is simply nonsense. Namikaze Minato looked at Jiraiya, who was silent and in deep thought, and instantly saw through his thoughts. It's a pity that Uchiha Itaka did not seem to tell Sarutobi Hiruzen about the specific circumstances of this matter. I never expected that even Fugaku, his father, is not his opponent. Jiraiya sighed for a long time. But he did not take this matter too seriously, and then said, since you are here, we don't have to worry about that guy Orochimaru. And I think you should be able to find out more from the scientific ninja tools that the mastermind gave you. I went outside to continue investigating the actual information, combined with the information provided by the scientific ninja tools. I think we can find out their purpose. Oh, right. Jiraiya slapped his head and said, in that case, Naruto will be left to you. Your son is a very determined ninja, but he is particularly clumsy because most of his chakra is used to suppress the seal of the 9 tails. I think you should be able to solve the remaining problems, right? Jiraiya winked at Minato Namikaze and gave him a thumbs up. The rest is up to you, Minato. I will continue to go out to collect intelligence. Minato Namikaze's heart trembled. Jiraiya's behavior caught him off guard. Speaking of guiding Naruto, he was also a little nervous. Unfortunately, Jiraiya did not give him time to think. After leaving this sentence, he turned into white smoke and disappeared. Have fun reading books every day during the Mid-Autumn Festival. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, September 10th to September 12th. Chapter 40. The next day, Namikaze Minato did not choose to open the scientific ninja tool again. No matter what the content inside is. What they can do is to solve the current issues about Konoha Village's Chunin exam and Orochimaru. Of course, the most important thing is to make this batch of ninjas better. This is the top priority. It was the waterfall where Uzumaki Naruto practiced summoning before. Naruto waited and waited, but he couldn't wait for Lai yet. Uzumaki Naruto narrowed his eyes and folded his arms. He kept tapping his toes anxiously. After a while, he yelled, "Damn it! The lecherous immortal is really unreliable. It's already so late, and he still hasn't come to teach me how to practice." Namikaze Minato, who was hiding in the tree, did not show up immediately. At this time, he was also a little nervous. After all, the boy in front of him who looked a little irritable was his biological son. It was the first time for him to approach his biological son, and even he couldn't help feeling a little nervous. Humph! I don't know where the lecherous immortal is fooling around again. Never mind him. Uzumaki Naruto pouted unsatisfiedly. He put down his hands and began to make hand seals. Higuiushin. Ninja technique, summoning technique. Naruto bit his thumb and pressed his palm on the stone by the lake. Bang! This time the white smoke was thicker than before. Uzumaki Naruto was stunned at first, then he became excited. This time it must be a toad, ha 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 ha. Namikaze Minato. Because the white smoke blocked his view, Minato couldn't see what was going on. But from Naruto's words, he could feel that his son was very excited at this time. Did it work? Namikaze Minato also became excited. But after the white smoke, a green, round creature with a tail and limbs appeared in his eyes. Looks like I failed again. Looking at the round creature in front of him, which looked like a tadpole but was not a tadpole. Uzumaki Naruto's eyes twitched slightly, and his eyes kept flashing. Hey? What is this? Naruto broke out in a cold sweat. To some extent, this thing in front of him was definitely not a toad. Forehead. Naruto froze, and the air became quiet. He stood straight and stared at the creature in front of him. After a while, Uzumaki Naruto held his head and cried, "Wow! What on earth is this thing? What does a toad look like? Damn it! Higuiushin. Ninja technique, spiritual summoning." Naruto was not discouraged by the failure in front of him. On the contrary, he seemed to be more motivated. He kept making hand seals and performing summoning techniques. Damn, why is it still this weird thing? Lecherous immortal, where have you gone? Without anyone to guide him, Uzumaki Naruto became more and more stupid. He couldn't find any tricks for summoning spirits. Is it really because of the chakra problem that caused the current situation? Namikaze Minato secretly observed. He had seen Uzumaki Naruto's perseverance before, but seeing it again, Namikaze Minato's feelings only increased. How much does one want to become stronger to be able to work so hard without anyone's supervision and urging? Hateful. Ninja skills, spiritual communication. Uzumaki Naruto wanted to continue to perform the summoning technique, but at this moment, he felt dizzy. Naruto. Minato was shocked when he saw this, and he came behind Uzumaki Naruto in a flash. At the same time, Naruto lay on his legs. Naruto. Minato didn't know what was going on and was a little anxious. Just as he was about to pick up Naruto, he heard a sound coming from his nostrils. Hey! Call! What is this? Minato was stunned when he saw this, and the tense expression under the mask was also relieved. It turned out that he fell asleep due to overwork. With a long sigh, Namikaze Minato slowly put Naruto on the flat and soft grass. He sat quietly beside Naruto. With a kind smile, he quietly guarded the sleeping Uzumaki Naruto. It's just like what Jiraiya said. Is everything because of insufficient chakra? Namikaze Minato observed for a long time. Since he is the son of him and Kushina, Uzumaki Naruto also possesses the characteristics of the Uzumaki clan. He has a sufficient amount of chakra. Unfortunately, in order to suppress the 9 tails in his body, the amount of chakra that Naruto can use is not that sufficient. Namikaze Minato looked at the sleeping Naruto. The existence of the 8-diagram seal is to allow Uzumaki Naruto to use the 9 tails chakra. Even if Minato is not from this world, he is very clear about the purpose of the sacrificed 4th Hokage. If things are like this, it will be much simpler. Namikaze Minato slowly closed his eyes and analyzed everything calmly. Just as Sarutobi Hiruzen said. If Uzumaki Naruto knew that he was his biological father, and sealed the 9 tails into his body on the day he was born, it led to his miserable childhood. Minato didn't know how to face Uzumaki Naruto's reaction after knowing the truth. Now all he can do is to slowly let Naruto accept it all. Maybe I'm not a qualified father. Minato, who has always been calm in the face of adversity, is now in a state of confusion. But things have come to this point, and he has no better choice. What he can do is to make up for Naruto's past pain while he is still by his side. And pave the way for a better future for Uzumaki Naruto. Have fun reading books every day during the Mid-Autumn Festival. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, September 10th to September 12th. Chapter 41. Time passed by minute. The more Namikaze Minato Kenshin paid attention to Uzumaki Naruto, the more he liked him. His golden hair was the same as his. His blue eyes were also full of light. Well. Until dusk. Uzumaki Naruto finally turned over and groaned. Naruto tilted his head and uttered a slight puzzled sound. He slowly opened his eyes. He was stunned for a moment. Why is it getting dark? Uzumaki Naruto smacked his lips a few times and was about to close his eyes. In an instant, his deep blue eyes suddenly opened. He turned over. Uzumaki Naruto sat up in shock. It's over, I actually fell asleep. It's over, I wasted a day of practice time. Damn it! Naruto was so anxious that he held his head and talked to himself, and he didn't notice Minato Namikaze beside him. But looking at Uzumaki Naruto's anxious look, Minato raised a curve under the mask. This feeling is exactly the same as his mother Kushina. Ahem. Namikaze Minato coughed lightly a few times to attract Naruto's attention. After the sound reached Naruto's ears, Naruto's body trembled slightly. He turned his head and looked in the direction of the sound. Who are you? Uzumaki Naruto screamed and jumped back in fear. After the two of them had a certain distance, Naruto recovered and looked at Minato carefully. Who are you? Naruto looked at Minato Namikaze in front of him in ANBU attire with doubt and exclaimed, "Are you an ANBU ninja? What's going on?" A ninja from the ANBU suddenly appeared beside him, and Uzumaki Naruto thought something was wrong. Although he didn't know what the ANBU did specifically, but in Konoha village, once such a ninja came to the door, it would definitely not be a good thing. "You." Naruto stretched out his hand and pointed at Minato, shaking, and said, "I just fell asleep here. I definitely didn't peek at the ladies under the waterfall like the lecherous sage did. Something bad happened." Uzumaki Naruto slapped his thigh. It must be because the lecherous sage peeped at people taking a bath, and was reported to the Sandaime Hokage. The Sandaime would definitely not allow such a thing to happen. That's why he sent the Anbu ninja to arrest the peeping criminal. Naruto thought so, gnashing his teeth and said, "Damn it, no wonder the lecherous immortal didn't come today, he must have received the news a long time ago." So he ran away in advance. After complaining for a few words, he looked at Minato Namikaze again. He patted his chest and said, "Don't worry, big brother, the peeping person is a lustful immortal. I remember what he looks like. I can take you to catch him. But let me make it clear that this matter has nothing to do with me. I have absolutely no interest in this kind of thing, big brother." Namikaze Minato. Feeling a little bitter in his heart, Minato Namikaze shook his head and looked at the panicked Uzumaki Naruto in front of him. Don't shake your head, brother. I really didn't do this. Damn the lecherous immortal." Naruto stamped his feet in anger, scratched his head for a while and continued to defend himself. "Don't worry, I will take you to find him now, and I will ensure that you complete the task successfully." At this point, Uzumaki Naruto waved to Minato, "Brother, follow me." As soon as the voice fell, Naruto turned around and was about to leave. Unfortunately, after just 2 steps, his stomach started to growl. Gulu. He just had a box of instant noodles in the morning. Uzumaki Naruto, who had practiced too much, did not eat at noon. Until now, he was indeed very hungry. But thinking of the mission ahead of him, Namikaze Minato touched his stomach and smiled awkwardly. "It's okay, I can bear it, but it's more important to take you to catch the seductive sage first." Hearing this, Namikaze Minato wrinkled his nose. After sighing, he adjusted his state and said gently, "It's not like that. The purpose of my coming to your side is to guide you in your training on behalf of Master Jiraiya. That. You must be very hungry, how about we go eat first?" Uzumaki Naruto was stunned when he heard this. Is this true? He couldn't believe what Minato Namikaze said, and looked at the Anbu ninja in front of him with caution. He wondered in his heart, this big brother didn't think I was fooling him, so he tried to get close to me. "Don't worry, I won't run away. I, Uzumaki Naruto, will keep my word. If I say I will take you to see the good seductive sage, I will take you to see the good seductive sage. Damn it, that damn old pervert must be punished. He was supposed to practice with me yesterday, but his eyes never left the people bathing under the waterfall. Don't worry, I won't be called Uzumaki Naruto if I don't help you catch him." Uzumaki Naruto became angrier and angrier, and his righteous look made Minato Namikaze laugh and cry. This move, isn't it, trying to kill his relatives for the sake of justice? Have fun reading books every day during the Mid-Autumn Festival. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, September 10th to September 12th. Chapter 42. Uncle. The curtain of Ichiraku Ramen was lifted. The man who was cooking noodles recognized the person by the voice without even turning his head. "Oh. It's Naruto." He turned around with a smile. The person in front of him was Uzumaki Naruto. "Hey, uncle. I have to eat at least 3 bowls of ramen today. I want a big bowl." Uzumaki Naruto drooled at the corners of his mouth, and his eyes sparkled with stars. Roar! Naruto. Did someone treat you to ramen today? He looked at the excited Naruto, squinting his eyes, but still had a warm smile on his face. Yet. Uzumaki Naruto nodded frantically. It's the big brother behind. He looked in the direction of Naruto's finger, and it happened that Namikaze Minato lifted the curtain and walked in. Minato didn't expect that when Naruto heard that he was treating him, he ran to Ichiraku Ramen restaurant. Well, Ichiraku Ramen hasn't changed at all, it's exactly the same as when it first opened. Namikaze Minato looked around the layout of the noodle shop. It was almost the same as when it first opened. Anbu? Looking at Minato wearing a mask, his originally smiling face suddenly became a little serious. Why would someone from the Anbu invite Naruto to dinner? This kind of thing is a bit weird. Hey! Brother, I want to eat 3 bowls of ramen. Is that okay with you? Don't be unable to pay when the time comes, you promised to treat me to a meal. Naruto was extremely excited, raising his fists excitedly, looking at Minato Namikaze with affection. Forehead. Minato was speechless. He felt a little uncomfortable being looked down upon by his own son. Especially when he saw Naruto Uzumaki's expectant eyes, Minato coughed and tried to change his voice of course. Seeing Minato's agreement, Naruto danced with joy. Haha, okay uncle, he agreed, you can go and cook noodles without any worries. Oh, Shouta scratched his cheek with his fingers in confusion, did the sun rise from the west today? Why would the Anbu ninja invite Naruto to dinner? Could it be that Naruto has done something wrong? Shouta shuddered in his heart, but looking at the other party's attitude towards Naruto, it didn't seem like they were here to arrest Naruto. He was really worried, so he asked casually, Naruto? You haven't made any mistakes recently, have you? Uncle. Naruto heard the voice, blinked and looked at the hand in confusion, then smiled and said, of course not, I am now a capable ninja. After this Chunin exam, I will be able to become a Chunin. How can I still play pranks like I did when I was a kid? Ha 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 ha. Phew. The hand-typed man finally breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that I didn't make any mistakes, it's good that I didn't make any mistakes. Haha, then wait a moment, I will go cook noodles for you now. After getting the hand, he left. Namikaze Minato also looked at Naruto suspiciously. Do you like Ichiraku ramen very much? Of course, uncle's ramen is the most delicious. Uzumaki Naruto did not hesitate at all and answered Minato Namikaze's question immediately. By the way, he smiled and looked at Minato. Since Big Brother is here to teach me how to practice instead of the unreliable adult, the lecherous sage. Then I have to formally introduce myself. My name is Uzumaki Naruto, I like instant noodles, but I like ramen cooked by uncles even more. The annoying thing is waiting for 3 minutes for instant noodles. My hobby is to compete with others in eating ramen, and my future dream is to become a Hokage. At this point, Uzumaki Naruto's eyes became more energetic. To surpass the previous Hokage, I must make everyone in Konoha village recognize my existence. Moreover, my ninja way is to say what I mean and do what I say. Uzumaki Naruto's expression was full of vitality when he spoke. Namikaze Minato could completely hear his determination from his words, as well as Naruto's inner joy when he had such an ideal consciousness. But looking at Uzumaki Naruto's serious face, Namikaze Minato's heart suddenly ached. His nose was a little sour. Uzumaki Naruto became the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki of Konoha village because of his own decision. Namikaze Minato didn't know why his identity as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki was known to the people in the village. Just like Sarutobi Hiruzen said, the fourth Hokage of this world hoped that the people in the village would regard Naruto as a hero who sealed the Nine Tails. But the villagers of Konoha village did not have a good attitude towards Naruto because of their fear of the tailed beasts. But despite this, the Naruto in front of him, who didn't look strong enough, still had a sunny heart. This made Namikaze Minato feel even more guilty. Is that so? Minato's voice was slightly sad, and he could also hear it from what Naruto and Shouta said just now. When he was a child, Uzumaki Naruto liked to play pranks in the village. How could Minato, who was naturally sensitive, not know his son's intentions? People who are excluded always think of doing some strange things to get everyone's attention, just to be able to have a certain connection with the people around them. Brother? What's wrong with you? Uzumaki Naruto looked at Minato Namikaze, who was sitting next to him, in surprise. The father and son were silent for a long time, and Uzumaki Naruto suddenly stood up. Ah! Do you think it's impossible for me to become Hokage? Humph! Naruto folded his arms in anger, puffed up his face and sat down again. Ah, this! Minato's handsome face under the mask twitched a few times. Even he, who was known as the Yellow Flash, was confused at this moment. But after a while, Uzumaki Naruto laughed. It's okay, I don't care how you look at me. Hokage is my dream. Sooner or later, I will become a Hokage who surpasses all the previous Hokages of Konoha village. By the way, big brother, you haven't told me your name yet. Naruto looked at Minato Namikaze curiously. The other person also had the same hair and eyes as him. He was very curious. What does the face under the mask look like? Naruto. But at this moment, a hand came to Naruto with a bowl of hot ramen. There was a light bang sound. He placed the big bowl of ramen on the table in front of Naruto and said with a smile, Naruto, eat your ramen. People in the Anbu are not allowed to say their names casually. Naruto was stunned by the words typed by hand. He had never heard Iruka-sensei talk about this in class. Of course, Iruka had clearly explained this knowledge to them. Looks so cool. Uzumaki Naruto blinked his eyes, looked at Minato for a while, then picked up the chopsticks on the table. But if you think about it, it's quite pitiful. How can a person not have his own name? Hand typed, ha ha ha, don't mind this Anbu guy, Naruto is such a simple child, ha ha ha. Namikaze Minato. Hey! Minato Namikaze smiled. I just said that you are not allowed to say your name casually, but it doesn't mean you don't have a name. But Naruto's behavior made Minato Namikaze feel particularly warm. He is indeed his own son. This carefree personality is exactly the same as his mother. Have fun reading books every day during the Mid-Autumn Festival. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now, event time, September 10th to September 12th. Chapter 43. The next morning, Minato Namikaze was already waiting for Uzumaki Naruto at the waterfall. Last night, while Naruto was asleep, he sneaked into Naruto's room and left the mark of the Flying Thunder God on Naruto's body. Just looking at the messy room, Minato Namikaze was very moved. By the way, he quietly cleaned up for Naruto. Ah! Big brother, you're here really early. Uzumaki Naruto was still a little sleepy, and walked to Minato Namikaze with his eyelids drooping. Namikaze Minato looked at Naruto, who kept rubbing his eyes. It seemed that although his son was still sleepy, he was not late in terms of time. Ha! I'm so sleepy. Uzumaki Naruto yawned. Minato's attention was on Uzumaki Naruto's clothes. After a few breaths, he smiled and said, Naruto. Your clothes. Hey! Uzumaki Naruto asked suspiciously, what's wrong with my clothes? He raised his arms back and forth a few times, but he didn't feel any discomfort. He asked again, brother, is there any problem? Namikaze Minato. It seems that Uzumaki Naruto was in a hurry to get to the training place from home. He didn't even notice that his shirt was on backwards. Your shirt seems to be worn backwards. Minato's reminder startled Naruto. He quickly looked down at his shirt and found that it was on the wrong side. Ah! Sorry. I must have been in a hurry after I came out of the house. Uzumaki Naruto hurriedly took off his shirt, turned it over and put it on again. Unfortunately, this time, Due to his nervousness, he accidentally broke the zipper of his shirt. Uzumaki Naruto. Hey! The quality of this dress is too bad. To cover up his inner embarrassment, Naruto habitually touched the back of his head and laughed. Alright. Before you start practicing, I have something to tell you. Taking advantage of this opportunity, I'll fix your zipper for you. Namikaze Minato shook his head a few times. He looked helpless, but deep down he was very excited. Finally he could do something for Uzumaki Naruto, and Namikaze Minato didn't know why he felt the same way as Naruto. Maybe even if he was not the fourth Hokage in this world, he could deeply understand the regrets of the late fourth Hokage. Big brother. Uzumaki Naruto watched Minato take the clothes, and for a moment he didn't know how to use words to calm his inner feelings at this moment. After a long time, Naruto looked at Minato who was carefully repairing his clothes, and suddenly said, "Brother, you are much more reliable than that lecherous sage. He looks much older than you. Do people become less reliable as they get older?" Just like the Sandame grandfather, my old man can't even resist my seduction technique. Now that I think about it, is he similar to the lecherous sage? Uzumaki Naruto finally remembered that he had used the seduction technique to put Sarutobi Hiruzen. Not only Sarutobi Hiruzen and the lecherous sage, but even Iruka and Mutsurani Ebisu could not resist the attack of the seduction technique. It seems that he was scared last night because of his elder brother's identity as an ANBU. Now that I think about it, Sarutobi Hiruzen is a lecherous old man. How could he care about the peeping lecherous sage? You can't say that. Namikaze Minato smiled and continued to repair the zipper, saying, "Teacher Jiraiya." "No, Master Jiraiya is a very great ninja. Of course, he is actually the apprentice of the Sandame Hokage." What the hell? Namikaze Minato's words shocked Naruto so much that his jaw almost dropped to the ground. That lecherous sage is actually the apprentice of the Hokage. Handing the finished clothes to Naruto, Minato nodded slightly and continued, "Okay. Without further ado, let me tell you something. I heard from the third Hokage that Kakashi is teaching Sasuke a new ninjutsu. And according to my understanding, that ninjutsu is Kakashi's famous skill." Minato Namikaze's words seemed to be understated, but in fact he was a little scared deep down. He was worried that Naruto would not be able to withstand such stimulation. And from Sarutobi Hiruzen, Minato learned that Naruto and Sasuke had been incompatible since childhood. Of course, the incompatibility here refers to the competitive relationship between the two. Yet, is Kakashi teaching Sasuke new ninjutsu? Naruto looked a little lonely when he heard this. If this is the case, Sasuke will definitely become stronger again. Uzumaki Naruto lowered his head slightly, his clenched fists trembled slightly. Naruto. Something bad has happened. Minato Namikaze felt a little regretful. He originally planned to use Sasuke's matter to make Naruto devote himself to training. His next step is to let Naruto sense the chakra of the Nine Tails. In that case, he is a little worried that Naruto will not be able to accept the existence of the Nine Tails. But if Naruto is not allowed to accept the existence of the Nine Tails, he will not be able to use the chakra of the Nine Tails. It will be difficult for Uzumaki Naruto to improve his future strength. Naruto, Minato Namikaze was about to say that he would also teach Naruto a new ninjutsu. But Naruto suddenly looked up. There was a look of disappointment there. Uzumaki Naruto's eyes were shining with energy. Since Sasuke can learn a new ninjutsu, it proves that he will become even more powerful. This is the Uchiha Sasuke I recognize. Of course, I won't fall behind, brother. After Naruto finished speaking, he looked at Minato Namikaze seriously and said, "You must accompany me in training. I must fight Sasuke in this Chunin exam." Compared to Gaara or Hyuga Neji, in Uzumaki Naruto's heart, the only person he has defeated is Uchiha Sasuke. He must get the other party's most sincere recognition of him. Okay. Now I will start my training. With his sleeves rolled up, Uzumaki Naruto began to make hand seals. Minato looked at Naruto, who had a firm look in his eyes, and realized that his son was shaking all over because of excitement. "Hey!" Namikaze Minato let out a long sigh. When Naruto just made 2 seals, Minato interrupted him and said, "Wait a moment, Naruto. Before that, I have something to tell you." Minato's tone gradually became stern. This sudden change also startled Naruto, who looked at Minato strangely. "Brother, is there something wrong?" "Brother? Hey!" Namikaze Minato was upset, but he was used to it, so it didn't seem that hard to accept. "Look!" Swish swish swish. As Minato finished speaking, he slowly raised his arm. Just like a breeze slowly passing by, blue chakra actually gathered in Minato's palm. "This is..." Uzumaki Naruto looked at the blue sphere that appeared in the water in Minato's eyes in amazement. The chakra that gathered together kept flowing in different directions and compressed together. "Raise Nan, this is the new ninjutsu I want to teach you. Enjoy reading every day during the Mid-Autumn Festival. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, September 10th to September 12th. Chapter 44. Uzumaki Naruto stared at the chakra spinning in front of him with his eyes wide open. "Raise Nan? That's the name of this ninjutsu." Uzumaki Naruto stared at it for a long time, calmed down his emotions, and asked in a pretentious manner, "Is this ninjutsu powerful?" This kind of thing needs to be asked. If the ninjutsu performed by the Anbu ninja in front of him is not as powerful as the ninjutsu taught to Sasuke by Kakashi, wouldn't he be lagging behind Uchiha Sasuke? Namikaze Minato looked at Uzumaki Naruto, who kept glancing at the Raise Nan. He smiled and said nothing. Children are still children after all. It is actually quite easy to intimidate him and make him obedient. He only needs to show him the power of the Raise Nan. Namikaze Minato believes that he will definitely make Uzumaki Naruto overjoyed. "Well, watch out, Naruto." Minato walked over to a rock and slowly moved the Raise Nan in his hand towards the boulder. As the stone mill flew, the moment the Raise Nan came into contact with the rock, a regular friction sound was emitted. This is... Watching the rock being eroded and broken by the Raise Nan bit by bit, Uzumaki Naruto opened his mouth in shock. Finally, a regular hole as big as the Raise Nan in Minato's hand formed in the center of the rock. Seeing this, Uzumaki Naruto clenched his fists excitedly. "Good, amazing. Brother, are you going to teach me this ninjutsu?" "Yes." Namikaze Minato nodded. "Great. In this way, I will definitely surprise Sasuke." Uzumaki Naruto jumped up and down happily. "Great, I'm finally going to learn new ninjutsu." Minato was also comforted by Naruto's actions. At least, he could teach his own ninjutsu to his son. Perhaps, this was also the idea of the deceased 4th Hokage. But Namikaze Minato still shook his finger and said softly, "Naruto, now is not the time. Have you forgotten the summoning technique that Jiraiya-sama taught you?" "Hey!" Uzumaki Naruto heard Minato's lecture and he was still jumping but suddenly stopped where he was. "But brother, I don't know where the lecherous immortal has gone. Regarding the summoning technique, I don't know how to proceed to summon a real toad." Speaking of the summoning technique, Uzumaki Naruto recalled the first time he met Jiraiya in the bathhouse with Ebisu. The toad that Jiraiya sat on knocked Ebisu to the ground with just one tongue. If I can perform the summoning technique well, I should be able to summon such a powerful toad. Well, at least it is very easy to knock down a pervert like Ebisu. Unfortunately, Jiraiya ran away, and Uzumaki Naruto was depressed. He thought that no one could continue to teach him the follow-up of the summoning technique. It doesn't matter. At the same time, Namikaze Minato came to Uzumaki Naruto with a smile. "Master Jiraiya has explained everything to me clearly. You have left your handprint on the scroll of my Boku-san, right?" Naruto was stunned for a moment, remembering the handprints left on the scroll, and he nodded. In that case, I can continue to teach you how to perform spiritualism. After you learn the summoning technique, I will teach you the Raise Nan. Namikaze Minato's words immediately caused Uzumaki Naruto to jump up happily. Brother, really? You also know summoning techniques? Minato nodded slightly, then smiled and said, but before that, you need to feel the presence of another chakra. If you can use that chakra, you will be able to perform the summoning technique successfully. The existence of another chakra? This statement made Uzumaki Naruto suddenly suspicious. But then he thought about it and suddenly remembered that Jiraiya seemed to have told him something like this. The lecherous sage also said before that I have 2 chakras in my body. What is going on here? Uzumaki Naruto touched his head and looked at Minato Namikaze curiously. Because of the Raise Nan incident, he was more certain that the blonde Anbu brother in front of him would not lie to him. He was much more reliable than the lecherous sage. Ahem. Namikaze Minato coughed twice. The critical moment was about to come, and his heart couldn't help but twitch slightly. If he wanted to mention the 9 tails in front of Naruto, he had to be careful about the degree of this matter. Thinking of this, Namikaze Minato said, actually. Minato stammered and raised his head, and this abnormal behavior made Uzumaki Naruto's suspicious eyes narrowed into slits. Hey! Big brother, you are not like the lecherous immortal, wanting to see my seduction technique. It's settled. As expected, adults like this kind of thing. Namikaze Minato. Seduction? Stupid boy, how is it possible? Namikaze Minato scolded Naruto, but the next moment he felt it was too harsh, so his voice became softer and said no. I mean, you should know your identity. That is. Well, about the 9 tails. 9 tails. Uzumaki Naruto was slightly startled when he heard this, and his expression immediately became tense. Monster! Get out, monster! Hush, stay away from him, don't get close to him. Bitter childhood memories rushed into Naruto's mind. In an instant, Uzumaki Naruto's originally excited mood turned lonely. No. I mean. Seeing this, Namikaze Minato looked flustered, waved his arms and said, I mean, do you know who sealed the demon fox into your body? Who sealed the demon fox into his body? Uzumaki Naruto paused and pouted. I think it should be the 4th Hokage. After all, he sealed the 9 tails to protect the village. Naruto fell silent when he said this. Minato Namikaze also shuddered and said nothing. The two of them stood there motionless, but after a while, Naruto showed a bright smile. The 4th Hokage is the hero who saved the village. Besides, he is also my idol. Uzumaki Naruto's words. Even such an excellent ninja, Namikaze Minato, almost couldn't help but jump out of his emotions. This is his Inkushina's child. Such a strong boy. Looking at the bright smile on Naruto's face, Namikaze Minato was silent for a moment, and quickly adjusted his state and smiled. Naruto, you are great. Of course I know that the 4th Hokage must have had his reasons for sealing the 9 tails in your body. Because he believed that as long as it was you, you would be able to make good use of the 9 tails chakra. The 9 tails chakra? Uzumaki Naruto blinked several times and looked at Namikaze Minato in confusion. He didn't understand what the other party said at all. After a while, Naruto suddenly opened his eyes wide at. Big brother, what did you mean by what you just said? Yes, the 4th Hokage must believe you, so. Minato wanted to explain his behavior in this world to Naruto. Unfortunately, he was stopped by Uzumaki Naruto. No, I mean, the 2 chakras in my body that you and the lecherous sage mentioned. Could there be a trace of chakra from the 9-tailed fox? Namikaze Minato. This. Uzumaki Naruto's surprised expression and his question made Minato's mouth twitch a few times under his mask. His son didn't seem to care about the meaning of his words at all. Have fun reading books every day during the Mid-Autumn Festival. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now, event time, September 10th to September 12th. Chapter 45. After a detailed explanation from Minato Namikaze, Uzumaki Naruto finally understood his uniqueness. It turned out that there was something called the 8-diagram seal on his belly. The combination of the two 4-symbol seals. Anyway, Naruto didn't understand what he heard, but he knew very well that he could use the 9 tails chakra in his body. No wonder I suddenly feel full of strength at certain times. Uzumaki Naruto thought of the battles in the past. Especially when facing Orochimaru, the sudden power made him feel much stronger. Even the python that could scare Uchiha Sasuke was nothing in his eyes. Could it be that the 9 tails chakra was the cause? Naruto stroked his chin, thinking. Yes. Namikaze Minato nodded. When he first came to this world, he happened to see the runaway Naruto fighting Orochimaru. I think it should be that when the emotions are greatly fluctuated, the 9 tails chakra will surge out. But Naruto. Minato paused and said earnestly, the reason why the 4th Hokage sealed the 9 tails into your body is. It is to enable you to use its power normally one day. Certainly. At this point, Namikaze Minato let out a long sigh. He looked at Naruto with a gentler look. Of course, it is not easy to use the power of the 9 tails normally. My mission this time is to let you know the existence of the 9-tailed fox. Then try to let you feel its power. Also, Naruto. The power of the 9-tail is great, but it also comes with risks. Ninjas like you are called Jinchuriki. There are people like you in the ninja villages of the 5 great nations. Once this power is not used properly, it will go out of control, and you will lose consciousness and become a being that only knows how to destroy. What Minato Namikaze said made Naruto tremble. It turned out that he was not the only ninja like him. There were also ninjas in other ninja villages. So that's how it is. Uzumaki Naruto sighed when he heard this. But when he knew the truth, he felt more comforted for some reason. It turned out that he became a so-called Jinchuriki with the expectation of the 4th Hokage. Moreover, he didn't seem to be alone. There were ninjas like him in other ninja villages. Never mind all that, big brother. Uzumaki Naruto shook his head and cheered up. If I succeed in summoning the toad, will you teach me that super powerful ninjutsu? Naruto's mind is now full of the image of the Raise Nan. He never thought that he could actually get in touch with such a cool ninjutsu. Sasuke and Sakura will be surprised by that time. Uzumaki Naruto imagined the scene of Haruno Sakura rushing towards him after he defeated Sasuke, and he almost drooled. Yes. And there is also the old man, the Sandaime Hokage. By the time comes, I will definitely put the Hokage's hat on my head. By the way, Naruto, I'm old, and I find that you are more suitable to be the Hokage. He. The more he thought about it, the better it was. Uzumaki Naruto's mouth curled up with a hint of joy. This scene happened to be noticed by Minato Namikaze. Hey! Minato smiled bitterly and shook his head, touching Naruto's head. Naruto, don't think that things are so beautiful. Training is not an easy thing. So warm. Feeling Minato's touch, Uzumaki Naruto felt a wave of comfort around him. This feeling made him feel relaxed and happy. Unconsciously, he wanted to listen to the words of his elder brother in front of him. Do you want me to have 3 more bowls of ramen tonight? Naruto felt. The ramen last night must have bought him. But even thinking so, Uzumaki Naruto still nodded obediently and said, So, big brother, what should I do next? Namikaze Minato looked at Naruto's sincere attitude, and a little sweetness suddenly rose in his heart. Perhaps every father hopes that his son can be an obedient child. Naruto, you should know that the chakra of us ninjas is the product of an even mixture of our spiritual energy and physical energy. Now all you have to do is slowly close your eyes and feel your own spiritual world." After saying this, Namikaze Minato took out a piece of rough cloth from his backpack and threw it on the ground. "Sit on it and feel your own spiritual world." Minato pointed to the rough cloth on the ground. Naruto touched the back of his head and walked forward slowly. He sat down slowly and closed his eyes obediently. "Feel your own spiritual world?" Uzumaki Naruto didn't quite understand what Namikaze Minato meant. However, he still tried hard to connect with his own spiritual world. In order not to disturb Naruto's practice, Namikaze Minato beside him didn't dare to make a sound. He was also prepared at all times, fearing that the nine-tail would go berserk. Time passed by minute. Uzumaki Naruto didn't make any movement, and Namikaze Minato didn't dare to make any sound. He was afraid that interrupting Naruto in the middle would lead to bad results. Time passed by minute. Uzumaki Naruto didn't move, and Namikaze Minato didn't dare to make any sound. He was afraid that interrupting Naruto in the middle would lead to bad results. The seconds passed by. However, when Uzumaki Naruto opened his eyes again, he found himself somewhere else. Snap! Water was dripping from the water pipe above. Uzumaki Naruto squatted on the water with a blank expression on his face. "This is..." Standing up from the water, Uzumaki Naruto found that this was not the lake. It was simply puddles of water on the ground. Looking around, Uzumaki Naruto gently touched his face and murmured to himself, "What is this? Sewer? Hey!" At this time, Uzumaki Naruto looked around in amazement. The closed wall formed several long passages. There were pipes on the top that looked like water pipes, and water was dripping continuously. It was more like a well-organized sewer than a maze. Roar! Just as Naruto was still wondering where this was, a heavy gasp was heard from the passage. "Hey!" Uzumaki Naruto was stunned. This kind of breathing sound and method is definitely not something a human can make. Could it be that? Naruto remembered what Minato had said about the nine-tailed demon fox, and suddenly he shuddered all over. "This feeling is really a bit creepy." He said so. But under the trend of curiosity, Uzumaki Naruto kept walking forward with a rough breathing. After turning several passages, he finally came to a hall. At the end of the hall was a sealed door. "Here it is." Naruto stared at the door in a daze. Suddenly, a pair of blood-red eyes slowly opened. At this moment, Uzumaki Naruto could see the creature behind the door. It was a huge monster with bared fangs. "So big, this is..." Uzumaki Naruto was still in shock. The awakened Nine-Tails said with a hint of sarcasm, "Boy, come closer." Naruto heard this and simply took a few steps forward. Clang! Just as he was about to reach the door, a sharp claw pounced directly at the door. Wow! The sudden scene frightened Naruto so much that he stepped back and sat down on the ground. "Humph, kid, although I really want to eat you, I can't open the door, damn seal." The low voice of the Nine-Tails once again attracted the attention of Uzumaki Naruto. He finally came to his senses and recognized the true identity of the monster in front of him. "You? So you are the Nine-Tails?" Uzumaki Naruto stood up angrily. He lowered his eyebrows and glanced at the Nine-Tails behind the seal. This glance made the Nine-Tails a little strange. He wondered how the Uzumaki Naruto in front of him dared to look at him with such disrespectful eyes. "Hey!" Naruto didn't have time to care about the doubts in Nine-Tails' mind. He yelled at Nine-Tails in dissatisfaction, "Stupid fox! Since you live in my body, you will have to lend me your chakra as rent." Kuabai. Enjoy reading every day during the Mid-Autumn Festival. Top up 100 yuan and get 500 VIP points. Top up now, event time, September 10th to September 12th. Chapter 46. Kurama squatted and stood up. He looked up at Uzumaki Naruto with a pair of big eyes. It was obvious that Uzumaki Naruto did not feel any fear towards him. He was more angry. Damn brat! Kurama's mouth curled up with a barely perceptible snicker. Jiraiya's arrival 2 days ago finally gave Kurama a glimmer of hope to escape. If Uzumaki Naruto could not discover his existence and did not use his chakra, the Bagua seal that sealed him would not loosen at all. Snort. It's really interesting. Looking at Uzumaki Naruto with his eyes wide open below, Kurama smiled in his heart. But there was one thing that puzzled him, which was the Anbu of Konoha village. According to Kurama's observations over the past 2 days, the other party should have been asked by Jiraiya to teach Naruto how to practice. But he didn't expect that the other party would ask Naruto to feel his presence right from the start. What surprised Kurama the most was that this seemingly unknown Anbu ninja gave him a very uncomfortable feeling. That uncomfortable feeling was just like the feeling of the fourth Hokage. Blonde hair, blue eyes. Julama lowered his eyebrows and glanced at Naruto, who looked proud. Could it be that the Anbu ninja? No, it's impossible. Kurama didn't believe that the other party was the deceased fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze. Because that abominable guy had his other half in his body, even if he was resurrected, Kurama could sense the existence of his other half. Hey! Kurama was still in deep thought, but Uzumaki Naruto couldn't wait any longer and shouted again, "Smelly fox, did you hear that? You live in my body, so it's not too much to exchange your chakra, right? And you are so big, you should have a lot of chakra in your body. Hey? Funny kid, you actually know that I have endless chakra in my body?" Julama showed a trace of disdain on his fox face. Humph! You are smart, you little brat. I am the collection of all hatred. The chakra in my body is endless. Kurama laughed secretly. This is really a stroke of luck. Kurama has been annoyed that Naruto doesn't use his chakra. Now the opportunity has finally come. Hehe, since you are so brave, I will lend you some chakra. Little ghost. Use it to your heart's content. Kurama used a little bit of chakra, and suddenly, waves of orange-red chakra surged towards Uzumaki Naruto. This is... Looking at the orange-red chakra wave approaching him, Uzumaki Naruto was so scared that he took a few steps back. But he was still surrounded by the powerful force. In the real world, Minato Namikaze, who had his eyes slightly closed, suddenly felt the powerful chakra attack. He suddenly opened his eyes, only to find that the orange-red chakra kept coming out of the Uzumaki Naruto, who was sitting upright. Here it comes! At the same time, Uzumaki Naruto suddenly opened his eyes. A powerful force kept churning in his body. Brother, I'm going to start. Naruto jumped up, bit his finger, and quickly formed seals with both hands. Ninjutsu, summoning technique. Bang! The moment his palms touched the ground, a huge white smoke screen instantly engulfed the father and son. Success! Namikaze Minato was extremely excited. Just by the thick white smoke, Minato knew that Naruto's summoning technique must have summoned a toad from Myaboku Mountain. Moreover, judging from the volume of the white smoke, the other party's size was definitely not comparable to that of an ordinary small toad. Which one is it? Gamaken or Gamahiro? Minato was excited. At this moment, with a huge puff sound, Namikaze Minato felt a slight heat wave coming towards him. The white smoke also dissipated. At this moment, the huge body made Minato frown slightly, and he looked up. He was slightly stunned. It's Wentai. Uzumaki Naruto sat on top of Wentai's head. His expression was a little confused. What's going on? Naruto looked around. Because he was standing at a high position, his sight was far away. How can I see so far? In a panic, he looked down and realized that he had already left the place for dozens of meters. Ah! This is it. Uzumaki Naruto looked at the huge pipe in front of him and observed it carefully. Then he realized that he was standing on the head of a huge monster. Toad. Naruto was startled, and quickly stood up and ran to the back of Toad Wenta. No tail, but limbs. This claw is a toad. Naruto thought of the tadpoles he had summoned before, and the species that looked neither like tadpoles nor toads. It was completely different from the huge species now. It's a toad, definitely a toad, ha 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 ha. Uzumaki Naruto excitedly ran from the top of Gamebuntai's head to his back, and then from his back to his head. I felt like there was a creepy crawling on my back. Could it be Jiraiya? Wenta also looked around, but didn't see any dangerous targets. He was confused. He didn't understand what Jiraiya wanted to do by summoning him without anything happening. Jiraiya! Why are you running on my body? Jiraiya? Uzumaki Naruto was frightened by the roar of the toad Wentai and squatted on Wentai's head. The temper of this monster is similar to that of the Nine Tails. Do these huge animals have bad tempers? Namikaze Minato's mouth twitched slightly and he hid in the woods in the distance. I really didn't expect that my son would actually summon Wentai. Wenta's temper is still the same as before, haha. Minato knew Gamebuntai very well. If the opponent's strength was not recognized by it, he would sit on its head. That was a very troublesome thing. Not to mention Naruto, in fact, even Jiraiya was sometimes quite helpless by Gamebuntai's bad temper. Unfortunately, Naruto's performance was beyond Minato's expectations. Naruto, who was sitting on Gamebuntai's head, ran quickly and came to Gamebuntai's nose. Sharp! It's actually such a big toad. Uzumaki Naruto stared at Wentai for a long time. He really didn't expect that a toad could grow so big. Namikaze Minato. Naruto, danger! Minato Namikaze was sweating in his heart. It was just as he expected. When Wentai saw Naruto, he was stunned at first, and then asked, "Where is Jiraiya? Who are you, little brat?" My name is Uzumaki Naruto, and I summoned you." "What? Impossible, you little brat, who do you think you are? How could you summon me? Where's that lewd old man Jiraiya? Hey!" Faced with Gamebuntai's doubts, Uzumaki Naruto was also unhappy. "It was I who summoned you. The lecherous immortal has left. I haven't seen him for 2 days." Ha 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 ha. Wentai was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. Uzumaki Naruto? He was of course aware of Naruto's identity, the son of the 4th Hokage, the Nine Tails Jinchuriki of Konoha village. But Wentai didn't think that Naruto, who was only 12 years old, could practice to the point where he could summon his own. "Kid, enough with the jokes. Since everything is fine, and I haven't been out for a long time, I might as well take a break." Wow! Wentai's laughter made Naruto dizzy. But Naruto Uzumaki was so stubborn that he could not accept the other party's suspicion. "Hey! Toad, I summoned you." Uzumaki Naruto thought about it, the toad in front of him was really arrogant. It seemed that he couldn't convince him with just his mouth. After thinking about it, Naruto's eyes lit up. "Toad, if I can stay on you, you have to admit that I summoned you. Have fun reading books every day during the Mid-Autumn Festival. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, September 10th to September 12th. Chapter 47. As the boss of the subordinate toads of Miyaboku Mountain, Gamebuntai had never heard such an interesting thing. A mere genin dared to speak to him like this. With a playful attitude and a test for Uzumaki Naruto, Gamebuntai accepted the challenge. Bang bang bang! The huge body of Gamebuntai kept jumping. The huge shaking made Uzumaki Naruto, who was standing on top of him, cry out. "Hurry up and use chakra to absorb." Uzumaki Naruto remembered the chakra control he had learned before. Unfortunately, Gamebuntai was shaking too violently, and Uzumaki Naruto had no chance to attach himself to its huge body. Ha 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 ha, little devil! How does it feel? Toad Wenta laughed excitedly, just like he said, he wanted to take a good breath. Ah! Naruto grabbed the toad's skin tightly and was thrown into the air. Boss! Although Uzumaki Naruto's mind was a little confused, he still shouted stubbornly, I hope you can remember me. My name is Uzumaki Naruto. But you must remember this, the future Hokage of Konoha village. Hearing this, Gamawenta still shook his huge body and laughed wildly, who cares about these things of yours? Ha 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 ha! Bang! 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 With a few loud laughs, Toad Wenta jumped into the distance. Wherever he went, the trees were broken. Time passed little by little. Minato Namikaze was always no more than 100 meters away from Gamabuntai. This ensured that his vision was clear. If Naruto was really thrown off, he could use the Flying Thunder God mark on Naruto to catch him instantly. But hearing Naruto's miserable howling, he still held on to Gamabuntai tightly. Minato Namikaze felt very relieved. Kushina, do you know? Our son is an outstanding ninja. Minato said for the first time. It was unknown whether he was speaking to the deceased Kushina in this world or to the Kushina in their world. The sky gradually darkened. The dusk clouds cast a red light on the waterfall. With a loud bang, the huge body of Gamabuntai jumped directly into the lake. Wow! The splashing water blinded Uzumaki Naruto's eyes. His feet slipped and he couldn't help but keep running forward. Seeing that he was about to fall off Gamabuntai, Namikaze Minato was excited and just wanted to move. But he found that there were figures above Gamabuntai's head. It turned out to be the shadow clone technique. Minato was stunned when he saw this. I didn't expect Naruto to be able to condense and release chakra at such a critical moment. The more Namikaze Minato looked at it, the prouder he became. His son was not a loser at all, as they said. He was not an accidental ninja who simply relied on luck to defeat his opponent. Uzumaki Naruto was definitely a gifted ninja. The shadow clones connected one after another and kept forming a long ladder, grabbing Uzumaki Naruto's feet. In an instant, Naruto was thrown back on Gamabuntai's head. Ha ha ha! Uzumaki Naruto slowly got up. Seeing that Gamabuntai had already stopped moving, he looked at the sky. Naruto started dancing with joy. Ha 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 ha! How about it? How about it, boss? I'm still on your back, I won! I won! Uzumaki Naruto was so happy that his vision suddenly became blurry. Before he could react, his vision went black. Naruto closed his eyes weakly and fell backwards. Trouble! Minato Namikaze looked at Uzumaki Naruto, who fell from Gamabuntai. He knew that Naruto, who had been confronting Gamabuntai for a long time, had reached his limit in both physical strength and chakra. However, falling freely from the huge body of Gamabuntai would definitely not be safe. Minato didn't have time to think about it. His body had disappeared from the spot. However, just when he hugged Naruto, a long tongue rolled up the father and son together. This feeling. Gamawenta was stunned. As a toad from Mount Myaboku, its perception ability is no less than that of the outstanding perception ninjas in the ninja world. Suddenly, Gamawenta was stunned for a few seconds, and quickly spread out his tongue again. Looking at Namikaze Minato, who was holding Naruto on his tongue. Wenta's toad eyes widened, and he blurted out without thinking, Minato. Then, he put Minato and his son steadily on the ground, retracted his tongue, and shook his head violently. No, Minato is dead. At this point, Gamabuntai carefully observed Namikaze Minato in front of him. After sensing it again, the more he felt like the former 4th Hokage of Konoha village. And at this moment, a piece of information suddenly flashed through Gamabuntai's mind. The future of the ninja world may be undergoing terrible changes. Oh my, it's going to be a mess. This is the prophetic dream of the great toad sage, the supreme being of Myaboku mountain. Thinking of this, Wentai was stunned and looked at Minato Namikaze in front of him. Who are you? The fourth generation? Gamabuntai asked with a hint of doubt. His eyes were fixed sharply on the blonde Anbu in front of him. Minato didn't know how to explain this to Wentai. But his behavior made Wentai more certain. It's you, Minato. Wentai was surprised for only a few seconds, and thought of the prophecy of the great toad immortal. Maybe this is the beginning of the chaos in the ninja world. Have you been resurrected? It seems that the prophecy of the great toad immortal has begun. No. Namikaze Minato shook his head. After hearing Gamabuntai mention the great toad sage, Minato naturally understood the whole story. As for his identity, it was impossible to really hide it from them. I'm from another ninja world. Of course, I don't know if it's the disorder of the timeline or something else. Is that so? Wentai slowly closed his eyes. He didn't care much about the affairs of the ninja world. But for Minato Namikaze's ability, Wentai still recognized it. Since you can come here, I think he must have his reasons. I will report this matter to the great Toad Sage and Lord Fukasaku. Toad Wentai turned his huge body. No matter what will happen in the ninja world, at least the existence of Minato Namikaze should be a good thing for the people in the ninja world. Just when he was about to leave, Wentai seemed to remember something again. He slowly turned his head and looked at Minato Namikaze. Minato, did you summon me to train your son today? He shook his head again. Minato took out the scroll left by Jiraiya from behind. Seeing this, Wentai looked at the scroll that Minato spread out seriously. In the last column, there was the name of Uzumaki Naruto. This is... Wentai looked a little surprised when he saw this. Naruto has signed a spiritual contract with our Myaboku mountain. Gamabuntai understood. It seems that Naruto, who was sleeping in Minato's arms, was not bragging. He really used his own strength to summon himself from Myaboku mountain to the ninja world. Ha 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 ha. Minato, you have an interesting son. Except you and Jiraiya. Wentai paused, then smiled, and said, it should be since you sacrificed yourself. After so many years, this is the first time that someone has sat on my back again. Have fun reading books every day during the Mid-Autumn Festival. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, September 10th to September 12th. Chapter 48. Gamabuntai left. But the Kurama inside Naruto Uzumaki was dumbfounded. Kurama heard the conversation between Gamabuntai and Minato Namikaze clearly from Naruto's body. Who is this? Minato Namikaze? The fourth Hokage of Konoha village? Kurama couldn't quite believe that he had a pair of fox ears. What an incredible phenomenon! No wonder I can't sense the existence of my other half in him. This fourth Hokage is not from this world. Kurama calmed down from shock and slowly lay on the ground. It was all because of its carelessness. Originally, Kurama was also shocked when he saw the Raise Nan. But he didn't think too much about it. It's just a ninjutsu. It's not surprising that more people know it. But now, the appearance of Minato Namikaze was a fatal blow to it. As long as the other party kept following Uzumaki Naruto, it would never have a chance to make a breakthrough. Damn the fourth Hokage! Kurama wailed. It blinked its fox ears a few times and finally understood why this unknown Anbu ninja wanted Naruto to feel his presence. Damn ninjas! Haha, let's mess it up, let's mess it up. Gamawenta's words before leaving aroused Julama's curiosity. A few fierce lights flashed in its eyes. Its hatred for the ninjas in the ninja world increased a little again. However, at this moment, the space above Julama's head twisted slightly. Flutter. A ball fell from the sky and hit its head. It rolled in front of Julama. This is it. Julama was shocked when he saw this. How could something suddenly appear in Uzumaki Naruto's spiritual world? Kurama raised his huge head in shock. His scarlet eyes stared at the ball in front of him. 1 second, 2 seconds. 1 minute, 2 minutes. Julama didn't know what the ball in front of him was. He was so alert that he didn't dare to move and stared at the thing in front of him. Bang! The ball made a slight sound and frightened Julama's body. A white light suddenly shone in front of him. 9 tails. Your current appearance is only temporary. It's just a part of the power that has been dispersed. Kuwabai, shut up. Humph. Now you are just an unstable creature without wisdom. The only one who can lead you is Uchiha. You, the tailed beasts, are nothing more than servants of the Eye Power Master. Obey me. This is... The scene in front of him made Julama's eyes suddenly focus. Damn Uchiha Madara! Kurama angrily used his sharp claws to pounce on the ball, trying to smash it completely. Unfortunately, after one claw, the ball did not move at all, and the picture was still playing in an orderly manner. 9 tails. Your power is too strong. I'm sorry, I can't leave you alone. Damn Senju Hashirama! The figure that appeared again still made Julama full of anger. Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. These two guys are the existence that Julama will never forget in his life. If it weren't for Uchiha Madara using the Sharingan to control himself to attack Konoha village, Julama thought that he was absolutely free now. Whenever you use your power, you will be hated. Just stay quietly inside me. Swirl. Uzumaki Mito. Behind the sealed gate in Naruto's body, Kurama roared with a bloody mouth. What is this thing? Why do you want me to see what happened in the past? Julama pounced on the ball again. Unfortunately, the result was exactly the same as before. It did not stop the screen from playing, nor did it have any effect on the screen. Damn ninja! No matter what you say, you are just trying to use my power. The words are still so high-sounding, a group of despicable and shameless guys. 9-tailed fox? Nanny! The familiar voice interrupted Nine-tailed Fox's unbearable memories. Kushina. Julama looked at the red-haired woman in the picture, his eyes becoming more gloomy. Even though Kushina in the picture didn't want to become a Jinkraki, Julama, who had been restricted from freedom for decades, still hated all of them. Neither you nor I are lucky. You can hold down the world, but I can hold down you. Snort. One by one, several familiar old friends came to mind vividly. After Julama got angry, he calmed down a lot. Humph. A bunch of disgusting beings. No. Ninjas should not exist in this world. Especially for an ambitious person like Uchiha Madara. Shoo. Lama sneered in his heart. He laughed at Uchiha Madara's frog in the well. Although he didn't know where Uchiha Madara learned that the tailed beasts were scattered forces, it was not easy to put the 9-tailed beasts together to form the 10 tails. In particular, Uchiha Madara's arrogance made Julama laugh. 10 tails. Don't they, the ninjas, know that once it appears, the ninja world will be doomed? Wow! The sound of a baby crying startled Julama. Humph! It's just as I expected. The little ghost in the picture. Damn it, stop laughing. I tell you, sooner or later I will become Hokage, just wait and see. As expected. The person on the screen was Uzumaki Naruto, who was escaping from the ridicule of the children of the same period. Kurama stared at the back of the blonde child on the screen. It slowly lay on the ground again and narrowed its eyes. Tisk, it's Naruto again this time. That's all. Julama looked at the ball in front of him that was playing the video. Since he couldn't cause any harm to it, Julama could only choose to quietly watch the video played by the ball. Snort. This kind of thing exists just to kill time for me. Well, this is quite interesting. Enjoy reading every day during the Mid-Autumn Festival. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now, event time, September 10th to September 12th. Chapter 49. The hidden rain village was shrouded in dark clouds. It was drizzling all the time. After a few days, Nohara felt that something was getting wrong. In her mind, the rain country was a small country, and she should have left it long ago according to her pace. As a result, she was either blocked by bandits or met strange guys along the way. As a result, Nohara seemed to have lost her direction again. The most terrifying thing was that the food that Fei prepared for her had already been eaten. Why? What can I do? Nohara sat on the stone in the cave with her hands on her cheeks. Her eyes were full of resentment. She was also very curious why there were still bandits in the rain country. In the rain country where it rains every day, there are very few pedestrians on the road. Where do these bandits still survive? Bandits? Uchiha Obito in the Kamui space was not convinced. How could such a profession exist in a place like the rain country? They were just transformed by his order to White Zetsu. The purpose was to drive Nohara away and make her lose her way. If she continued walking, Nohara would indeed leave the rain country and reach the earth country. Gently taking off the mask, Uchiha Obito revealed his mature face. It was just that the marks on his face from being hit by the rock that year were very obvious. Fire style, great fireball technique. Obito easily made a few seals, and a flame spurted out of his mouth. The firewood in front of him was burned. Very good. Uchiha Obito nodded slightly. He took the iron pot prepared beside him. After setting it up, Uchiha Obito bent down and picked up the prepared ingredients. Gurgle. Nohara-lin's stomach protested again. It's really bad luck. Nohara-lin lowered her head listlessly. The rainy days in the rain country really made her helpless. If she continued like this, if she couldn't enter the fire country in 2 days, her current situation would be really dangerous. What? Nohara-lin lowered her head, still worrying about the current situation. A familiar and slightly amusing voice came into Nohara-lin's ears. Before she looked up, the other party said again, Senior? Are you Senior Lin? Ah, it seems that we are really destined to meet here. Uchiha Obito transformed into a Fei and appeared not far from the entrance of the cave wearing a bandy mask. Ah Fei. Nohara-lin raised her head. She was stunned at first and then asked in surprise, Fei, why are you here? Nohara-lin naturally didn't know that she was actually being followed by Uchiha Obito. And Obito also wanted to use this so-called coincidence to hand over the lunchbox and supplies in his hand to Lin. By the way, he also wanted to see if he could crack the strange scientific ninja tool on Nohara-rin's wrist. The main reason was that Uchiha Obito was very worried about his affairs being exposed. Of course, he had to expose it in front of Nohara-rin. Uchiha Obito would never allow such a thing to happen. Oh, I just came back from a mission. It was getting dark, so I wanted to find a place to rest. Uchiha Obito pretended to walk towards Nohara-rin. Due to their previous encounter, Nohara-rin was not too wary of him. Senior. Uchiha Obito secretly glanced at the wristband on Nohara-rin's wrist. He continued to laugh and said, Senior, I didn't expect you haven't left the land of fire yet. Hearing what Obito said, Nohara-rin let out a long sigh with a bitter smile. Hey! I'm lost again now. Very good. Uchiha Obito finally got the answer he wanted. It seems that Nohara-rin is really lost. Looking at Nohara-rin's sad face, Obito's dark eyes turned around. Oh, Senior, if you count the days, the food I prepared for you last time is almost finished. Are you hungry? Looking at the sky, I think you must be hungry too. I have some lunch boxes here, do you want to eat them? Uchiha Obito turned around and took out the lunch boxes stored in the Kamui space with his back to Nohara-rin. Senior, please eat. You're welcome. Uchiha Obito generously handed the lunch box in his hand to Nohara Lin. Nohara Lin was slightly startled when she saw this, wondering where the A-Fei in front of her got the lunch box from. But because she was too hungry, Nohara Lin did not think too much. Instead, she took the lunch box with a smile. "Thank you, A-Fei, you are such a good person." "Ahahaha." Uchiha Obito touched the back of his head shyly and smiled foolishly. Especially looking at Nohara Rin's smiling face, it really made him feel refreshed. It was as if the rainy day outside had become sunny. It was this kind of smile. The smile that made him dream appeared in front of him again. This time, no one could take it away. But Obito hadn't finished feeling proud yet. Nohara Lin frowned. Suddenly, Uchiha Obito felt a chill in his heart. "Hooligan! Your lunchbox? Why is it still hot? Did you just do it? It's over." Nohara Rin's suspicious expression made Obito stand up suddenly. He was just anxious to get close to Nohara Rin, but he neglected such a detail. How careless! Uchiha Obito's face under the mask was already covered with cold sweat. Facing the girl in front of him, he once again showed his previous carelessness. That! Uchiha Obito's mind was spinning rapidly. Of course, even if he was careless now, he was no longer the silly boy he was back then. He was good at scheming and had already figured out a way to fool Nohara Lin. Hey, senior. You can rest assured. This is what the villagers gave me when I completed the task to thank me. Fei, I am very famous in the rain country. That. Uchiha Obito pretended to be shy and put his finger on the mouth of the mask. It can be said that he is a warm-hearted boy who is loved by all the villagers in the rain country. Looking at Uchiha Obito nodding his head. Nohara Rin chuckled. This laugh immediately made Obito calm down. The single eye looked at the girl in front of him infatuatedly. But at this moment, Nohara Rin's expression dimmed again. This is... Uchiha Obito was shocked when he saw this. Nohara Rin obviously stopped using her chopsticks at this moment. In other words, at this moment, Nohara Rin suddenly lost her appetite. Lin. Uchiha Obito made a subtle sound. But when the words came to his mouth, he suddenly stopped and changed the topic. Senior. You. What's wrong? Obito looked at Nohara Lin carefully, anxious and wanting to know what happened to her. After a few seconds, Nohara Lin sighed and said, "No, it's okay, A-Fei. I just thought of a person, he is also a very warm-hearted boy like you." Nohara Lin's face was bitter. According to her current relationship with A-Fei, she thought that what A-Fei had told her before was not deceiving her. If that was the case, Uchiha Obito's heart trembled. He naturally knew which boy Nohara Rin was referring to. In order not to talk about such a sad thing, Obito shook his head quickly and looked at the wristband on Nohara Rin's wrist. Senior. What is that thing on your wrist? Can you take it off and let me see it? Nohara Lin heard this. She looked at her wrist and then smiled and stretched it out to Uchiha Obito. This is a very strange wristband. I tried, but I couldn't get it off. Nohara Lin remembered the sound from the wristband before, but she was afraid of shocking A-Fei in front of her, so she didn't tell him about it. Unfortunately, Lin didn't know. Uchiha Obito naturally knew that Nohara Lin had tried to take off the wristband but failed in the end. But he was different. He could use time-space ninjutsu. Otherwise, let me try. Uchiha Obito was about to express his thoughts. But before he could finish his words, the bracelet on Nohara Lin's wrist lit up again. At this wristband. Nohara Lin looked at the flashing light on the wristband in surprise, her eyes trembling a few times. This thing hasn't been on for several days. What's going on today? Enjoy reading every day during the Mid-Autumn Festival. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now, event time, September 10th to September 1-2. Chapter 50. The light of the scientific tool flickered a few times. Just like before, it projected the image in front of the two people. This is... Uchiha Obito was so shocked that he almost broke his voice. Nohara. Rin looked at him in surprise. Fei. Obito was startled when he heard that, and quickly touched his head and laughed. Ah la la la, I was just scared by the wristband on my senior's wrist. What is this? Projector. Obito pointed at Nohara Rin's wrist and pretended to ask. But Nohara Rin shook her head absent-mindedly. No, I don't know. Really not sure. Nohara Rin felt that this so-called scientific ninja tool was indeed a bit strange. It could actually show things about Kanobi Bridge. But feeling the presence of Fei beside her, Nohara Rin suddenly raised her head. I understand. In fact, from the perspective of time in this world, the images shown by the scientific ninja tool are all things of the past. Which means someone must have recorded everything. Who could it be? Nohara Rin's beautiful eyes narrowed, and her expression became serious. The same was true for Uchiha Obito beside him. Who on earth could do such an incredible thing? Kakashi, you, why? Well, for a crybaby like you, I don't trust you to do things alone. Kakashi. Uchiha Obito looked at the content on the screen and fell into deep memories. The sneak attack from the hidden rock village almost cost him his life, but fortunately, Hatake Kakashi did not give up the idea of saving Nohara Rin. Kakashi turned back halfway and saved Uchiha Obito, who was almost killed by the hidden rock village at the critical moment. Hooligan. You know what? These two are my good friends. Kakashi is so handsome. Nohara Rin didn't know what happened next. She only knew. Even though Obito and Kakashi always quarrel, they are best friends who can't give up each other at the critical moment. Click. Uchiha Obito's heart was pounding at Nohara Rin's words. Is it really like this? Uchiha Obito slowly closed his eyes. He would never forget the scene of Chidori. This ninja world is hell. But now Nohara Rin is right beside him, and every move is so real. Uchiha Obito was in a trance and didn't know how to distinguish the truth from the falsehood of this world. The only thing is, Uchiha Obito was very worried. He was worried that Nohara Rin would see all the subsequent contents about him. The smell has completely disappeared. It seems that I can only use the flow of air and the sound of objects to determine the enemy's position. Obito, behind. Ah. Eyes. Kakashi. What's going on? Nohara Rin looked at the screen in disbelief. The ninja from the hidden rock village slowly disappeared using camouflage ninjutsu, and then slashed Kakashi's left eye. Is this a sequel to the Battle of Kanobi Bridge? Could it be that? Nohara Rin's hands trembled with fear, and the lunchbox she had just finished eating fell gently to the ground. She looked at Uchiha Obito in front of her with great fear, and asked with a slightly trembling voice, Fei. Who was the Kakashi you were talking about? Konoha Village Sharingan Hatake Kakashi? That means Obito. It is obvious that Kakashi's left eye has been cut by the opponent. It is absolutely impossible to use that eye again. Combined with what Uchiha Obito told me about Hatake Kakashi's Sharingan, the matter is very clear. Uchiha Obito gave his Sharingan to Hatake Kakashi. This can't be true. Nohara Rin thought that Uchiha Obito was joking with her. She didn't expect Kakashi's eyes to be really injured. Lin. Before the word Lin was uttered, Uchiha Obito changed it to Senior. Senior, Fei, will never lie to you. Kakashi from Konoha Village, Senior Kakashi. Yes. Just call me Senior for now. Uchiha Obito's voice hesitated for a moment, but he still said hesitantly, Senior Kakashi is really known as the copy ninja Hatake Kakashi. His name is still very famous in the ninja world. Pa. Uchiha Obito flattered Kakashi on the surface, but he actually despised him in his heart. He asked him to protect Rin, but he let Rin die under his Chidori. Although Obito knew that it was Nohara Rin who chose to die in the hands of the person she loved, but for Kakashi who failed to protect Nohara Rin, Uchiha Obito thought that was not the real Kakashi. Even though Kakashi's reputation is now resounding throughout the ninja world, even if everyone who is well known knows his reputation. But in Obito's eyes, Hitaki Kakashi is just a waste. Humph. We must not let Lin and that guy meet again this time. Uchiha Obito was determined in his heart. Hey! Kakashi, are you okay? The enemy is a master. Hey, coward, is there sand in your eyes again? If you are a ninja, don't cry. I am not dead yet. Damn it! Uchiha Obito was a little annoyed by the scene in front of him. This happened in front of Nohara Rin. He had tried to save Nohara Rin in a cool way before, but ended up destroying Hitaki Kakashi's eyes. But he was wiping his tears here. If Nohara Rin saw this, he didn't know if she would look down on him. I was wearing goggles, how could sand get into my eyes? Now that we have mentioned self-control, don't just talk about it, you also need to make yourself mentally strong. Teacher. Uchiha Obito looked at Minato Namikaze who appeared on the screen again. It must be said that Minato Namikaze's words made him change a lot at that time. I always just say it and let everyone save me. I am a person who only has the worst temper, but that's the only thing I don't want him to just say. I really think White Fang is a hero. People who don't cherish their companions are worse than scum. Die. Obito. That is. Nohara Rin was surprised to see Uchiha Obito on the screen was able to accurately catch the opponent's invisibility process, not only preventing the opponent's attack, but also killing the Uegakure who was in the process of invisibility. That is. Sharingan. This means that Obito. Nohara Rin trembled and covered her mouth. She couldn't believe what she saw. Kakashi's Sharingan was indeed Uchiha Obito's. This proved her guess. Uchiha Obito must have had some problems. This time, I will protect my companions. Looking at himself with his Sharingan open and Nohara Rin trembling beside him, Uchiha Obito fell into deep thought for a moment. From Nohara Rin's nervous expression, it can be seen that Rin cares about him from the bottom of her heart. But now Uchiha Obito is more worried about the follow-up broadcast of scientific ninja tools. What to do? Obito took a few deep breaths and adjusted his breathing quickly. Masked man? Yes. A-Fei's eldest brother is the masked man. Thinking of this, Obito turned his head and looked at Nohara Rin who was worried. Finally, he came up with a plan. As long as Nohara Rin found out that he was still alive and did the following things, the responsibility would be Obito's, that is, the masked man's, and what does it have to do with him? As long as he can quietly accompany Nohara Rin, it is enough. Just like now. Have fun reading books on May Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, April 29th to May 3rd. Chapter 51. Nohara Rin looked nervous, but she was concentrating on the screen. It turned out that the Battle of Kanabi Bridge that she was going to carry out was so tragic. Kakashi lost his left eye. But Uchiha Obito opened the Sharingan that he talked about every day. Obito beside him stared at Nohara Rin who was concentrating, and his body stepped back a few steps. The empty black eyes on the right side of the mask instantly turned scarlet. Uchiha Obito didn't know what the mastermind behind the scenes wanted to do. Although he had decided in his brain that once Nohara Rin found out his identity, he would tell her that Uchiha Obito was his elder brother. Even if Rin wanted to see him, Uchiha Obito had plenty of time to tangle with her. But in Obito's heart, it was best to destroy this wristband. Looking at Nohara Rin's white wrist, Uchiha Obito's Manjiki Sharingan moved slightly a few times. He adjusted the chakra in his body very seriously and controlled his pupil technique carefully, for fear of hurting Nohara Rin. Obito wanted to use the twisting of space to absorb the wristband on Nohara Rin's wrist into his Kamui space. But the situation on the scene shocked him. Due to the nervousness and great concentration, Uchiha Obito felt beads of sweat on his back. Unfortunately, the wristband on Nohara Rin's wrist did not move at all, and there was even an inexplicable force that pushed Obito back 2 steps. Uchiha Obito. Nohara Rin. Rustle. The sound of Uchiha Obito retreating attracted Nohara Rin's attention. Hooligan. What's wrong with you? Nohara Rin was slightly stunned, and looked suspiciously at Uchiha Obito, who was startled and gasping for breath. Ah, senior, it's okay. Just see. Uchiha Obito was panicking, afraid that Nohara Rin in front of him would see the clues. He didn't know why. Even though he had become cold-blooded and ruthless, in front of Nohara Rin, Obito suddenly felt that becoming a gangster was the right thing to do. Ah! Senior, I actually admire Kakashi-senpai very much. I am really happy to see Kakashi-senpai's performance at the Kanabi Bridge. After he finished speaking, Uchiha Obito cursed in his heart. Pointing at the screen, he said, "Is the senior with the goggles from the Uchiha clan? Awesome, is that the Sharingan? Is it the first time that senior opened the Sharingan? He was able to open the 2 Magatama Sharingan. It's really amazing." Obito was extremely excited. He pointed at Uchiha Obito on the screen and waved his arms in admiration. Unfortunately, Nohara Rin's expression did not get any relief. She stared at the picture on the screen. Kakashi's left eye, Uchiha Obito's Sharingan, as well as. At this time, Nohara Rin suddenly raised her head and looked at Uchiha Obito, who was wearing a mask in front of her. This look actually frightened Obito so much that his heart skipped a beat, and a layer of cold sweat instantly appeared on his forehead under the mask. What's wrong, senior? Obito grinned unconsciously, like a child who had done something wrong. Fei. Nohara Rin just called out softly, and Uchiha Obito immediately stood up and said, "Yes, senior, what do you want me to do?" "You. Is your left eye injured? Why is there only a hole on the right eye on the mask?" At this time, Obito had already retracted his Manjiki Sharingan, and his dark eyes did not allow Nohara Rin to see any clues. However, the meticulous Nohara Rin herself did not know why she linked Kakashi, Obito, and Afei together. Nani? As soon as this question came out, Uchiha Obito was so shocked that he almost ran away. "Obito! No matter what you do, you can't escape my eyes. Didn't we agree? I will always be watching you, waiting for you to save the world." Obito suddenly recalled the past. It seemed that any small action of his could not escape Nohara Rin's clear eyes. No way, no way! Uchiha Obito panicked. He never thought that Nohara Rin would regard him as a suspect just by seeing Kakashi's injured left eye. Obito was so nervous that his Adam's apple tightened and he swallowed a few mouthfuls of saliva with difficulty. He smiled awkwardly and said, That, senior. Don't you think this is cool? Nohara Rin Hey! Cool? Nohara Rin didn't feel that Obito was cool in this outfit. She always felt that this ninja from the Hidden Rain village with strange behavior in front of her was a good person. But in terms of his outfit, he was a little scary. Forward. Hooligan. I'm here, senior. Hearing Nohara Rin calling him, Uchiha Obito stood at attention in fear. Nohara Rin Fei, actually, you look scary in this outfit. Have fun reading books every day during the Mid-Autumn Festival. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, September 10th to September 12th. Chapter 52. Uchiha Obito originally wanted to show off himself in the picture. Look at that boy, he opened the 2 Magatama Sharingan at such a young age. But unexpectedly, Nohara Rin's focus was on their left eye problem. It even involved the ugliness and horror of Obito's mask and clothing. This made Obito stand aside dejectedly, silent for a long time. "Ah. Sorry, I didn't mean anything else. I just think, why do you dress so scary when you are such a lovely person?" Nohara Lin couldn't help but think of the masked man she met when she first came to Yin village. Sorry, I thought so too. You are a ninja from the Hidden Rain village. Maybe this is the dress of the Hidden Rain village ninja Anbu. Nohara Rin waved her white palm. The constant apology also made Obito feel relieved. As expected of Rin, she is always so kind. Yes, this seems to be the Sharingan. I can see the flow and movement of my own chakra. Are you okay, Kakashi? Yeah, it's okay. But it looks like my left eye is no longer working. But I have this from Lin, so I can do some emergency treatment right away. Let's go rescue Lin right away. What is that? Nohara Lin looked at the medical kit in Hitaki Kakashi's hand. She stood up in shock. Isn't this the medical kit made of the materials I wanted to buy? Unfortunately, it was taken to the Hidden Rain village. From the appearance of the medical kit, it can be seen that this was the gift that Nohara Rin wanted to give to Hitaki Kakashi to congratulate him on becoming a Jonin. Uchiha Obito on the side curled his lips. He seemed to be a little jealous. And through Nohara Rin's words, he finally understood this series of strange situations. The mastermind seemed to have brought Nohara Rin to his side when she wanted to go out to buy medical supplies to make a medical kit. Kakashi, Rin's chakra flow is very chaotic, it's different from our chakra flow. Kakashi, it looks like he was caught in a genjutsu, and the other party is anxious to get information. I fought this guy before, he's very fast, be careful. Obito got it. The scene continued. Hitaki Kakashi finally joined forces with Uchiha Obito to fight the enemy. Uchiha Obito, who had the two Megatama Sharingan, was completely different from before. Even though the opponent was a Jonin from the Iwagakure village, he swung the two swords in his hands very quickly. But he could not touch Obito at all. At the critical moment, Uchiha Obito saw through the opponent's intention when the opponent finished his attack and wanted to launch a second attack. His leaping legs even pressed down the opponent's arms, causing the Iwagakure ninja's attack on Kakashi to fail. At the same time, Hitaki Kakashi, who arrived, was able to dodge the opponent's rapid attack, and by the way, chopped the Iwagakure Jonin to the ground with one knife. What a cool match! I said that if Kakashi and Obito can get along well, they will definitely be a very powerful combination. Nohara Rin pursed her lips and showed a bright smile. But the next second, Nohara Rin's expression became solemn again. If Kakashi really defeated the other party, then when was the Sharingan Hitaki Kakashi that I mentioned born? When did Kakashi get the Sharingan? And could his Sharingan be Obito's? A series of questions made Nohara Rin feel heavy. She watched the scene on the screen quietly. A handsome combination? Uchiha Obito looked at Nohara Rin, who had quieted down beside him. His mind suddenly recalled what Uchiha Madara had said to him. Only when a pair of Sharingan are gathered together can it exert its most powerful power. Looking at Nohara Rin's solemn expression, Uchiha Obito was also deeply worried for her. Maybe Nohara Rin didn't know what happened next, but Obito, who had experienced the Battle of Konobe Bridge, knew clearly that the rock ninja was not defeated. It was also here that he gave the most precious gift to Hitaki Kakashi, who became a Jonin. Untie. Kakashi? Obito. Obito: we are here to save you, Lin. Don't worry, it's all right. Don't worry, it's all right. Uchiha Obito stared at himself panting in the picture. This might be the first time that he could stand in front of Nohara Rin and say such reassuring words to her. But the masked Uchiha Obito remained silent. At that time, he and Kakashi were actually careless. If they could have been calmer and more serious in dealing with each other, perhaps the outcome would have been different. Hey! Uchiha Obito quietly turned his head to the side and slowly exhaled. The subsequent content is actually very good for him. He will continue to save his companions, but he is deeply trapped, and by the way, he will transplant his Sharingan to Kakashi. Obito believes that the subsequent scenes will make Nohara Lin look at him with a higher opinion of him. Let's take things one step at a time for the future. Obito thought truthfully. Just as he turned around, he heard Nohara Rin's sigh. Hey! Why is it that every time at the critical moment, the video is interrupted? It's okay to interrupt. Uchiha Obito looked at the scientific ninja tools whose lights had dimmed and breathed a sigh of relief. Then his eyeballs turned and his single eye lit up. Oh, really, I still want to see the heroic figure of Kakashi Sr., but it's not playing anymore. That Kakashi-senpai, that sword strike just now was so cool. Obito stretched out his arms, expressing his admiration for Hatake Kakashi as if he was enjoying it. He also glanced at Nohara Rin, who kept shaking her wrist. Hooligan! Hearing what Obito said, Nohara Rin turned around and said with a little dissatisfaction that man was defeated by Kakashi, no doubt. But you can't just look at the results of a fight. Obito also tried very hard. Didn't you see that he used his legs to suppress the opponent's actions at the critical moment? Otherwise, Kakashi would have been the one who got hurt. Uchiha Obito? Who? Famous. Obito's self-deprecation made Nohara Rin's face suddenly darken. She raised her eyes slightly and glared at Obito. Fei. Feeling the dissatisfaction from Nohara Rin, Uchiha Obito was slightly startled. Then he hurriedly explained. No, senior. I mean, Alao, that. Seniors are all very handsome. Uchiha Obito pretended to be flustered to explain. But Nohara Rin's angry look fascinated Obito in front of him. Even a hint of sweetness suddenly rose in his heart. No matter when, the girl in front of him would always stand by his side without hesitation. Thinking of this, Obito suddenly said, Senior, can I have a request? Can I watch the projector with you, Senior? Enjoy reading every day during the Mid-Autumn Festival. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, September 10th to September 12th. Chapter 53. Nohara Rin didn't know that Afei's real identity was Uchiha Obito. Since he was a ninja from the Hidden Rain village, Afei insisted on staying with her. Nohara Rin saw that there seemed to be nothing wrong with him, so she didn't refuse. For a few days, under the leadership of Uchiha Obito, Nohara Rin followed him around the rain country. Nohara Rin found a cave and crawled in. Sitting on the stone, she gently wiped the sweat from her forehead, then looked up at Uchiha Obito and said, Afei. Tell me, is the direction you pointed me in right? Why haven't I left the land of rain yet? Nohara Rin shook her head in distress. If she wants to know what happened in this world now, she must rush to Konoha village to meet Hatake Kakashi. But so many days have passed, and she hasn't been able to leave the land of rain yet. This couldn't help but make her feel a little confused. Afei, you are not also directionally challenged, are you? But Nohara Rin didn't directly say that she suspected Obito of deliberately pointing in the wrong direction. But how could Obito, who had been with Nohara Rin for a long time, not know what she meant? Rin. She is indeed the kindest girl. But it's a pity that Nohara Rin wants to return to Konoha village. It's absolutely impossible. Not to mention that there will be a war in Konoha village, just based on the things he watched in recent days. Uchiha Obito knew that Nohara Rin must want to return to Konoha village to find her companions. But he was no longer in Konoha village, and Nohara Rin would meet Kakashi when she returned to Konoha village. This was absolutely impossible. Senior. Uchiha Obito's voice was slightly sharp and naughty. He kept saying, that's impossible. The direction I took you was the east. I don't know why I haven't been to the Fire Kingdom yet. In fact, I have never been to the Fire Kingdom. Uchiha Obito raised his head slightly, pretending to be cute and thinking for a long time. Ah! He clapped his hands and said, "Senior, could it be that we went in the wrong direction because we were traveling in the fog before?" Hey! Nohara Lin shook her head and slowly stood up. Seeing this, Obito ran to Lin's side, fearing that she would be unhappy, and coaxed her in a panic. "Senior, if the rain gets a little lighter, we'll set off. It can only be like this." "Hey!" Nohara Lin let out a long sigh, and then said, "Fei, let's cook and eat here." Nohara Lin turned her head to look at Fei and smiled slightly. In Lin's heart, she thought that Fei in front of her was still somewhat extraordinary. Every time he passed by the village, Fei could always get rich food in a very short time, which made Nohara Lin overlap him with Uchiha Obito. Unfortunately, she didn't know that Uchiha Obito was just looking for an excuse to go to the village. In his Kamui space, there were rich foods stored. "Okay, senior." Obito was relieved. But he felt bad for deceiving Nohara Rin. He walked slowly into the depths of the cave, trying to find something dry and easy to burn. But at this moment, the scientific ninja tool on Nohara Rin's wrist suddenly made a dripping sound. Senior. Uchiha Obito was slightly startled. The dripping sound of the scientific ninja tool was like a death warrant, which frightened Obito. God knows what it will play this time. Fei, let's read the tips from the scientific ninja tool before eating. Nohara Lin slowly raised her arm. She was familiar with it and then mobilized the chakra in her body. Soon, the wristband of the scientific ninja tool emitted several rays of light again. The cave was then illuminated by the screen. Earth style, rock jump. As expected, it was a continuation of the content of the last video. Compared to Nohara Rin's shock, Uchiha Obito was very calm. The content in the video was the ninjutsu released by the Uegakure ninja who had not been completely defeated, destroying the cave. During the cave collapse, Nohara Rin, Kakashi, and Obito ran out with all their might. However, due to the long battle and the injury to his left eye, Hatake Kakashi accidentally tripped and fell to the ground. The huge rock above fell vertically towards Kakashi. At the critical moment, Obito threw Kakashi out, but he was hit to the ground by the huge rock. "Obito!" Nohara Rin screamed. She didn't expect that it would be Obito who saved Kakashi's life at the critical moment. "Obito!" Nohara Lin covered her eyes and dared not continue watching. "Lin!" Uchiha Obito's emotions were also deeply trapped by the past. Looking at Nohara Rin who was covering her face beside him, he blurted out inadvertently, but the sound of the screen was too noisy. Nohara Rin did not notice the behavior of Fei beside him. "Impossible, impossible." What Nohara Rin was mumbling made Obito beside him stunned. He remembered that when he was smashed under the rock, Nohara Rin burst into tears, but her emotions were not as turbulent as now. Perhaps it was because Nohara Rin had not experienced it on the spot, and she was a little bit unable to accept it for a while. It may also be because of watching the scene, Nohara Rin's mind was still able to react, unlike the scene where her mind was completely blank. Hatake Kakashi struggled to push a rock that was several times bigger than himself. "Enough, stop it, Kakashi. I already, no more." "Obito." Nohara Rin looked at Obito, whose mouth was bleeding, under the boulder, and tears flowed down her cheeks. She didn't notice that she was also in tears in the picture. But this scene was caught by Obito beside her. This is indeed the case. Uchiha Obito finally verified his previous thoughts. Even if Nohara Rin appeared in the future, the past has never changed. Obito quietly looked at the picture on the screen. The right side of the body has been basically crushed. Even the feeling is gone. "Kakashi, damn it!" Nohara Rin Obito. "Kakashi, damn it, damn it! If I had listened to you and come to save Lin from the beginning, this wouldn't have happened. What kind of captain am I?" The genius boy of Konoha village, Hatake Kakashi, was lying on the ground with grief and self-blame. Kakashi, who had always been conceited, had never felt so guilty and regretful as he did now. Kakashi. Obito, wearing a mask, stared at the wailing Kakashi in the picture. He knew very well that this matter had nothing to do with him. Even if he came with him, the ending would not have changed at all. Hitaki Kakashi just fell into self-blame out of compassion when he lost his companions. By the way, he took all the responsibility on himself. Humph! Obito snorted coldly. The Kakashi who failed to protect Nohara-rin was not the genius ninja in his mind. He did not agree. Nohara-rin was in deep pain and still could not find the abnormality of a Fi beside her. When things got to this point, Uchiha Obito was a little thoughtful. Why did Nohara-rin appear beside him? Moreover, they both saw the scene of Kanabi Bridge at the same time. For Nohara-rin, even if she came from the future, she already knew the result of the Battle of Kanabi Bridge. So why didn't the past change? Uchiha Obito felt a little tired and slowly closed his eyes. He couldn't figure this out, unless someone erased Nohara-rin's memory when she went back to the past. But since I am always by Nohara-rin's side, it is absolutely impossible for the other party to succeed. Of course, if the mastermind behind the scenes wants to erase Nohara-rin's memory, then why let her see all this? Suddenly, an idea came to Uchiha Obito's mind. Nohara-rin appeared in the Hidden Rain village, as if God arranged for them to meet. Since Nohara-rin can come, will there be other people who come to this world like her? Have fun reading books every day during the Mid-Autumn Festival. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, September 10th to September 12th. Chapter 54. What captain? What jonin? Hitaki Kakashi fell to his knees on the ground, blaming himself, tears welling up in his right eye. Speaking of, I forgot. Just me, I haven't given you a gift to celebrate your becoming a jonin yet. Don't worry, Kakashi, that's not something useless. I thought about it for a long time, I'll give you my Sharingan. Kakashi, no matter what the people in the village say, you are an excellent jonin, this is what I think. So, accept it. I am dying, but I can be your eyes and see what happens next. At Obito's strong request, Nohara-rin used her medical ninjutsu to replace Kakashi with Obito's Sharingan. Kakashi, I'll leave Rin to you. I know. Facing the jonin of Iwagakure, Hitaki Kakashi, with the help of Sharingan, made up for Chidori's previous disadvantage of not being able to see the opponent's counterattack due to his fast speed. He successfully defeated the jonin of Iwagakure. Kakashi, linear. Take Lin away from here quickly, the enemy reinforcements are coming soon. In the picture, Obito shook off Nohara-rin's hand. Nohara-rin was about to grab Obito's hand again, but Obito dodged. Okay, let's go. It's rare that my relationship with Kakashi has improved. In the end, I still couldn't confess to Lin. Real. I really want to be with you all again. Obito. Dead? Nohara-rin couldn't believe what was written on the scientific ninja tool. Lin, if you save me, it's like saving the world. Just think about it, when I become Hokage, I can end this war. This is our agreement. The agreement between Uchiha Obito and Nohara-rin still lingers in Rin's mind. But who could have thought that the reality would be so cruel? Obito had just opened his Sharingan, but his life came to an end. The picture gradually disappeared, and the cave became dim again. Nohara-rin, with her head down, seemed not to notice that the light on the wristband had disappeared. She was immersed in sadness, and her tears fell on the back of her hands that were supporting her knees. Uchiha Obito stood quietly beside Nohara-rin. At this time, he didn't know how to comfort his favorite girl, and he was also very anxious about another thing in his heart. That was the content played by the scientific ninja tool. Uchiha Obito was very afraid that it would play the subsequent pictures together. Obito turned his head and looked at Nohara, who was sobbing. Suddenly, he thought of a way to have the best of both worlds. It can not only cheer up Nohara now, but also eliminate the troubles caused by the scientific ninja tool. Senior. Uchiha Obito pretended to be confused and continued, that senior just now, forward. Called Obito. Ah! I suddenly remembered, Obito. Is it Uchiha Obito? Nohara heard the voice, wiped her tears, and slowly raised her head. Fei, didn't you say you didn't know Obito? Facing Nohara's red eyes, Obito's heart skipped a beat. Even though Obito now has a heart of steel, he will be indifferent to anything. But it's not the same for Nohara. When this girl cries, Uchiha Obito will panic. That. Obito jumped back and forth several times. He grabbed his hair in panic and said sharply, Actually. Ah! I said before that I didn't know Obito because of. Did Fei know Obito? Nohara looked at Obito's panic and was deceived by his acting. How could a ninja from the Hidden Rain village know Uchiha Obito? But Fei in front of him seemed to know something. Fei, what's going on? Nohara excitedly grabbed Uchiha Obito's arm. Comfortable. Obito felt the warmth from Lin's palms. This was the first time Nohara touched him since he came to this world. Suddenly, a sense of happiness rushed into Obito's brain. Hooligan. Fei, what do you know? Tell me now. Seeing that Obito didn't say anything, Nohara shook his arms vigorously. This woke up Obito, who was immersed in happiness. In fact, the brother I mentioned before is Obito. Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Obito used sweet words to deceive Lin in front of him. The big brother he was talking about was the first masked man that Nohara met in this world. The masked man who almost killed him. Hearing this, Nohara was stunned. Uchiha Obito? If the masked man was Obito, why did he attack her, and why was he in the Hidden Rain village? All these doubts made Nohara a little overwhelmed. Obito? That man is Obito? This is impossible, Obito. Uchiha Obito clearly died in the Battle of Kanabi Bridge. Even if he was still alive, why would he attack him? It's really strange to say this, senior. I really didn't expect that brother Obito had such a good relationship with that senior Kakashi. I didn't expect that the famous Sharingan of Kakashi Hatake is actually brother Obito's. Seeing Nohara fall into painful contemplation, Uchiha Obito quickly changed the subject. Of course I'm not very clear about the details, maybe brother Obito is not that Obito. Oh my, this is really puzzling. It seems that elder brother Obito is also a member of the Uchiha clan. Does that mean there are two Uchiha Obitos? Fei also has two. Kidding. At this point, Uchiha Obito laughed again, pretending to be crazy. What I said made Nohara even more confused. She forced herself to cheer up, and then looked at Obito. Can you take me to see the big brother you mentioned? In order to get the truth. Nohara planned to find the masked man who attacked her again and ask about the matter clearly. If the other party is really the Uchiha Obito that I said. In that case, why did Obito become like that? No. Uchiha Obito had long expected that Nohara would make such a request, and he quickly waved his hand to refuse. By the way, he explained, senior, brother Obito is elusive, it is really not easy to find him. And you are a ninja from Konoha village. Even if I take you to the Hidden Rain village, it is not appropriate. You may even be considered a spy from Konoha village by Mr. Hanzo of the Salamander. Obito brought out the demigod of the ninja world who had returned to the Pure Land. One is to prevent the information of the Hidden Rain village from being leaked. The other is to intimidate Nohara in front of him, so that she will temporarily give up the idea of looking for Uchiha Obito. This. Fei, can't you just help me? Damn it. Facing the anxious Nohara Lin, Uchiha Obito couldn't help but panic. Calm down. You must calm down. Uchiha Obito kept shouting in his heart, and suddenly he had an idea. Senior. Obito was very smart. He absolutely could not face Nohara Rin now. At least he had to wait until Nohara Rin knew the truth about his actions. Because he knew very well that the kind-hearted Nohara Rin would definitely forgive him after learning the reason for his change of heart. It would be much better to reveal his identity at that time than now. Senior, that wristband, that projector. Uchiha Obito pretended to be nervous and pointed at Nohara Lin's wrist. Can't that projector play past images? Maybe we can see other things by then. Speaking of which, I also admire Brother Obito and want to know if he is really dead. Have fun reading every day during the Mid-Autumn Festival. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now, event time, September 10th to September 12th. Chapter 55. Woohoo! Roar! The sky in Konoha village gradually darkened, and the barking of wolfhounds could be heard in the distance. Uzumaki Naruto sat in the woods, panting. Looking at the broken rocks opposite, he smiled knowingly. The training of Rei's Nan was finally successful. Thanks to the big brother of the Anbu, he was able to get the opportunity to learn new ninjutsu. But slowly, Naruto put away the smile on his face, and showed a hint of sadness. Will it start tomorrow? He murmured to himself, looking at the moon that was vaguely appearing in the sky. As early as in the previous third Chunin exam draw, Uzumaki Naruto hit the first place in the previous session. The young genius who was as talented as Sasuke, Hyuga Neji. In the previous observation of the battle between Neji and Hinata, Naruto also got a general understanding of the Hyuga clan through Rock Lee's oral description. The Byakugan. It is no less than the existence of the Sharingan. This made Naruto very nervous and even a little guilty. Uzumaki Naruto, who had never been outstanding since childhood, still had some inferiority in his heart. Can the last one really defeat the genius? Uzumaki Naruto recalled the battle between Rock Lee and Gaara. Even if it cost his life, even if it cost his own ninja way, Rock Lee was defeated by Gaara after all. This is the gap between a genius and a last one. How much effort do I have to put in to surpass them? Uzumaki Naruto lowered his head and looked at his injured palm. Tomorrow is his duel with Hyuga Neji. It would be a lie to say that he is not nervous. Well, I don't want to think about it anymore. I have already learned a new ninjutsu. When the time comes, I must scare them, ha 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 ha. Uzumaki Naruto jumped up. The hunger in his stomach made him want to have a meal. It's a pity that my elder brother is not here, otherwise I could treat him to a meal at Ichiraku Ramen to thank him for his guidance in my practice. The Hokage's office in Konoha village. Senju Tobirama and Namikaze Minato are still dressed as ANBU servants. Monkey, is everything arranged? Tobirama looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen standing in front of him. His seriousness was particularly evident in his words. Don't worry, teacher. Everything is arranged. Starting tomorrow morning, when the big names and celebrities arrive, we will settle them on the field. All the spectators were replaced by Chunins at the stadium, and all the villagers were taken to the shelter before the game started. Then we will wait for Orochimaru and the Sand Village to arrive and catch them off guard. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff of his pipe as usual. Not only him, but even Senju Tobirama and Namikaze Minato did not expect that. Orochimaru's ally this time was actually the biggest ally of Konoha village, the Sand Village, which is also one of the 5 major ninja villages. If it weren't for the fact that Yakushi Kabuto was exposed and followed by Senju Tobirama, no one would have turned their suspicion to the Sand Village, who had been allied with Konoha village since the Third Shinobi World War. Oh, I didn't expect Luoshat. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed. The alliance between our two villages that has lasted for more than 10 years has been broken at this moment. Hiruzen lamented the passage of time. When he signed the alliance with Raza of the Sand Village, Namikaze Minato had not yet become the 4th Hokage. Okay, monkey, the alliance between the ninja villages is already very fragile. Think about the First Ninja World War after my eldest brother passed away. Senju Tobirama snorted coldly, and continued as if he was not surprised if the Sand Village really chooses to form an alliance with Orochimaru's Sound Village to wage war on Konoha Village. Then they will bear all the consequences. 4th Hokage, you said so, right? Senju Tobirama turned to look at Minato Namikaze, who was silent. You are also the 4th Hokage of Konoha Village, you should also express your own opinion. Hearing this, Minato Namikaze's mouth twitched awkwardly under the mask. He smiled awkwardly and said, 2nd Hokage, 3rd Hokage, you two seniors are here, so I don't need you. Besides, I don't have any experience as a Hokage in this world. Namikaze Minato's humility made Sarutobi Hiruzen laugh. Haha, Minato is still so humble. I am also an old man. After this Chunin exam is over, I will give you the position of Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled and looked at the two people in front of him. One is his master, and the other is his favorite disciple. No matter what, the current physical condition of these two is definitely much better than his own. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who is already 69 years old, can be said to have reached a dead end in terms of the management of Konoha Village. He no longer has much energy to deal with any changes in Konoha Village. Unfortunately, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not expect that his idea would be scolded by Senju Tobirama in front of him. Monkey, you are also old and confused. How can you just casually pass the position of Hokage to the Yandere when you are not sure how long the Yandere Hokage and I will stay together? Is it possible that there is no suitable candidate for Hokage in Konoha Village in this world? Faced with the lecture from Senju Tobirama, Sarutobi Hiruzen pursed his lips in grievance. Although he shouldn't show such childish behavior at his age, he had to admit that the teacher's lecture was indeed very reasonable. If a reliable Hokage cannot be found, if Senju Tobirama and Namikaze Minato suddenly disappear again, it will indeed be a big problem. Teacher Tobirama. That, why? Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed, thought for a moment and said, if I step down, Jiraiya and Tsunade should inherit the throne. But he himself. That kid Jiraiya is no good. Senju Tobirama immediately interrupted Sarutobi Hiruzen's speech. He is missing all day and wandering around outside every day. His mentality is not that of a person who can stay stable in the village. Senju Tobirama's familiar and stern tone startled Sarutobi Hiruzen. He still admired his teacher's sharp vision. Just like when choosing the 3rd Hokage, Senju Tobirama chose himself and gave up Shimura Danzo. The subsequent events also showed that Senju Tobirama's vision was correct. In Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes, the means and things that Shimura Danzo did behind the scenes were indeed not something that could be brought to the table. Where there is light, there must be darkness. Every village has its unknown dark side. It's a pity that Shimura Danzo is really too evil. For the position of Hokage, he can even assassinate himself. Such a person is easy to lose the hearts of the people. The so-called hearts of the people are emotional ties. Senju Tobirama saw through Shimura Danzo at a glance that there was no such feature, so he gave up on him and chose himself. Teacher Tobirama. Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered for a few breaths, mustered up the courage to look up at Senju Tobirama. If Jiraiya can't do it, then... The old monkey hesitated, as if he had difficulty speaking. The next Hokage can only be your granddaughter, Tsunade. Senju Tobirama. Enjoy reading every day during the Mid-Autumn Festival. Top up 100 yuan and get 500 VIP points. Top up now, event time, September 10th to September 12th. Chapter 56. The next morning, Uzumaki Naruto woke up from his bed. Even though the uncle from Ichiraku Ramen treated him to the most luxurious Ichiraku Ramen last night and encouraged him, he was still nervous all night. He kept recalling Kakashi and Rock Lee's comments on Hyuga. The other party had the Byakugan that even the Sharingan couldn't see through, and he was the most wanted existence among the genin. Call. With a long sigh, Naruto got up and put on his clothes. He had just walked out of his door when he saw a figure in the corridor who seemed to have been waiting for a long time. Good morning, Naruto. Big brother. Seeing Minato Namikaze, Uzumaki Naruto felt much more relaxed. Although he didn't know why, he always felt at ease when the big brother of the Anbu was around. Today is the last day of the Chunin exam, you must do your best. Minato's tone was gentle, which made Naruto feel very comfortable. It was like he had someone to rely on and could act like a spoiled child. Uzumaki Naruto was excited, but his expression suddenly dimmed. What's wrong? Naruto. Namikaze Minato was also startled when he saw this. Then he understood the worry in his son's heart. It does not matter. Although Niji is very powerful, Naruto, haven't you also improved a lot during this period of time? I believe you will definitely win the game. Namikaze Minato's encouragement made Naruto raise his head again, with a gleam in his eyes. Brother? Why do you believe I can defeat Hyuga Niji? He is the strongest among our genin, and he also has the Byakugan that can see through chakra points. Uzumaki Naruto didn't know why he could show such lack of confidence in front of the Anbu ninja in front of him. And he didn't understand why the Anbu ninja in front of him had such great confidence in him. Brother, don't you know how strong Hyuga Niji is? He is a genius, and Naruto pursed his lips and slowly lowered his head. Because everyone only had faith in Hyuga Niji. It seemed that only the big brother in front of him thought that he, a lowly person, could defeat the genius. It's okay. Didn't you also successfully master the Raise Nan in a short period of time? I'll tell you in secret, that's a ninjutsu with a difficulty level above A level. Namikaze Minato came to Naruto's side, gently stroked his head, and whispered, the difficulty of learning it is the same as the Chidori that Sasuke is learning. Minato's words surprised Naruto greatly. The difficulty of learning Raise Nan was actually the same as the difficulty of learning Chidori that Kakashi taught Sasuke. Doesn't that mean? Looking at Naruto's surprised eyes, Minato nodded slightly and said, yes, Naruto, you have also overcome the difficulty of ninjutsu that only genius ninjas can master. By the same token, you are also a genius. Naruto Uzumaki was greatly encouraged by Minato Namikaze's words. He had never thought that he could accomplish what Sasuke could accomplish. This growth of confidence was different from his previous shouting to become a Hokage. This time, Naruto Uzumaki truly felt the confidence from the bottom of his heart. Brother, are you telling the truth? Is the difficulty of learning Raise Nan really the same as the Chidori that Sasuke is practicing? Naruto seemed unsure and continued to ask. Of course. Raise Nan is a ninjutsu invented by the fourth Hokage. If you don't believe it, you can ask Kakashi. If he sees you can perform the Raise Nan, I believe he will be very surprised. As soon as Minato Namikaze finished speaking, Naruto immediately perked up and clenched his fists. Great. Big brother. I think it will work this time. Namikaze Minato naturally understood the obstacles in his son's heart. Moreover, he knew Naruto's target even more clearly. It was Uchiha Sasuke. With his own emotional intelligence, it was very easy for him to cheer Naruto up. However, an untimely cold snort sounded in Naruto's body. Snort? This guy. The Kurama in Naruto's body naturally saw everything. Its huge eyes swept over the scientific ninja tools in front of it. Since the last time the content played by this thing stimulated it, there has been no movement. This made the naturally tsundere Kurama very unhappy. Fortunately, almost all the people who knew about its past are dead. But Kurama felt more and more that something was wrong with Minato Namikaze. It can easily sense the other party's intentions towards Naruto from Minato Namikaze, as it can sense the good and evil intentions of humans. That kind of loving feeling can be said to have reached the level of doting. This is different from anyone's feelings for Naruto. Even Iruka, who encouraged Naruto, even the ramen boss who asked Naruto to make the most abundant ramen by hand. No one can compare to the blonde Anbu in front of him. Raise Nan. How is it possible? The fourth Hokage was sealed in the belly of the Grim Reaper along with my half-body. Kurama half sat up his huge body. His two big ears swayed slightly. Could this blonde-haired Anbu really be the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze? That. Kurama looked at the strange scientific ninja tool in front of him, and felt Minato Namikaze again. This time he was very sure. Except that he could not feel half of his body from Minato's body, the other feelings were exactly the same as the Minato Namikaze he knew. What exactly is going on? Could it be that it is because of the seal that I cannot sense my half-body? In the past 1,000 years, Kurama has never been so confused. As a tailed beast separated from the 10 tails by the 6-path sage, although Kurama is too lazy to say it, it knows the development of the ninja world better than any other ninja. But it really cannot understand such a strange thing. Kurama lowered his head and glanced at the scientific ninja tools below again. The sudden appearance of this instrument in Naruto's body also made it shout that it did not understand. All signs indicate that some major events may happen in the ninja world. Have fun reading books every day during the Mid-Autumn Festival. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Event time, September 10th to September 12th. Chapter 57. Wow! Come on! In the last match of the Chunin exam, there were cheers from the audience. The seemingly lively scene contained an inexplicable depression. All the audience, the lowest level was Chunin. Everyone knew what happened next. Orochimaru and the Sand Village wanted to start a war against Konoha Village. But as Konoha Village ninjas, they still looked energetic in the spirit of going through fire and water for the village. Minato Namikaze disappeared after accompanying Naruto into the stadium. His task was to do a good job of defense in the village. Wherever there was a difficult problem, go over there to help. On the high platform in the center of the stadium, Sarutobi Hiruzen, wearing the uniform and bamboo hat representing the Hokage of Konoha Village, sat quietly on a chair with a pipe in his mouth with a peaceful look. Hiruzen was now thankful that Namikaze Minato and his teacher were present, so they could see through Orochimaru's plan. And they made full preparations. Today's Konoha Village has actually become an empty village, and all the villagers in it are disguised by Konoha Village's Jonin and Anbu. If the people of Sand Village dare to follow Orochimaru to start a war, they will inevitably become trapped. Roar, roar, roar. Old. Cough cough cough. Actually, the genin of our Konoha Village is still very good. Thinking that it was a public place, Sarutobi Hiruzen held back the word teacher in his mouth without making a sound. But in order to take credit in front of his teacher, he still looked at the genin of Konoha Village below with pride. Hyuga Niji, Nara Shikamaru, Uchiha Sasuke, Abarame Shino, and Uzumaki Naruto. Well, it looks like the final battle will be between our Konoha Village and the Sand Village. Senju Tobirama swept across the arena. Apart from the genin from Konoha Village, the remaining 3 genin were only 3 from the Sand Village. But there is one strange thing. I remember there was a ninja from Odagakure. I don't know why he was not present at such a crucial event. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned slightly. He remembered that the ninja from the Hidden Sound Village on the list seemed to be called Toss. Oh, monkey! The 3rd generation. Senju Tobirama changed the subject and said calmly, speaking of this, I suddenly remembered it. Senju Tobirama then remembered the scene he saw when he followed Kabuto Yakushi. On the dark night of the full moon, Gaara from the Sand Village seemed to have killed a ninja instantly. So it should be a ninja from the Sound Village. The genin from Odagakure that you mentioned was probably killed by the boy with the gourd on his back from Sandgakure. I feel that the gourd boy's strength has already surpassed that of an average jonin. We need to pay more attention to him. Senju Tobirama recalled the night when Gaara killed Toss. He was surprised by the sudden appearance of the huge sand claws. This was definitely not the strength that a genin could possess. Well, good old. Sarutobi Hiruzen was about to respond when he heard footsteps coming from one side of the corridor. He turned his head and looked. The person who came was none other than the fourth Kazekage of the Sand Village, Raza, who was escorted by 2 Sand Village ninjas. When enemies meet, the eyes are particularly red. When Sarutobi Hiruzen saw Raza for the first time, his eyes suddenly turned cold. The alliance relationship that lasted for more than 10 years will end today. No one would have thought that Raza would choose to join forces with his defected and unpromising apprentice Orochimaru to start a war against Konoha village at this time. Sarutobi naturally would not confront Raza directly now. After seeing Raza, he quickly adjusted his mood. He said with a smile, "Oh, what a rare guest. Lord Kazekage. You must have been tired after the journey." Sarutobi Hiruzen stood up slightly and pointed to the person beside him to ask him to sit down. But he never expected that the so-called fourth Kazekage in front of him had actually been replaced by Orochimaru. Humph! The old man is really old, can't he even sense my identity? Orochimaru thought disdainfully. He knew very well that Sarutobi Hiruzen had a ninjutsu that no one else had, which was a telescope technique that could observe the other person by sensing the nature of the other person's chakra. Moreover, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Raza had many interactions over the years. It would be unreasonable to say that he didn't know about Raza's chakra feeling. Even if Orochimaru could change the nature of his own chakra through the reincarnation technique, Raza couldn't do that. As expected, people become useless when they get old. Orochimaru was secretly delighted. If it were a few years earlier, he might not have dared to attack Konoha village. No, luckily the venue is in Konoha village. Orochimaru sat down unceremoniously, looking at his former teacher with cold eyes. If I ask you to attend the meeting, it will be very tiring for the Hokage. I think you should decide on your successor as soon as possible. Orochimaru's words were calm, but full of sarcasm. Senju Tobirama listened to what he said, and his expression under the mask began to become cold. A mere Kazekage of the Sand Village dares to mock Konoha village like this? Humph! It's really overestimating one's own abilities. Tobirama also glanced coldly at Orochimaru, who was sitting next to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sensing the breath of the other party, he couldn't help but despise him in his heart. A Kazekage of this strength, let alone anything else, even if he releases chakra now, the other party may not be able to withstand it. Dare to speak so arrogantly here with this level? If it weren't for the overall situation, Senju Tobirama would have wanted to kill the other party on the chair right now. Ha 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 ha. Compared to Senju Tobirama, Sarutobi Hiruzen's mentality seemed particularly good. After laughing heartily a few times, he squinted his eyes and looked at Orochimaru. Mr. Kazekage, don't treat me as an old man like this. I plan to do this for another 5 years. Hiruzen stood up and slowly walked to the fence of the platform. As the Sandaime Hokage for decades, he really didn't take this little trouble seriously. Walking to the fence, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked around. Except for a few Konoha village genin and 3 Sand village ninja in the venue, the entire venue had been prepared long ago. All these things were done in secret and happened suddenly before the game started. Even if there was a connection between Orochimaru and Shimura Danzo, the sudden change made it impossible for Danzo to pass the news to Orochimaru in the first time. Let's end the reminiscence here. Now the real competition will begin. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled and glanced at Orochimaru, then turned to look at the venue. Ladies and gentlemen. The 69-year-old Sarutobi Hiruzen's loud voice echoed in the venue. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to everyone who came to Konoha village to watch the Chunin selection exam. Next, the candidates who have overcome various difficulties and passed the preliminary selection will enter the official selection competition. Everyone should cheer them on. Thank you, everyone. Monkey? Sarutobi Hiruzen's calm performance made Senju Tobirama quite satisfied. He resolved the ridicule of the Kazekage with just a few words. He showed the style of the first village of the 5 great nations. Humph! Pretending. Looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen's back, Orochimaru narrowed his eyes slightly. Well, I'll let you be a little more majestic for a while. Sarutobi-sensei. Enjoy reading every day during the Mid-Autumn Festival. Top up 100 yuan and get 500 VIP points. Top up now, event time, September 10th to September 12th. Chapter 58. When Minato Namikaze heard the shouts from the competition field, he knew the game had already started. A smile appeared under his mask. Minato Namikaze firmly believed that Uzumaki Naruto would definitely defeat Hyuga Neji. Hey, you! Your mission now is to go to the reconnaissance tower and help the ninja on duty to keep an eye on the enemy to prevent a sudden attack from the enemy. The captain of the team pointed at Minato Namikaze. His loud voice broke his contemplation. Yes. I understand. Minato heard the voice and replied immediately, and then his figure disappeared in an instant. What an amazing teleportation technique! When did such a powerful guy appear in the Anbu? The captain of the team was slightly startled when he saw Minato leave. Looks pretty reliable. In order to conceal the truth, the audience seats were filled with people from other villages and the new generation of genin from Konoha village, except for the chunin from Konoha village who were mostly spectators. Hey, is the first game going to be with that genius boy from the Hyuga family? Well, I heard that his skills have surpassed those of ordinary chunins. The one who fought against him was... Hush, keep your voice down. Okay, I thought the genius of the Hyuga family would meet the genius of the Uchiha family. Unexpectedly. The murmurs in the audience expressed their dissatisfaction with Uzumaki Naruto. This made the genin of the same period feel very unhappy. Come on, Naruto, now that we have come this far, we must not lose. Harano Sakura waved her white arms and shouted a few words. But I didn't expect that boy to stay until now. Yes. This is a very interesting match. GZ Tetsu and Kamizuki Izumo did not look at this duel with tinted glasses because of Neji's and Naruto's identities. Next to them was Hinata Hyuga, who was seriously injured by Neji last time. Come on, Naruto. Hinata looked at Naruto on the field, clenched her fist and prayed for him. Hello. In the competition field. Uchiha Sasuke tugged at Naruto and snorted. This snort made Naruto unhappy. What? Snort? Don't fail in the first game. Uchiha Sasuke said. He put his hands in his pockets and followed the others to the rest area. Tisk, what are you bragging about? Uzumaki Naruto wrinkled his nose. He knew that Sasuke must be very proud of having obtained the true ninjutsu of Hitaki Kakashi. But at this moment, he was completely different from before. You should consider your opponent first. However, I will definitely wait until the moment to duel with you. Sasuke heard Naruto's loud shout from behind him, but he didn't turn around. He just waved his arm to indicate that he understood. Hyuga Neji looked at the interaction between the two, and his clear white eyes couldn't help but shrink. This feeling of being ignored made him very unhappy. Humph, you are just the last one in the class, yet you are so arrogant here. Ningji looked at Uzumaki Naruto with disdain. Naruto frowned, and his eyes trembled a few times. His face suddenly became a little unfriendly. Roar! It seems like you have something to say. Ningji spread his hands nonchalantly. In his eyes, this match will be over soon. He was even more certain of this after watching the match between Naruto and Inuzuka Kaiba. Uzumaki Naruto even relied on luck to win against Inuzuka Kaiba. A genin of this strength was not qualified to fight against him at all. Uzumaki Naruto looked at the proud Nishi in front of him. His pupils trembled more and more. The last place is always the last place, and this will never change. Especially when he thought of what Nishi did to Hinata and what he said. Uzumaki Naruto was even more angry. Swish! Uzumaki Naruto stretched out one arm, clenched his fist and pointed at Hyuga. I swear, I must defeat you. Faced with Naruto's bold words, Hyuga's expression was indifferent and he was not moved at all. He just slowly closed his eyes. When his eyes opened again, the blue veins between his eyes suddenly wrinkled. Roar, your eyes are full of confidence, it doesn't seem like you are trying to show off. It's more interesting to fight like this. I really want to see what your panicked eyes look like when you face reality. You're really long-winded, let's get started. Uzumaki Naruto yelled. He was getting more and more upset about Hyuga's arrogant performance. With Shiranui Genma's start, the game officially began. Well, has the game started? In the white space, Uzumaki Naruto, who should be called Otsutsuki Uzumaki Naruto, slowly opened his eyes. Watching the duel between himself and Niji on the big screen, it was such a nostalgic time. This was not right. To be precise, what happened in this world was slightly different from the ninja world he had experienced before. Yet, now I can finally be free from my mother. My mom forced me to study at home for 2 weeks with a smile on her face. The sudden voice made Naruto startled. He turned his eyes to the small screen next to him. The scene that appeared inside was exactly what happened to Boruto in the ninja school. Hey, that's him. During the entrance ceremony, he controlled the Thunder Chariot and crashed directly into the Hokage Rock. How could he be forgiven for doing such a thing? That's not a prank anymore, this kind of thing can be suppressed. Hush, keep your voice down, he's the son of the Hokage. There were bursts of whispers in the classroom. But everyone in the classroom could hear it very clearly, including Boruto Uzumaki himself. Narashikade okay, ignore them. Uzumaki Boruto it's okay, I don't care, hey? I seem to have forgotten to bring my textbooks. Uchiha Sarada, who was sitting in the back row, looked at Boruto in front of her with a silly smile on his face, and clicked her tongue speechlessly. Hey, Sarada, you and him are good friends, right? Akimichi Jojo was fixing her nails, but her casual remark made Sarada, who was just about to read a book seriously, tremble. No. They are just acquaintances between their parents. Akimichi Jojo oh? This is the so-called childhood sweethearts in the legend. Hearing this, Sarada gently closed her beautiful eyes. No, it's not at all. I don't want to be compared with someone like him. It was a very heartwarming scene. Naruto just smiled gently. In a trance, he felt a wave of space in front of him. Sarada. This cry came from Uchiha Sasuke calling his daughter. I see. I will protect my mother. Faced with the kunao that Uchiha Shin attacked, Sarada suddenly opened her Sharingan. At the same time, the space twisted. The small screen that was playing the video suddenly disappeared. Then, the scene of Boruto in the classroom that he had just watched also disappeared. This is... Uzumaki Naruto's heart trembled, and before he could react, a hoarse voice came from his mind. Oh, did I disturb your interest, Uzumaki Naruto? Shocked, Naruto heaved a sigh of relief. I didn't expect you to wake up occasionally, Otsutsuki God. What? Did the 10 tails in my body bother you? Humph. Uzumaki Naruto's words seemed to cause displeasure to the Lord of Otsutsuki the 10 tails. That thing is just a tool for our Otsutsuki clan to absorb the energy of the planet. It is not worthy of affecting me. After these words fell, both of them fell into silence. After a moment, the hoarse voice sounded first. Uzumaki Naruto. Do you want to preserve a perfect ninja world at the last moment? I think my participation would make it more fun for him, right? Look at that fool Orochimaru. He doesn't even know that you have sent Tobirama Senju and your father to Konoha village. If things continue like this, he will not only fail, but he may even be killed on the spot by Senju Tobirama, your father, and Sarutobi Hiruzen. In this case, the ninja world can't afford to lose Orochimaru, right? Uzumaki Naruto. With just one word from the Lord of Otsutsuki, he knew what the other party wanted to do. Hey, don't make trouble. You! Naruto yelled, but it was too late. The Otsutsuki god made his move. In an instant, the small screen disappeared in front of Naruto again. That's it. Instantly, Uzumaki Naruto glanced at the disappearing screen. In the picture, it was Orochimaru who was slumped on the bed and wailing. Is this Orochimaru who lost both hands after being assassinated by the Shikigami ceiling? You! I say, Lord Otsutsuki, if you want Orochimaru to go, why don't you choose an Orochimaru who is in good health? Lord Otsutsuki! Damn Uzumaki Naruto! Why is he still so optimistic at this time? The Otsutsuki god couldn't figure it out. Looking at Uzumaki Naruto who kept turning his head, he suddenly lost his temper and instantly lost the fun of competing with him. Humph! Boring! Naruto, I am just kindly reminding you that you don't have much time left. But your body is amazing. Who would have thought that among you ordinary people, there would be someone like you who is comparable to a god? Hey! Naruto stood up angrily. How many times have I told you that the greatest ability of us ninjas is patience? Keep moving forward in the pain and practice. Do you think I'm the same as you? Stealing others' power at will is definitely not feasible. Faced with Naruto's indignation, the Otsutsuki god no longer expressed any opinions. Uzumaki Naruto. After waiting for a long time, Naruto stamped his feet anxiously. Hey, why don't you talk again? Have fun reading books every day during the Mid-Autumn Festival. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, September 10th to September 12th. Chapter 59. Here it is. Where? Uzumaki Boruto sat on the ground and looked ahead in surprise. Wasn't he in the classroom just now? How did he suddenly come to a place that looked like a conference hall? Hey, Boruto! The familiar voice caught Boruto's attention. Sarada, Boruto turned his head and looked. The moment he saw Sarada, he stood up suddenly. This. SHH. Sarada pulled Boruto and signaled him to shut up, and pointed her finger not far away. Uzumaki Boruto looked in the direction of Sarada's finger. He almost dropped his jaw in shock. That is. Mother, mother, mother. Mother. Boruto looked over and saw Hinata Hyuga not far from him. His eyes widened in shock. I told you to keep your voice down, idiot. Seeing Boruto so excited, Sarada immediately covered his mouth. Then she whispered in his ear, the sixth Hokage is there. She pointed at Kakashi and the person next to Kakashi, my mother is there too. The person next to Kakashi was Haruno Sakura. Boruto, we seem to have come from the future to the past. Sarada is a top student in the ninja school. She immediately realized the seriousness of the situation. We can't let them recognize our identities now. Once we change the future, we will disappear. Sarada explained earnestly to Boruto in front of her. In fact, her worry was unnecessary. The two people brought by the Otsutsuki god from other worlds have nothing to do with this world line in terms of timeline. Okay, let's go, Naruto. At the same time, Inuzuka Kaiba's excited shout once again attracted the attention of the two. Naruto. Old. Dad. Uzumaki Boruto was stunned again after hearing Naruto's name. His expression changed several times in a few breaths. In his memory, Uzumaki Naruto had never been with him properly since he became the seventh Hokage. He was busy working for the people in the village every day. He didn't care about their family at all. Seventh generation. Sarada's reaction was completely different from Boruto's. She, who aimed to be the Hokage, was obviously more excited when she heard Naruto's name. Yes, if we come from the future to the past, we will definitely be able to see the situation of the ninjas of our parents' era. Thinking of this, Sarada dragged the reluctant Boruto to the stands. That is, when Boruto saw the two people on the field, he was even more stunned. Uncle Ninkai. It was the first time that Boruto saw the legendary Uncle Ninkai. But what he saw was not as harmonious as he imagined. 8 trigrams palms. Hyuga Neji turned his body and pressed his fingers on Uzumaki Naruto's body. 4 palms. 8 palms. 16 palms. 32 palms. 64 palms. Pa 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 pa. The rapid palm strikes hit Uzumaki Naruto's body. Blue chakra burst out continuously between the bangs. Wow! As Hyuga Neji finished his last palm strike, Uzumaki Naruto spat out a mouthful of blood and flew out like a kite with a broken string. 7 generations. Sarada was horrified. But when she thought of her identity, she swallowed her words back. Why is Uncle Neji fighting with Dad? This could be Konoha Village's Chunin exam. Sarada stared at the competition venue seriously and explained to Boruto beside her in a very low voice. This ninja you call Uncle Neji is very strong. He was able to beat the teenage 7th Hokage so badly. Boruto shrugged nonchalantly. Tisk, stinky dad, you guys only want a Hokage like him. Is it really that powerful? He is just a greasy uncle with no spirit at all. Sarada gave Boruto a sidelong glance. It was unclear what was wrong with this kid's brain, why he had such a big grudge against his father who was the 7th Hokage. Humph, you can't stand up anymore. To read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. Boruto shuddered when Neji's words came into their ears. Was that cold and emotionless voice really the gentle uncle that Hinata's mother had mentioned? Are you unwilling? Kneel down before the power you cannot change. As long as you work hard, your dreams will come true. This is just a fantasy. Ningji looked at Uzumaki Naruto lying in front of him. It was like looking at a lost dog. He had already stopped rolling his eyes, and his words were full of contempt. Now your acupoints have been completely sealed by me, Bibsi. You can't even operate chakra, how can you defeat me? The last one is the last one. The last one? The 7th Hokage is the last one? This. Sarada was dumbfounded. Although she didn't know why she suddenly followed the unreliable Boruto to the past world. But in the previous world, when Sarada was on her way to save Harano Sakura with Naruto and Sasuke, Naruto told her that he was very outstanding at this time. Yes. Just as outstanding as his father Uchiha Sasuke, and as popular with girls as his father Uchiha Sasuke. But now it seems that things are not as Naruto said. Humph. Dad is such a lame duck. I really don't know how he became Hokage. As a person from the future, Uzumaki Boruto is not worried about Naruto's life. It's a pity that Uncle Neji lost his life during the 4th Ninja World War. Boruto was also a little uncomfortable looking at Naruto who was crawling on the ground below. The last one? Uzumaki Naruto listened to Neji's evaluation of him. He thought of Rock Lee unconsciously in his mind. Rock Lee who stood firmly in front of Gaara even if he lost consciousness in order to implement his own ninja way. Rock Lee who was determined to fight with his companion and rival Neji. Thick eyebrows. Uzumaki Naruto lay on the ground, his pupils slowly getting bigger and bigger. Hinata. The soft girl who was determined to overcome the fear in front of her even at the cost of her life. Just to prove that her efforts were effective. Just to prove that she was not the last one. Naruto, you have learned the A-level ninjutsu that only geniuses can master. You are also a genius. Namikaze Minato's encouragement slowly emerged at this time. Especially when he remembered the most luxurious ramen that Uncle Ichiraku gave him last night. Uzumaki Naruto didn't want to lose this game. Hey! Naruto trembled, dragging his body in severe pain, and slowly stood up. He gasped for breath. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly and he smiled. I said, I don't like to give up. This is... The stadium suddenly fell silent. Most of the Konoha village Chunin still have some understanding of the Hyuga family's soft fist. Especially when they saw Nishi's 8 diagrams 64 palms. While they marveled at Nishi's strength, they couldn't help but sigh for Naruto. According to Naruto's current situation, it is impossible for him to defeat Nishi. Hey, isn't Naruto's chakra point sealed? Yes, he can no longer circulate chakra. Why did he stand up? Even if he could use his chakra, he couldn't defeat Neji, let alone. Boruto and Sarada heard what everyone said. Their faces darkened and they immediately showed signs of nervousness. 7th generation, Sarada looked down at Naruto worriedly. It was impossible for him to win in this state. Stupid dad, what is he thinking? He will be beaten to death if he keeps doing this. Uzumaki Boruto was dumbfounded. Although he is from the past and knows the future. But since he has come to the past, who knows if the trajectory of history will change. Chapter 60. Finished. Uzumaki Naruto's strength made Uzumaki Boruto sweat coldly. If what the audience and Neji said was correct, Naruto couldn't circulate chakra. Then he would definitely be beaten to death by Uncle Neji. Boruto didn't know why Nishi didn't look as gentle as Hinata said. But look at his cruelty to Naruto. The next moment, he would definitely beat Naruto to death. Am I going to disappear? Boruto was horrified and looked at Hinata not far away with fear. Hinata, how are you? Are you okay? Damn Neji, he can be so cruel even to you. Hinata coughed lightly and spat out a trace of blood. Inyazuka. Kaiba beside her hurriedly asked about Hinata's condition. This scene happened to be seen by Uzumaki Boruto. Was my mother also injured by Uncle Neji? It's over. This world seems to be very different from the ninja world he has come into contact with. Dad is dying. No. When Boruto Uzumaki thought of Naruto's miserable state, he immediately jumped to the stadium below. Even though his father didn't come home every day, which made him very unhappy as a son. But he absolutely couldn't watch Naruto being beaten to death. Boruto, what are you doing? Seeing Boruto about to jump up, Sarada quickly grabbed Boruto's clothes. With a plop, the blonde fell to the ground. It hurts, what are you doing? Sarada. Don't worry, idiot. There is no way anything will happen to the 7th Hokage, and I also believe that the ninja holding the toothpick over there will not watch the ninjas of Konoha village killing each other. This match must end in a definite point. Sarada's analysis did not calm Boruto. He looked at Sarada nervously. Sarada, that's my father, not your father. Sarada frowned when she heard that. Of course I know the 7th Hokage is your father, but he is also my idol. I believe that the 7th generation will be fine. Just be quiet, you're so noisy. Sarada was so annoyed that she accidentally opened her Sharingan, which she couldn't control well. When she opened her eyes, Boruto was frightened and trembled all over. Sarada, your eyes? Why are they red? Boruto looked at Sarada in shock, thinking that she had a strange disease. Humph! What a fuss! This is the bloodline limit of our Uchiha clan, Sharingan. Sarada ruffled her hair in dissatisfaction. In fact, she was very happy. Being able to open the Sharingan is the honor of their Uchiha clan. Off the court, Hyuga Neji looked at Uzumaki Naruto coldly. He had no interest in such a game and such an opponent. I have no hatred against you, just surrender now. Ah! Naruto was stunned for a moment. Then he smiled and said, you don't have any hatred against me? But I have a big hatred against you. You are so powerful, why did you force Hinata, who worked so hard, to have a mental breakdown? Treat Hinata as a fool and conclude that she is the last one. Although I don't know what happened between your main family and branch family. But I cannot forgive the bastard who always calls others the last. Dad. Uzumaki Boruto listened to Naruto's slightly angry words in a daze. He could not imagine that his father would defend his mother so much when he was a teenager. But on second thought, Boruto did not understand. What is the main family and what is the branch family? Does the Hyuga clan have such a thing? His grandfather is the patriarch of the Hyuga clan, and he has never heard of such a thing. Sarada, I discovered that this world should be different from our world. Ah! Boruto said something shocking. Sarada was stunned and looked at Boruto suspiciously. It was really hard to believe that the carrot head in front of her could actually think about the problem. The main and branch families of the Hyuga clan. Stupid, watch the game carefully. Our world is the world of the future. There are many things that adults can't tell us. Sarada sighed. She was about to look at Boruto with a new eye, but after hearing his analysis, Sarada gave up the idea on the spot. Oh, you are right, Sarada. The two of them were standing at the back of the audience and were discussing quietly. The game on the field attracted everyone's attention, and no one noticed their presence. At this time, Hyuga Niji's voice full of resentment suddenly spread throughout the venue. Then I will tell you, the Hyuga clan has such a hateful fate. The Hyuga clan has a secret technique that has been passed down from generation to generation. That is the curse sealing technique. Hyuga Niji began to talk about the past of the Hyuga clan and the seal on the forehead of the branch family. As soon as these words came out. To read the exciting novel, go to Falu Novel Network. Boruto and Sarada were shocked. This kind of thing really exceeded their understanding of the Hyuga clan. Especially Boruto. As the grandson of the Hyuga clan leader, he was even more surprised by what Niji said. I didn't expect that the gap between the main family and the branch family of the Hyuga clan was so big. And as Niji slowly told the story of Hyuga Hisashi, Sarada and Boruto were completely shocked. I have heard that the 5 great ninja villages united after the 4th Ninja World War. But I didn't expect that before this. Sarada glanced at Hyuga Hinata not far away. She never thought that the Hidden Cloud Village, which now has a close relationship with Konoha Village, actually sent someone to snatch the Byakugan from Konoha Village. And the person who snatched it was Hyuga Hinata, who was only 3 years old. The future wife of the Hokage. My father and Hinata-sama's father are brothers. But just because my father is from the branch family and Hinata-sama's father is from the main family, my father will die in his place. Please give me flowers. Niji turned his head and looked at the audience. His eyes were full of hatred when he looked at Hyuga Hayashi. My father's death calmed the anger of the Hidden Cloud Village and prevented them from launching a war with the Leaf Village. All this is thanks to my father. Hyuga Niji became more and more emotional as he spoke, and his loud voice silenced all the audience present. This included Hyuga Hayashi. The only way to escape this curse is death. They are twin brothers with the same strength, but because they were born at different times, they were determined to have different destinies. Hinata Niji tightly grasped the Konoha village forehead protector in his hand, and his originally cold and arrogant expression gradually turned into sadness. Uncle Niji. Uzumaki Boruto listened to everything Nisi said. An inexplicable sadness came over him. Sarutobi Hiruzen also heard Nisi's sad cry. Ah! He sighed deeply. He didn't know how to explain this to Niji. The original Konoha village was not as strong as imagined. Just 1 year after experiencing the 3 Ninja World Wars, they experienced the Nine Tails Rebellion. The most fatal thing for Konoha village was that in the Nine Tails Rebellion, they lost too many ninjas and the most critical figures. The 4th generation of Konoha village, Hokage Minato Namikaze. In just 3 years of development, Konoha village has not yet reached the point of confronting the Hidden Cloud village head-on. In addition, other ninja villages outside are eyeing covetously. Hiruzen, who is a little indecisive, finally chose to sacrifice one person to avoid war. He didn't expect that this incident would have such a big impact on Niji. Humph. Senju Tobirama couldn't help but feel angry when he heard what Niji said about the past. If his elder brother was here, these bastards wouldn't have had the chance to get angry. Especially when he thought of the scene when Senju Hashirama distributed the tailed beasts, Ranju Tobirama was furious. He thought his elder brother had raised a group of ungrateful people. But Tobirama's unintentional cold snort frightened Sarutobi Hiruzen. Teacher, listen to my explanation, things are not as you think. Sarutobi Hiruzen's body trembled, and Orochimaru beside him frowned. He was a little confused about his teacher. After all, Sarutobi Hiruzen was known as the professor of ninjutsu. Looking at the entire ninja world. At the age of 69, Sarutobi Hiruzen had seen only the third Tsuchikage of the Uegakure village. How could he react to what a kid from the Hyuga family said? Lord Hokage! What's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell? Orochimaru smiled sarcastically. He thought for a few seconds. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration came to him, and he finally understood. Mr. Hokage, I have already advised you that you should not continue to be the Hokage when you are old. It's time to consider changing people. I'm a big shot, Chiba Tensei.